Quick question. For Lord of the Mysteries fans, which sequence do you think would be the most terrifying to fight against? Let me know your answer in the comments below. Anyway, on to the video.
Our story begins in Oryu, Incheon, the city of milk, honey, and of course, South Korean porcelain bitches. The otherwise tranquil nightlife is suddenly interrupted by a shrill scream begging for help. A baby had been abducted, and the mother was desperately pleading for anyone willing to step in. Normally, this would be the kind of situation where the masses rallied like crazy, dogpiling the perpetrator. But unfortunately, things were different this time. The villain was a monster, and no one wanted any part of that smoke. Not to mention, the few police officers who tried stepping up had all been clapped and folded like laundry, their corpses still sprawled on the ground. As such, the situation devolved into its current dire state, a monster holding a child hostage while the onlookers were too chicken to do anything about it. Realizing no one was going to step up and stop it, this big belly pyramid head always skipping leg day bastard decided to end things and check out early. It drew its hand back, then stabbed for the baby's head with its sharp dagger-like claws. Blood sputtered in the wake of the attack. But contrary to the gruesome expectation of a mangled baby, the audience was shocked to see the monster missing an arm. Someone had blitzed past it, yeeting its arm clean off and saving the baby in the process. When everyone came to their senses, all they saw was a bleeding stump, a flying arm, and a mysterious man aura farming the shit out of the moment. Blood still dripped from his hand, confirming he was the one responsible for the monster's sudden amputation. With a face that screamed, "Try that shit again if you dare," he glared at the monster with indifference, waiting for its next move. The monster said bet, locking in as its shade quickly turned crimson. It lunged at the mysterious man, rage completely blinding its actions. As for the baby, it said fuck this, and yeeted the child into the air like rotten trash. The mother had no choice but to act fast, lunging forward to catch her chubby bundle of joy. Luckily, the baby was plus size for real, so the extra fat cushioned the fall. Back to the monster and the mysterious man. The former rushed in with a claw attack, demolishing the ground on impact. But as fast as it was, the mysterious man was faster, effortlessly dodging the blow. Advancing after the retreat, he unleashed a furious kick, clocking the monster in the jaw and sending it flying like a headless chicken straight into a nearby wall. Of course, that kind of damage wasn't enough to stop this pot-bellied pyramid-headed bastard. It quickly shrugged it off and shot toward the mysterious man with renewed vigor, mouth wide open to swallow him whole. To this, the mysterious man said bitch please and high-kicked the absolute shit out of its jaw, sending it airborne. Pressing the attack, he cocked his arm back and unleashed a barrage of muda 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 muda, absolutely demolishing the monster. When that still wasn't enough, he channeled his inner Luffy, blitzing it with an additional dose of Gear 2 Gatling gun. Eventually, under his relentless assault, the monster checked out, collapsing to the ground and breathing its last. Throughout the entire process, the mysterious man maintained the same indifferent expression, as if this were just another Tuesday. The crowd, however, was losing their shit, mouths hanging wide open as they struggled to process what the hell they'd just witnessed. It wasn't until one person started clapping that the rest snapped out of their trance, erupting into applause and cheers for the hero who saved the day. Shouts of gratitude and appreciation rang out, with some even offering cheeks as compensation. Of course, the mysterious man wasn't a simp, so he ignored the suspicious dude and turned to leave. As he did, the mother finally gathered enough courage to call out, thanking him sincerely and asking how she could repay him. Saving a child was no small favor, one she felt compelled to repay no matter what. The mysterious man simply looked at her, refusing to answer. If it were me, I'd have sent her after that sussy dude who offered cheeks as payment, because really, what in the ditty was that? But the mysterious man was a far better person than I am, so he left without accepting any form of compensation. Not even a slice of cheeks. Not a pinch of ass. Can you believe that? What a waste. He leaped across the buildings, leaving the crowd staring in awe. They'd heard rumors of individuals with superpowers, people who fought monsters to keep civilians safe, but this was the first time they'd ever seen one in person. They couldn't help but stare in reverie, mesmerized by the superhuman's aura. But setting all that aside, and ignoring the sheer Chad energy of the hero, was no one else going to talk about those pink pockmarked shorts? Whose grandma was missing her panties? Because this was some weird bullshit. Anyway, we switch scenes to Seoyan High School, home to future lawyers, doctors, engineers, and of course OF models, or as I like to call them, ambassadors of the cheeks. In class 3 of the school, a teacher was diligently lecturing about natural disasters. He explained that natural disasters used to refer to sudden and catastrophic natural events that resulted in serious damage and casualties, e.g. typhoons, earthquakes, and the like. However, in recent days, the term had expanded to include any calamity that could not be stopped by human means, referring specifically to the emergence of monsters into society. As he explained this, the scene shifted to 2 delinquents slacking off at the back of the class. Instead of paying attention, they were busy watching a video of the recent fight between the hero and the monster. Turns out the mysterious man had made a name for himself on the streets, often referred to as White Cap, thanks to the signature white cap he wore whenever he fought monsters. He'd been clapping monster cheeks for the longest time, building himself a noticeable fan base among the local youth. As the 2 delinquents watched, they couldn't help but marvel at the clarity of the footage. Most videos featuring Whitecap had always been low quality and shot from far away. But this recent upload, submitted by a new anonymous account, captured the fight in what looked like 4K. It was almost as if the cameraman was breathing down their necks during the battle. Truly, a wondrous and daring feat. But setting that aside, they were in awe of Whitecap's sheer prowess, easily demolishing his enemy, especially that kick to the jaw. You'd think they were mortal enemies or something. Or worse, maybe the monster commented on his granny panties and he was venting his rage. Side note, those pants are really fucking me up. Does no one else see it? Moving on, the 2 bastards continued scrolling through the comments, flaming anyone who posted nonsense. They kept this up until they finally drew the teacher's attention. Just as he was about to call them out, an alarm suddenly blared, announcing an emergency. A monster, or rather, a Xenoterran, had been spotted near the port of Incheon, and all citizens were advised to stay clear of the area. Additionally, all nearby schools were ordered to close immediately, with students instructed to return home as quickly as possible. Upon hearing this, the students erupted into cheers. Sure, monster attacks were scary, but did they really compare to staying in school all day? Learning calculus and all that bullshit? They were better off shooting hoops at the court, or even taking their chances with the monster. For the lucky few, they could sneak off and get some cheeks on the side. Seemingly predicting their plans, the teacher told them to settle down. He understood their excitement about slacking off, but proper emergency protocols had to be followed. They were to exit the premises in an orderly fashion and head straight home. As for those planning a little slide-in on the way, all he could say was that maidens were living volcanoes these days, so they'd better not get burned. And if they did get burned, they'd better make sure she was a baddie, not one of the wildebeests some of you have been picking up. Yes, I'm talking to you. Back to the students. They joyfully exited the classroom. This continued until the panel focused on 2 in particular, a maiden lost in thought and a dude sleeping beside her. From the maiden's perspective, we learned a bit more about the monster calamity. A few years ago, the first monster appeared in Gangneung, laying waste to the city and killing over 70 people. Since then, monster attacks had become increasingly frequent, with the last one occurring just over a week ago. Now, with this latest alarm, it meant another attack was underway, an alarming increase in frequency. Sighing at the grim situation, she turned her head and finally noticed the dude sleeping beside her. Puzzled, she wondered how he could sleep through such a blaring alarm, especially since he seemed to be enjoying it, judging by his audible mumbling. She reached out to wake him, but was beaten to it when his phone rang. The sleeper was Kang Lim, the protagonist of the story and a certified badass, also known as White Cap, the vigilante hero. On the other end of the call was his homie and sidekick, Jury, briefing him on the monster attack. After reminding him to hurry his grandma panties wearing ass, Jury disconnected, leaving Kang to process the intel. That's when Kang noticed the baddie sitting beside him. Caught staring like a creep, the maiden quickly reminded him about the alarm and advised him to leave. Kang locked eyes with her for a moment, before unleashing the most outlandish yawn ever witnessed. Clearly, he wasn't fazed by the alarm in the slightest. On the contrary, she looked kinda bad. So how about dropping her number before she left? The maiden clicked her tongue in annoyance and immediately stood up to leave. A monster was attacking. People could die. And all this idiot was thinking about was pulling bitches. What kind of messed up priorities were those? She stormed out, leaving a horny Kang behind. Once she left, Kang immediately locked in. First, he checked his go bag, making sure everything was ready, especially his vigilante costume and earpiece. With the essentials confirmed, he snuck out of the classroom in search of a secluded spot to change. Meanwhile, at the port of Incheon, things were popping off. The monster was mid-massacre, forcing civilians to fight back or be obliterated in the chaos. One of them, a heavy cargo truck driver, rammed that bad boy straight at the monster, hoping to take it down on impact. Unfortunately, it barely tickled the Xenoterran and its monstrous constitution. It tanked the hit like a champ, stopping the truck with nothing but its body. Then, to the driver's horror, it cocked its arm back and delivered a crushing blow to the vehicle, and the man trapped inside. For some reason, it also felt the need to flash its cheeks while doing so. Kinda odd, but hey, who am I to judge the artist's weird fetishes? The panel shifted to other port workers hiding for their lives. The braver of the two peeked out to see the aftermath, but nothing could have prepared him for what he saw. A truck weighing tons had been effortlessly totaled by a creature of flesh. How absurd was that? What made it worse was that his hiding buddy was a total bitch, sobbing like a maiden instead of pulling himself together and finding a way out. Irritated beyond belief, he grabbed the guy by the shirt and yelled at him to lock in. If he kept sobbing like that, the monster would hear them, and that would be the end. Unfortunately, the warning came too late. The monster was already upon them. It crept up like it was playing Splinter Cell or some shit, scaring the life out of the duo. Back at the school, Kang had finished changing into his costume. He was on the phone with Jury, who was giving him live updates from the battlefield. And from the sound of it, things weren't looking good. Jury told him to hurry unless he wanted to arrive after everyone was already dead. Kang said bet and made his final preparations. With his school uniform stashed in the ceiling, he vaulted out the window and made a beeline for the port. Thanks to his superhuman abilities, he leapt across buildings with ease, rapidly closing the distance. Speaking of massacre, we cut back to the coward and the brave fool. After being discovered, they barely had time to react before the brave one was flattened by the monster's punch and sent flying like a rag doll. When he landed, there were no signs of life, his body reduced to a mangled, bloody mess. Seeing this, the sobbing coward tried to flee, but the monster was faster. With a casual swing of its palm, it slammed him into a container, crushing his head and upper torso like a ripe tomato. Done with that, it turned its attention to another worker attempting to escape. With agility completely unfitting of its size, it leapt across containers and quickly caught up. Grabbing the man by the head, it yeeted him across the port and straight into a cargo container. The impact left him barely able to move, coughing up blood. Unfortunately, the monster wasn't finished. It crept toward him, looming overhead like a god. The sight drained all color from the man's face. Still, the monster reached out to finish the job, only for a wrench to fly through the air and clock it in the head. The attack did no real damage, but it was enough to get its attention. Turning around, the monster saw the culprit, an old geezer clearly courting death. Meanwhile, Kang was still en route. His speed was ludicrous, covering distances faster than airplanes. As he closed in, Jury reported another update. The special Xenoterran defense forces had been deployed. Though they were complete trash and utterly worthless, Jury still warned Kang to avoid them so they wouldn't interfere. Kang said bet, and doubled his speed, finally laying eyes on the port. Back in the chaos, the old geezer was losing his shit. He yelled at the other man, On, to snap out of it. How many distractions did he need before On got his lazy ass up and escaped? Flinching under the monster's glare, the old man cursed his luck. He could have escaped alone, but his conscience wouldn't let him abandon his homie. Apologizing to his wife and kid in his heart, he accepted his fate. The monster glared at him, then turned and walked away, stunning both men. Just as they thought they'd survived, the monster said psych, grabbed a container, lifted it effortlessly, and hurled it straight at the incredulous geezer. Frozen in place, he couldn't process why the monster bothered pretending to leave if it was just going to kill him anyway. As the container of death hurtled toward him, a figure came flying in like a rocket. Kang, leg drawn back, With a devastating sidekick, he sent the container flying into the distance. The geezer stared in disbelief. Who was this guy? Where did he come from? And most importantly, did his cheeks really have to be that close to his face? He appreciated the help, but come on, boundaries please. Unbothered by the geezer's thoughts, Kang made his CHADY entrance, eyes locked on the monster. With a look that screamed, "I want all the smoke," he called it out. He didn't want peace. He wanted problems. Always. Thus, the two entered an intense stare-down, ready for the fade that would follow. Before they could clash, however, Kang took a beat to consult his partner and sidekick, Jury, asking if he should attempt communicating with the monster. Jury, who'd been monitoring the situation from the hidden camera in Kang's hat, told him to give it a try. Ever since they began their vigilante operation, they'd always made it a priority to try communicating with the monsters, mostly to understand them better and to figure out their motives and origins. If they could uncover those, then the likelihood of solving the monster problem would increase significantly. Unfortunately, they hadn't had much luck on that front just yet, as all the monsters instantly turned hostile. Still, they were hoping this time would be different. With that hope in mind, Kang initiated contact, asking the monster if it could understand him, and if it could, whether it would share where it came from and, most importantly, if they had fine monster bitches over there. The monster took a beat before responding with a growl, shocking the duo of hero and sidekick. But just before they could celebrate initiating successful contact, the growl became more guttural and loud, soon developing into a full-on bestial roar. Without so much as a warning, the monster dug its feet into the ground, shooting forward to commence the attack. It had both hands locked into a slamming position, using its incredible strength to pulverize Kang. Luckily, the hero was faster, so he barely evaded the attack, which left the ground in complete disarray. Before he could pull away, however, the monster pressed the attack, lashing out with a left pimp slap. The attack landed true, sending Kang flying like a runway hoe. He crashed heavily into a cargo container, and for a second, he felt the urge to call time out on this unjust ass whooping. Wasn't he the MC? Then why was he getting his ass folded? Locking back in, he leapt off the container, did a somersault mid-flight, and landed gracefully behind the monster, finally catching his breath. With a beat to spare, he reached out to Jury, telling him communication was futile. Jury agreed, reminding him that he'd watched the whole thing. But that aside, why was he letting the monster do him like that? He was practically getting bitch-slapped out there. Couldn't he lock in? Or had he developed some masochistic tendencies he didn't know about? How embarrassing. As the two conversed, the roaring of a chopper came from above, drawing their attention. The chopper belonged to LDS, a major news station, and it had come to report live on the battle at Incheon Port. Of course, the reporters weren't foolish, so they kept the altitude of the chopper at 1,900 feet, well above the enemy. From their vantage point, they reported on Whitecap and how he was getting folded, choked, and bitch-slapped by the monster, footage that was sure to go viral. In addition, they also reported on the arrival of the Xenoterran Special Forces, although no one was interested in that because they were, trash. Speaking of trash, the panel shifted to the Sakura Haruno of the superhuman world, the Xenoterran Special Forces. After arriving on the battlefield, the commander ordered all his men to stand down, clearly aware of their situation because they were, as I've said before, trash. His men, however, were confused by this. Hadn't they come there to fight monsters? Then why were they just standing there like bystanders? The commander replied that he must not have heard what the narrator was talking about. They were trash, not the redeemable Deku kind, but the completely hopeless Sakura, Aqua, Usopp kind. They had no business getting involved in a fight of this caliber. To put it into context, he explained to his men that Whitecap alone, based on their analysis, had the power and strength to wipe out their entire unit. The same was true for the monsters he fought. If either one decided to turn hostile against them, the only thing they could do was wash their necks and save them the trouble when they came to kill them. They were truly and without doubt complete garbage. Incredulous, one soldier looked at his commander oddly. If that was the case, then why the hell were they even there? The commander replied that first, it was for comedic relief for the homie NotNPC as he did this narration. Second, not all trash was useless trash. Just because they were lacking didn't mean they couldn't contribute to the situation. He said this while referring to the unit hidden in the van, their so-called Plan B. Back to the news report and Whitecap's clash with the monster. The whole ordeal was being broadcast live, meaning everyone at home and in the streets could see the fight. This included the baddie from before, who could very well be a waifu based on how much screen time she was getting. The same was true for the delinquents at school, who could possibly play a major role in the story as well. Now back to the actual fight. After tangling with the monster for a while and getting his cheeks clapped on every occasion, Kang finally put some distance between them. He was hoping to regroup and counterattack, but a left cross from the monster foiled his plans, forcing him to dodge pathetically. Rebounding off the cargo container, he shot toward the monster, opting to switch from defense to offense. His momentum was incredible, a hand cocked back to deliver a devastating punch. However, the monster hit him with a curveball. Just as he was ready to release that arm rocket, the monster shot out its tongue, catching Kang completely off guard. Thanks to his superb reflexes, he barely avoided the blow, though the move left him off balance, giving the monster a perfect opening to counterattack. Without missing the chance, it grabbed Kang by the leg, twirled him in the air like a princess, then yeeted his disoriented ass across the port, straight into the loving embrace of a thick-ass metal container. When the dust settled, all that was visible was a hole in the container and an awkward yet worried silence among those watching. Seeing this, the commander couldn't help but clench his cheeks. The situation had developed into one none of them had desired. With Whitecap out of commission, it was up to them to hold the fort until he got back up. But could they do it? Well, there was only one way to find out. He called out to Plan B, codename B, telling him it was his time to shine. B said bet, blew open the back of the van, grabbed the top, and somersaulted himself onto the roof, his landing as graceful and chatty as Spider-Man. With a rifle in hand, he took aim at the monster, releasing a huge round on its unsuspecting ass. The bullet traveled in stealth, caught the monster off guard, and landed a direct headshot on its Voldemort face-looking ass. That shot laid it out cold, making the onlookers wonder if the job was done. But before they could celebrate, the monster spanked the ground, using the rebound to slowly rise back up. Under the onlookers' incredulous gazes, its cheeks slowly turning crimson, it glared at the commander, seemingly asking, "Who shot that fucking bullet?" To this, the commander almost shit his pants. B, on the other hand, cocked another hot one into the chamber, let it fly, and landed another headshot on the monster. Regrettably, it tanked that one as well, seemingly unfazed by the bullets. Relentless, B continued chambering rounds and firing them, each one landing squarely on the monster's head. However, despite the huge caliber, armor-piercing rounds, and excellent marksmanship, the monster tanked all the bullets like they were nothing, steadily closing the distance. When it tanked the last shot, already close enough to initiate its counterattack, its aggressive momentum was suddenly interrupted by a shift in the air. Something wasn't right, and B sensed it as well. They both collectively turned toward the disturbance, the source of the unsettling aura they were feeling. The cargo container Kang had been thrown into. To their shock, a series of clanging sounds echoed, proving that someone was clawing their way out. Before long, Kang emerged, his face partially hidden in the shadows. A striking visual indeed. But contrary to the pissed-off state one might expect, he was surprisingly chill, almost as if he hadn't been bitch-slapped into a container just minutes ago. His main concern was that he'd avoided landing in the ocean, rather than the severe embarrassment of getting tossed around like a ragdoll. Seeing that he was fine, Jury finally heaved a sigh of relief. He told Kang to forget about initiating contact. The monster clearly had no intention of cooperating, or it simply lacked the ability to do so. Moving forward, the only thing that should be speaking was his hands as he fed it that left-right, "Good night." Kang said bet and locked in, his aura suddenly growing intense. He marched up to the monster, his killing intent overwhelming. The monster flinched at the change, but by then it was already too late. Kang took another step forward, and in the next second, his figure blurred out of sight. When he reappeared, he was already above the monster, his leg whipping down in a nasty axe kick. Without any surprises, the kick landed, caving the monster's head in up to the jaw. Pressing the attack, Kang lunged in with some judo-type shit, shoving his hand into the monster's jaw. Then, spinning on his heels, he yanked the bastard, stomped hard to stabilize his footing, and hurled the absolute, honest-to-God living shit out of the monster, burying its head into the concrete. The attack thundered like lightning, kicking up shockwaves that rippled across the area. Even the special forces and the news chopper weren't spared, as both scrambled to avoid being swept away by the pressure. When things finally calmed down and the dust settled, the outcome of the attack was visible, and damn, was it glorious. The monster had turned into a fleshy plant, buried deep into the ground. What made it funnier was that its skinny legs were still shaking, almost as if it wanted to piss itself or something. As for the audience, their reactions were hilarious. Several baddies felt their panties drop, an involuntary reaction to such manly dominance. The other onlookers didn't fare much better either, their jaws hanging wide open, clearly mesmerized by Kang's might. It took a while for the reporters to pull themselves together and continue covering the scene. But just before they could do so, they noticed something that made them flinch. Kang noticed it too, and his gaze snapped back to the monster, which was unbelievably trying to get back up. The bastard wasn't dead just yet. It dug its head out of the rubble, glaring at Kang with undisguised fury. But before it could act on that hate, its body gave out, and it crashed back to the ground, unable to rise again. Seeing this, Jury finally heaved a sigh of relief. For a second, he'd thought the monster was back for round 2. Kang replied that he didn't mind, whether it was round 2, 3, or even 6. If the monster got up again, he'd gladly feed it the fade. He didn't mind clapping monster cheeks for as long as it took. Besides, he'd felt its head burst when he threw it, so he knew it wouldn't pose much of a problem. As he said this, he thought back to his fight with another monster in Anmiondo. That one had been way more troublesome. Though he hated to admit it, that monster had almost pushed him to his wits' end. Jury also recalled the fight, noting that the monster had indeed been formidable. Luckily, they hadn't run into anything of that caliber since. As the two conversed, the panel shifted to a mysterious man aura farming from a distant vantage point. His face was hidden in the shadows, giving him a low-key CHADY presence. He'd been there to watch the entire fight, and from his smile, he was clearly satisfied with what he'd seen. Kang was just as ruthless and bloodthirsty as the rumors said, and more importantly, his strength was the real deal. Addressing his equally mysterious partner, he asked if she agreed with his assessment. She remained silent, her face sinking deeper into the shadows. Seeing this, the man chuckled before leaping off the edge, instructing her to wait for him. Whatever he had to do wouldn't take long. He landed behind Kang, catching him completely off guard. With a new potential enemy in the fray, Kang immediately went on high alert, his senses pushed to the extreme. He turned to face the newcomer, confidently asking who he was and what he wanted. The man, clearly leaning too deep into this aura farming business, let his long hair bristle in the wind as he replied to Kang's question. It didn't matter who he was. What mattered was that he came in peace. Well, kinda. Wasn't he Whitecap, the superhuman? They had a lot to discuss. He said this while flashing the creepiest smile imaginable. Damn. Walking closer, he closed the distance between himself and Kang, alarming Jury, who warned him to be careful. Additionally, he couldn't help but wonder where the mysterious yet sketchy man had come from. Kang replied with a nod and immediately locked in on the sketchy fella. Because of this, he also noticed that the man hadn't come alone, but had his partner monitoring the situation from a high vantage point. As for why she chose that place of all places, he didn't know. Maybe it was strategic, or maybe she just wanted to aura farm. Who knows what in the piccolo she had going on. Either way, he alerted Jury, warning him of the potential threat and telling him to keep an eye on her. Meanwhile, on the reporter's side, they were just as taken aback as Kang was by the situation. Just a few seconds ago, they were reporting on the glorious battle between Kang and the Xenoterran, only for the subsequent events to catch them completely off guard. Regardless, they were always ready for juicy scoops, so they locked in on the potential altercation, focusing all their cameras on the duo. Though they couldn't make out what was being discussed because of the distance, they gleaned enough from the tense atmosphere to know that things weren't right, and reported the same to the curious audience watching intently. This included the delinquents from Kang's school, alongside the possible waifu mentioned before. Closer to the battlefield, the Xenoterran special forces were equally at a loss. The CHADY lieutenant, who didn't know what to make of the situation, turned to his commander for guidance. With such an odd occurrence, what were they supposed to do? The commander replied that he didn't know either. Technically speaking, they were not Whitecap's allies, just acquaintances who occasionally helped each other. Thus, if a fight really broke out, it wasn't certain whose side they'd take. Regardless, he told his men to get ready. However the situation played out next, they'd handle it as it came. Whether that meant retreating and letting the two battle it out, or assisting Whitecap in fighting the enemy. Conversely, he also told them to prepare for the off chance that they might have to fight Whitecap himself. Back to the hero in question. He was oddly being roasted by the sketchy man, who complained that his skills were rather disappointing. The battle wasn't nearly as eventful as he'd hoped it would be. Maybe he was expecting too much, but Kang definitely fell short in that regard. Still, he had to admit that it was kinda fun, especially with Kang's flair and strength. It low-key reminded him of the hero Ketchup Man. For context, Ketchup is the protagonist of a popular TV series, The Invincible Ketchup Man, which is widespread in their manhwa world. Interestingly, he also owns a bakery, because how else would you explain all that cake back there? Pause. Being compared to Ketchup, his idol, Kang immediately became flustered, his face turning red. He fumbled with his reply, alarming Jury, who knew just how weak he was to flattery. Despite his incredible strength, our boy's defense against sweet talk was basically zero. With this in mind, Jury yelled at him to get it together. He told him to forget about the rosy words and focus on the foe. Who was he, and where had he come from? Regrettably, Kang was still flustered, so he ended up speaking nonsense, asking, "Who are you from?" Completely embarrassing himself and triggering Jury, who realized he couldn't depend on the tsundere and had to lock in for the both of them. Sweet words might confuse the gullible Kang, but there was no way they would affect him. His instincts were screaming that this sketchy dude was a threat. Speaking of which, the sussy dude continued his banter with Kang. He told him that he was an avid fan, following his deeds since the beginning. From the news coverage to the clips of his battles spreading online, he'd watched them all. Even common bystander streams hadn't escaped his eyes. What was funny was that whenever a Xenoterran alert went off, he would somehow always appear on the scene, almost as if he already knew where to go. Wasn't that interesting? And how did he know exactly where to go? He asked this while looking at the camera on Kang's hat. Grinning playfully, he told Kang not to worry about it. He wasn't there to cause trouble. Although he was glad to finally see him in action firsthand, he had other matters to attend to and hadn't come there purposely for him. Plus, he wasn't his enemy, so why worry? Kang replied solemnly, asking why he should believe him. As far as he was concerned, the mysterious man was sketchy as hell, giving him Taemin vibes. If he wasn't careful, he might just get stabbed in the back. To this, the sketchy man, who we'll temporarily call Foxeye, kept his mouth shut, refusing to answer. Jury, on the other hand, reminded Kang of a similar encounter in Samchok. Back then, mysterious men in black suits had shown up claiming to be allies, but the second Kang dropped his guard, they tased him, obviously planning to kidnap him. To Jury, this situation was eerily similar, so he advised Kang to proceed with caution. They didn't know if Foxeye was working with the government or if he was a military asset. Either way, it was better for him to leave the place as fast as possible. Kang acknowledged the warning and prepared to leave, but before he could make his move, Foxeye mentioned something that caught his attention. He said that ever since the appearance of people with special abilities like Kang, the world had chosen to label them with a special title, superhuman. Well, he would have him know that he too was a superhuman, just like him. On top of that, they weren't the only ones. There were several others besides them, each living their own lives, either privately or publicly. But one thing they all had in common was that they defied common sense. Whatever people considered normal was utterly irrelevant before them, easily overturned by their absurd power, way beyond anyone's wildest imagination. Hearing this, Kang was surprised, but Jury easily accepted it, having already suspected as much. He'd heard rumors of 2 superhumans in America and Europe, so this news didn't come as much of a surprise. Even so, as far as he knew, Kang was the only superhuman in Korea, so where had this bastard crawled out from? Speaking of America, the scene switched over to an unidentified city somewhere in the country. In a secret base giving off Batcave vibes, an operator was watching the scene from Korea live. Although he was equally confused about the developments, he couldn't help but point out that Foxeye seemed suspicious as fuck. Addressing the person behind him, he asked what they thought. The figure, who turned out to be female, or rather, she-male, replied that she wasn't sure, but one thing was definitely clear. The one with the long hair was creepy as hell. Plus, she couldn't shake the feeling that she knew him from somewhere. Leaning closer, she asked the operator if they could get audio from the conversation. The operator replied that it was impossible. Although he was also curious, the feed wasn't picking up what they were saying. Elsewhere in Scotland, inside a Burger King, plagiarized from Burger King, the same scene from Korea was being broadcast live. Among those watching was a chubby queen, whom I'm assuming will be important to the story later on. Right now, however, her friend urged her to hurry up, or they'd miss their Justin Bieber concert. It's strange that such a geezer is still excited by such things. But hey, who am I to judge? Meanwhile, in Moscow, a similar scene was playing out. Two men were glued to the screen, watching the broadcast from Korea with fervent gazes. Although they were just as clueless as everyone else about Foxeye's origins, they unanimously agreed that he was rather unsettling, a true sore to look at. Which is honestly hilarious, because it's like the pot calling the kettle black. Don't these bastards own a mirror? Anyway, back to Incheon, Korea. Having recovered from the shock, Kang told Foxeye that he didn't care. Whether he was a superhuman or not had nothing to do with him, so he should just leave him alone. He said this while turning around, clearly intending to leave. To this, Foxeye laughed awkwardly, asking why he was in such a hurry. Hadn't he said they had a lot to discuss? Fine. If he was unwilling to listen right now, then they'd just have to continue the conversation later, probably when he dropped by his school for a chat. Hearing this, Kang immediately stopped, a shiver running down his spine. He turned to look at Foxeye, disbelief etched on his face. Foxeye smirked smugly, asking why he was so shocked. Could it be because he knew who he was when he wasn't out here playing hero? That he was just another regular high school kid? Come on. It wasn't that hard to figure out, was it? Flabbergasted, both Kang and Jury stayed silent, too stunned to speak. They thought they'd been careful in hiding the truth, so how had this bastard known? Foxeye told them not to overthink it. He had his own ways. Plus, they shouldn't worry. Their secret was safe with him. No other soul apart from the three of them would know that Whitecap was a teenager still in school, and that acting as his sidekick was Jury, a maidenless virgin with red hair. He would definitely not tell a soul. But since they were already on the topic, could he take a moment to mention how impressive Jury was? He was aware that Jury was the true mastermind of the team, designing both the mask and the gear. Not to mention, Kang's quick response to monster attacks was credited to him as well. It would be a lie if he said he wasn't jealous. With that said, was it inappropriate to confess that he'd lost count of the number of times he'd stopped himself from outright kidnapping him and forcing him to be part of his team? It took more willpower than either of them could imagine. But since they were already talking about it, he might as well make up his mind and pay Jury a visit instead, seeing as Kang clearly had no interest in talking to him. Who knows? Maybe Jury would turn out to be a better conversationalist. Terrified, Jury felt his hair stand on end, his mind racing with ideas about how Foxeye knew so much about them. Just how did that bastard do it? Chuckling sinisterly, Foxeye once again repeated that they shouldn't worry. Everything he'd said was just harmless banter. There was truly no need for either of them to get worked up. To this, Kang told him to miss him with that bullshit. If he genuinely believed Foxeye meant no harm, then he'd spent his life living in vain. Fine. Since he was asking for smoke, purposely taunting him with sarcastic remarks, they'd just have to settle this right then and there. He told Foxeye to prepare himself. Things were about to get real. Realizing things were spiraling out of control, Jury tried to talk him out of it, warning him that it was a trap. However, Kang was too frustrated to listen. As far as he was concerned, any threat to Jury, his only family, couldn't be allowed to live. He had to make sure Foxeye died that day. Facing his murderous intent, Foxeye laughed even louder, clearly unfazed by the pressure. He told Kang that he truly didn't wish to fight him, and that peaceful correspondence was still possible between them. However, if he chose the path of smoke, then smoke he shall get. Literally. His aura suddenly changed, manifesting as thick wisps of inky smoke. Kang said, "Bet," and lunged at him, his body moving so fast he broke the sound barrier. Still unfazed, Fox-Eye tracked his movements, his demeanor screaming that this would be lightweight. Everyone else, however, was beyond shocked, wondering how things had spiraled to this point. Ignoring their concerns, Kang shot forward, launching himself at Fox-Eye with a Superman punch. Fox-Eye responded leisurely, raising his arm to block with a palm strike. This completely stopped Kang's attack, leaving not just him, but Juri absolutely flabbergasted. Relentless, Kang pressed the attack, yanking his hand back to counter with a backhand swing. However, Fox-Eye dodged that too, nimbly jumping aside to evade the strike. Then, in a move that left everyone watching incredulous, he literally, and I'm not joking, landed on his arm, using his hand as a perch. With a tone bleeding contempt, he asked Kang if that was all he had, because it sure felt like he wasn't trying at all. Damn. Then, with even more graceful and nimble movements, he leapt off Kang's arm, somersaulted thrice mid-air, and landed a short distance away, all because he could. Still maintaining the contempt bleeding through his lips, he told Kang to take the fight seriously if he hoped to even stand a chance against him. Such half-hearted attacks wouldn't get him anywhere, if not straight to an early grave. Besides, courtesy and sympathy had no place on a real battlefield, so what the hell was he even doing? Growing more stern, he told Kang to remember what he'd said before. He too was a superhuman. So if Kang decided to go down this route, to seek him out for some fade, he'd better be prepared to give it everything he had. Otherwise, the only thing promised to him would be death. He said this while releasing an intense, bone-chilling aura, proving that he meant every word. Kang wanted to respond, but Fox-Eye cut in again. He told Kang to think it over carefully. Apart from the fight between them, he also had to consider the bigger picture. If they truly fought each other, there would be nothing left of this place. Everything and everyone around them would be dragged into the conflict, so he'd better think carefully before making his next move. As for himself, he was down for whatever, so Kang could bring it on any time. Kang took a moment to think and realized that what Fox-Eye said made sense. In addition, Juri whispered in his ear, encouraging him to handle the situation more delicately. He explained that the cost-benefit ratio of fighting Fox-Eye right now wasn't worth it. First, they knew nothing about him. Second, everything and everyone around them would indeed be implicated, and Kang wouldn't want that. And finally, and most importantly, Kang had never faced another superhuman before. Who knew how things would go? Judging by how easily Fox-Eye had humbled him moments ago, fighting definitely wasn't the way to go. Seeing Kang hesitate, Fox-Eye chimed in again, his relaxed demeanor returning. He told Kang he'd made the right choice. A battle between them wouldn't have benefited anyone, especially Kang. Then, with the same nonchalance he'd had upon arriving, he briskly turned to leave, informing Kang that they'd meet again. As for their earlier conversation, they'd wrap that up at their next meeting as well. Kang studied him for a moment before calling out, telling him to wait. With a face that screamed, "I won't settle for this," he asked for Fox-Eye's name. If he couldn't even leave that behind, then he might as well buckle up for a brawl, because there was no way Kang was letting him walk away. To show his sincerity and goodwill, he introduced himself first, saying that he was Kang Lim. Fox-Eye smiled at the taunt before responding, stating that his name was Nanki. As for his other details, Kang would have to earn that information. Then he turned around and left, regrouping with his partner, who was revealed to be Danyang. Seeing through his brave facade, Danyang asked to take a look at his arm. Turns out Kang's attack wasn't as useless as it seemed. He'd actually dealt significant damage to Nanki, enough to leave a bruise. Puzzlingly, Nanki had opted to keep it hidden until Danyang exposed him. Responding with the same carefree smile, he told her not to worry about it. It was just a small bruise. He'd be golden in no time. But that aside, it was about time they left the place. Danyang nodded, and the two vanished, teleporting directly from the port. This left Kang, Juri, and everyone watching completely flabbergasted. Partly because they'd never imagined such sci-fi abilities actually existed, but mostly because the altercation ended far too anticlimactically for their taste. For example, the group watching from the States openly expressed their dissatisfaction, saying they'd been hoping for some fun shit to happen. But with an ending like that, how could anyone feel satisfied? The same vibe was true for the party in Moscow. One of them outright cursed Foxeye. He'd arrived with such swagger, so how could he just leave like that? His partner replied that it was the logical thing to do. If they'd fought, the battle would have implicated everyone, possibly leveling the entire port. From that perspective, not fighting was indeed the right choice. The brawny man replied that he understood the logic, but damn it, that didn't mean he liked it. Plus, wasn't it more fun when things went to shit? A little chaos never hurt anyone. Shifting back to the port, Kang was just about to leave when voices called out for him to stop. It was the old geezer and his man, who had come to express their gratitude in person. Without Kang, they would have definitely died there, so a sincere thank you was the least they could offer. Kang said, "Bet," rejected the old man's invitation to lunch, and swiftly departed, crushing the concrete as he leapt away. His silhouette soon became a fleeting blur, shooting into the distance amidst the Special Forces' awe. After he left, the commander finally snapped back to his senses and began organizing post-battle logistics. Casualties had to be tallied, and most importantly, the Xenoterran's corpse had to be secured. With that, he briskly issued orders, soon turning the port into a hive of activity. While this was going on, Agent B voiced his own complaints. He informed the commander that the experimental ammunition was severely lacking. It wasn't just the shape or explosiveness. The whole thing was a letdown. If they went into battle against Xenoterrans with such trash, the only outcome would be a one-sided massacre. The commander responded with a grave expression, indicating that he understood. He promised to speak with the researchers and hopefully have them develop weapons capable of supporting them in their fight against monsters. B grimaced, crushed the shell casing, and walked away, leaving the commander lost in thought. As he mulled over their uncertain future, a call came in, snapping him out of it. Looking at the caller ID, the commander's expression immediately changed. Damn it. Why did it have to be him? Still, it was his direct superior, so he had no choice but to answer. Upon connecting, the commander immediately began giving a situation report. He told General Ojin Baik that the battle was over, and Whitecap had left after defeating the Xenoterran. The general asked why he was only reporting in now. Hadn't he given specific orders to be informed the moment the situation was resolved? The commander fumbled his reply, saying he was just about to call. The general told him to spare the excuses. Since he was hard of hearing, the commander should listen carefully to his next words. The safe transportation of the Xenoterran corpse was the highest priority, and no mishaps would be tolerated. The corpse had to be loaded onto Cargo 101 and leave the port securely. Everything after that would be handled personally by the general. The commander's role, however, had to be executed flawlessly. The commander responded with a firm salute, stating that it would be done. In fact, the corpse was already being loaded as they spoke, and it wouldn't be long before it departed. The general nodded in approval and told him to get to it. Once the cargo ship was airborne, it would no longer be under his jurisdiction, so he should focus on withdrawing his troops from the port as soon as possible. The commander saluted and ended the call, clearly seething at the general's arrogance. Still, he was his superior. What could he do about it? Meanwhile, on the general's end, barely a second passed before he dialed another number. From his demeanor, it was clear he too answered to someone higher up. When the call connected, the general endured the other party's arrogance and delivered his report. He spoke about the Xenoterran attack, the casualties, and Whitecap's role in resolving the crisis. Halfway through, however, the other party rudely told him to get to the point. He had no interest in hearing such nonsense. The general complied and spoke about the corpse instead, reporting that it was already en route and would arrive at Area Falcon by midnight the following day. He attempted to mention something else, but the man cut him off again, saying his time was precious. If the general had anything else to say, he could save it for later, or keep it to himself. Either was fine. Then, with a tone dripping with malice, he warned the general never to waste his time like that again. If he ever reported useless matters such as civilian casualties again, it would be the last report he ever gave. His time was too valuable to be spent on such things. Hanging up, the man continued ranting, saying he didn't give a damn. Why should he care about a few nobodies dying? It was bad enough he had to give this goddamn speech, and to a room full of vermin no less. Coughing to steady himself, the mysterious man walked onto the stage amid cheers and applause. Behind him hung a banner proclaiming hope for the new generation, giving the scene a deeply ironic twist. The bastard, the same man who didn't give a damn about civilian lives, was a politician. Ironically, he was widely proclaimed to be the beacon of hope for the new generation, the man destined to lead the country into an age of peace and innovation. What a joke. His name was Gerald Marcus. Back at the port, the cargo ship finished loading and took off, disappearing into the distance soon after. As it left, the lieutenant couldn't help but ask the commander what kind of ship it was, and why there was so much secrecy surrounding it. The commander replied that he didn't know, and that such intel wasn't meant for the likes of them anyway. Sometimes, the less you knew, the better. At the same time, Nanki and Danyang, hidden nearby, watched the cargo ship depart. It turned out their true objective at the port hadn't been to fight Kang at all, but to track the ship, or more specifically, the Xenoterran corpse and the mysterious Area Falcon it was being transported to. Did someone say super soldier secret research? Switching scenes, we're taken to an intense battlefield. In the fight, Ketchup Man, the hero with straight hands, chokes the shit out of a villain, giving him the undisputed, undefeated, gender-neutral treatment of the world, the Wayne Brady special, choke a bitch. He yokes the bastard by the neck, warning him that he'll only ask his question one last time. Where the hell was his master, Sherlock? Where was that rat, brainiac wannabe bastard hiding right now so he could kill him himself? The villain, who's being choked so hard he's literally frothing at the mouth, mumbles that he can't breathe, let alone speak. How does he expect him to snitch if he can't even open his mouth? Mistaking his silence for defiance, Ketchupman tells him fine. Since he's decided to stay loyal to that fiend, he'll just have to run him the same fate he'd prepared for Sherlock. He cocks his hand back, preparing to give the poor fool the yeeting of his life. To this, the villain screams for him to hold the fuck up. He'll talk. Matter of fact, he wants nothing more than to snitch right now. The spirit of snitching is high in him, but goddammit, can he at least release his neck so he can snitch? How is he supposed to work under such circumstances? Unfortunately for the villain, his words would never reach Ketchup Man because the hero had him in a chokehold, and all his grievances were shouted in his mind, never to be heard out loud. Thus, without much suspense, and still believing the villain was being defiant, Ketchupman yeets him to the ground, where he crashes with a miserable groan and a cloud of dust. Feeling that blow was insufficient, the brute hero dives after the villain, cocking his hand back for his signature technique, the invincible ketchup smash. An all-inclusive, gender-neutral smash to the gut, rocking the villain's shit and leveling the ground beneath him amidst his pitiful screams. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Ketchupman tells the whimpering villain to toughen up. Why is he screaming so much when he's barely used a fraction of his power in that punch? Is he just weak, or is he pretending? Regardless, he makes it clear that it has no impact on him. If he decides to feed him Fade, he'll definitely do so. But lucky for him, he's feeling rather benevolent right now, so he'll let him go, on the condition that he passes a message to Sherlock. He tells the villain to inform his master that he's the guardian of Earth, and no one, and he means no one, will threaten it as long as he's alive. Meanwhile, as Ketchupman dishes out his vigilante, Batman-like justice, a crowd of onlookers is attracted to the commotion and quickly gathers around. They say a bunch of glazing things about the hero, some even making it slightly suspect with their zesty remarks. Nevertheless, it's obvious they truly admire him and genuinely appreciate his crime-fighting deeds. It's not only them, even the reporters who show up afterward proceed to glaze Ketchup Man, reporting on his glorious fight and embellishing his feats by saying he defeated the enemy in an instant, whooping him so badly the bastard almost cried out for his mommy. Speaking of which, Ketchup Man was indeed blitzing the shit out of the villain. He hits him with JoJo's Muda Muda, forcing the villain to cry out in pain and protest. Didn't he say he'd release him? Then what the hell was this shit? Still hitting him, Ketchup Man replies that he's changed his mind. Just like he can decide to be a villain, he too can decide to run him this Fade and speak to his face directly, with his fists, of course. Done with his Gotham justice, Ketchup Man rises to the crowd's cheers, his face a mask of competence and savagery. With the cheers as a backdrop, he strikes a pose, flaunting his bubble butt and physique straight out of a gooner's wet dream. As this happens, the reporters continue to glaze him, calling him Earth's mightiest hero, and the one who will protect them from any evil that comes. It's also during this time that we learn the recent events weren't real at all, but scenes from the popular TV show, The Invincible Ketchup Man. And watching this show is the fanboy Kang Lim, nestled before the TV, with his sidekick Jury sleeping carelessly behind him. Startled by the commotion, a grumpy Jury wakes up to find Kang up to his shenanigans again. He asks why he's watching TV instead of resting like he ought to. Isn't he tired from his earlier fight? Kang, nursing an obvious puffy face and bloated eye, replies that he has no other choice. He's truly addicted to the show. As long as it airs, he has to watch it, even if the sky is falling. That aside, he encourages Jury to watch the latest episode, saying it was epic. He then proceeds to go into more detail, forcing Jury to tell him to shut up lest he spoil the entire plot. Realizing his oversight, Kang shuts his mouth and focuses on something else, specifically how Nanki had compared him to Ketchup Man, his idol. This makes his face hot, and he can't help but blush at the thought. Jury ignores his fanboy friend and heads back to sleep. Remembering something, he asks Kang why he's still there. Doesn't he have to go to school? Or is he fanboying so hard he's forgotten that school isn't closed today? Startled, Kang shoots to his feet, his silhouette disappearing from the room soon after. As he scrambles to collect his things and rush out, he grumbles about the absurdity of the situation. Wasn't the Xenoterran attack just a few hours ago? How could school already be open? Jury, pissed that Kang didn't close the door behind him, yells that the monster was already dead, so why wouldn't school be open? He tells him to hurry his ass up, otherwise he'll truly be late. A few minutes later, en route to school, the frantic Kang is drawn to a conversation taking place ahead of him. The topic is Whitecap, his secret identity, and his latest fight against the Xenoterran and Nanki. One guy, clearly a hater, states that Whitecap nearly got his shit rocked. The powerful punch he threw at Nanki was blocked effortlessly, making him believe Whitecap would have been cooked if they'd actually fought. His friend counters, saying that although he was rocked, he wouldn't go as far as to say his shit would have been cooked. Whitecap was equally formidable after all. The hater insists, encouraging him to ask anyone else. They should have seen it too. His friend snaps back, telling him to shut his mouth. He sure has a lot to say for a keyboard warrior who hides behind a screen while others fight for their lives. Regardless of what he thinks, Whitecap is a hero, and he won't accept puny bastards sullying his name. Taken aback, the hater asks what he's on about. He'd made a careless remark. Surely that wasn't enough for him to go off like that. His friend tells him to watch his mouth now that he knows. Whitecap constantly risks his life to protect them from Xenoterrans. It would do him well to keep his thoughtless words to himself. Triggered, the hater lashes out, telling him to miss him with that bullshit. Whitecap a hero? Who told him that? Didn't he hear the rumors? That Whitecap is a military experiment? Probably a cyborg created by the government to combat the rampaging Xenoterrans. Hearing this, even Kang was low-key pissed. Him a cyborg? Who came up with such nonsense? Before he could react, the loyal homie snaps first, threatening to act on behalf of Whitecap and beat his ass if he keeps spreading rumors. The hater tells him to bring it. He welcomes the beef. Just as the two are about to throw down, the loyal homie accidentally bumps into someone from behind. The duo freezes the moment they realize who it is. A Goliath-looking bastard with a face only a mother could love. Taik Chue. Terrified, they rush to apologize, wishing they could escape before the psycho lost his shit. Unfortunately, Choi has no intention of letting them go so easily. He blocks them, asking if they have a death wish. Are they really that eager to die this early in the morning? His gaze flicks sideways, landing on Kang watching the spectacle. Instantly enraged, he calls him out, asking what the hell he's looking at. Does he have a similar death wish? If not, he'd better get his ass out of there before he makes him. Kang agrees and turns to leave, whispering a quiet apology. At the same time, Choi decides the trio isn't worth the hassle and turns away, growling at them to watch their surroundings next time. Especially Kang, who, for some reason, pissed him off even more. He warns him to stay clear, or he'll rip his eyes out next time. Choi trudges off, leaving the duo gossiping. One friend explains that Taik Choi is part of the Kundo crew, an up-and-coming gang making waves lately. It started at Mabong Junior High, where their leader, Kundo Park, beat and subjugated the local gangsters, formally taking them under his wing. Since then, the crew has grown exponentially, powerful enough to rival real gangs in Incheon, not just school bullies. For some reason, the whole crew transferred to Seoyeon High, officially taking it over. As for the brute from earlier, he's the enforcer, Taik motherfucking Chue. Stressed, the loyal homie wonders why those bastards even came to their school. If they want to play street, why not do it in the real streets? Either way, they're screwed. He hopes he never runs into them again. He even pities Kang, just a bystander who looked the wrong way at the wrong time. But the die is cast, and all they can do is stay as far away from the Kundo crew as possible. As for Kang, he can go die for all they care. Skipping forward, we arrive at Class 1 to 3 of Seoyeon High. Inside, the baddie from earlier is startled awake by someone calling her name. Still dazed and pissed, her nap was interrupted. Hong snaps at the perpetrator, a caked-up waifu seated in front of her, asking what she wants. The friend, unfazed, tells her to forget that and asks about her face. Why is she so bruised? Was she out boxing again? Hong replies that maybe she was. But what business is it of hers? She isn't her mom, so why the nagging? The friend, Jinju Yo, a first year just like her, looks at Hong sadly before flicking her gaze away, landing on Kang, who just so happens to be passing by at that moment. Noticing the handsome Poppy, Jinju calls out to him, telling him his fly is down. Startled, Kang takes a second to load before scurrying to the side, desperately trying to recover his lost aura. Unfortunately for him, his nakedness had already been witnessed by Jinju and Hong, the best baddies in the story thus far. Getting up to leave, Jinju whispers to Hong that her class is full of poppies. If she knows of any others, she should send them her way. Hong tells her to fuck off, then grows more serious, pointing out the faint smell of cigarettes on her. Was she hanging out with those weirdos again? Jinju throws her words right back at her, telling her not to nag so much. She wasn't her mom. Pausing at the entrance, she turns to Hong with a mischievous smile and proposes a deal. She'll stop hanging out with the crew if Hong quits boxing. So, do they have a deal or nah? Hong sighs in defeat, deeming her hopeless. But just as she's about to say her piece, she notices something that catches her attention. Kang still fiddling with his zipper. Matter of fact, the idiot had actually broken it, exposing his boxers and draining whatever aura he had left. Seeing this, Hong, last name Muhi, snickers, amused, deeming him hopeless too. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean, a fishing boat is seen surfing the waves. As it cruises through the water, a silhouette stealthily splashes in pursuit, drawing the captain's attention. Locking onto the bizarre sound, the captain hook-looking bastard zeroes in, wondering what the hell was testing his patience this early in the morning. To his horror, the silhouette flashes beside the boat, casting a huge, ominous shadow in the water. Whatever it was large as hell, and dear old Captain Popeye was in some serious shit. Before that, though, let's flash back to 5 minutes earlier to give more context to the incoming fade. Turns out the Popeye bastard wasn't the only person on the boat. There was also a second fisherman, and of course a cute plushie, which is soon revealed to be a gift for the second fisherman's daughter. He explains that today is his daughter Ruby's birthday, and he bought her the penguin as a gift. The price was dirt cheap, so he feels some type of way about it. But regardless, he knows she'll like it, so that's all that matters. The first fisherman, who I'll call Popeye, replies that Ruby is a princess, and princesses deserve nice things, not dirt cheap dolls bought on the low. The man counters, arguing that the gift isn't as thoughtless as he imagines. He explains that Ruby's dream is to go searching for penguins in Antarctica, so although the gift might be financially convenient, it will still mean a lot to her since it directly relates to her interests. Popeye agrees and shifts the topic, asking when he plans to go see her. He can't possibly be working on his princess's birthday after all. Glasses replies that he'll be leaving soon. The moment his shift ends at lunchtime, he's gone, so Popeye better not come up with some overtime bullshit. If he does, he'll be like the mafia and make him sleep with the fishes. Popeye laughs, replying that he wouldn't do such a thing. As for making him sleep with the fishes, good luck with that. He won't even need his special spinach to fold his ass. Glasses laughs as well and heads into the cabin. As he does, he laments that his daughter has been growing more and more distant lately, and it's all because of his job. It keeps him so busy he barely has time to spend with her. Just the other day she told him she barely recognizes his face, and that hit him hard. So as a result, he's decided to cut down on work and spend more time with his princess. Hopefully, after this birthday, he'll never hear hurtful things like his daughter forgetting his face ever again. Popeye sympathizes and reflects on his own situation with his daughter. Painfully, he realizes he's never given her a proper gift, not even on her birthday. He can't help but grow melancholic, wondering if it's too late. She's already an adult after all. Noticing this, Glasses tells him not to give up. Even if she's grown, there's still time to make things right. Popeye nods and changes the topic, hoping to distract himself from the ache in his heart. He tells Glasses to place the doll in the cabin. Otherwise, the seawater might mess up the thoughtful gift he picked out. As he says that, the timeline catches up to the present moment, right when he notices the shadow in the water. And similar to how things played out before, the shadow flashes to the boat's side, puzzling Popeye, who is suddenly getting a very bad feeling about the situation. Meanwhile, inside the cabin, Glasses continues his banter, completely oblivious to the dire turn of events outside. He says something about the plushie, but obviously Popeye is too distracted by the looming shadow to pay it any heed. His eyes are locked onto the silhouette, evident horror flashing within them as the shadow shoots out of the water, arm raised to deliver a deadly blow. Before Popeye can react, the arm comes down with the might of a demigod, obliterating him along with the lower half of the fishing boat. The boat sways violently, rocking Glasses, who struggles to understand what the hell is going on. Was Poseidon attacking them or something? Otherwise, why would the boat be throwing it back like that? He heads out of the cabin, ignores the narrator's wild remarks, and goes to investigate exactly what is happening. As he steps outside, he comes face to face with a scene that will haunt him for the rest of his life. A life that is bound to be rather short based on what's going on right now. A monster, or rather, a Xenoterran, has squashed the shit out of Popeye, flattened his head, and is now standing in the boat, glaring at him menacingly. The sight scares the hell out of Glasses, who belatedly realizes he won't be seeing his family and daughter again. Damn. Back at Seoyan High School, we're taken to Class 1-3, where a lesson is underway. However, unlike regular classes, the teacher is talking about the recent monster attacks and what they mean for the country. He starts off by shedding light on the situation, explaining that the frequency of monster attacks has been increasing lately, with the count totaling 3 in that year alone. He also explains that the monsters, or rather Xenoterrans as they're called, are a legitimate threat to the people, with many dying each time they reveal themselves. It's no wonder everyone is terrified, with some even refusing to leave their homes for fear of an attack. Regardless, they are now a real part of reality, so it's best to talk about them and understand as much as possible. Know thy enemy and all that shit. Looking at the overly attentive faces of the students, faces they never show during normal lessons, Teacher Changsik Park can't help but feel a twitch in his lips. If only they were this focused during regular classes. Nevertheless, he ignores the thought and continues. To kick things off, he explains the origin of the name Xenoterran. Xeno means different in origin, foreign or strange. Just like it's strange that your girl gets random late-night texts from Burger King telling her to come pick up a large package. Damn. Terran means monster, and can also mean inhabitants of Earth. Put together, the name best describes the species. Strange monsters. Name aside, a lot of information has been gathered since they first appeared a couple of years ago. For example, they are strong as hell. They have the physical ability to total a freight truck with a single blow and still have enough stamina to continue battling. Not only that, their speed is monstrous too, with some clocked at over 124 miles per hour. Thus, it's no exaggeration to call Xenoterrans walking calamities, with massacres occurring almost every time they appear. Since their first appearance 5 years ago, a total of 37 Xenoterran attacks have been recorded, resulting in 517 casualties, with many more injured. As for Korea, 6 attacks had occurred, not counting the previous days, which brings the total to 7. In that most recent attack, 14 people lost their lives, and the number would have been higher if not for Whitecap and his timely intervention. Of the 7 attacks in Korea, 5 were handled by Whitecap alone. The other 2 are mysterious, to say the least. The conditions surrounding their resolution are covered in dense fog, obstructing any meaningful attempt to investigate. The 5 handled by Whitecap, however, are straightforward: Mokpo, Samcheok, Taeyeon, Oryu, and Incheon Port. In all those cases, Whitecap crashed out, obliterated the Xenoterran, and saved lives. But because of that, and because of his existence alone, people can't help but draw a connection between him and the monsters. Who is he? Where did he come from? Is he a military cyborg? Or worse, is he somehow related to the appearance of the monsters themselves? There's plenty of speculation, but no concrete evidence. Whitecap and the Xenoterrans remain mysteries. Still, that hasn't stopped people from fearing Xenoterrans and worshipping superhumans, believing they are humanity's last hope, a beacon lighting the path into the future. Changing topics, Park talks more about the two attacks not stopped by Whitecap. Although many of the details are shrouded in mystery, a fair bit is known about each incident. For example, the first attack in Pohang, 2015. That was the very first Xenoterran attack ever recorded, making humanity aware of the existence of these strange creatures. It was gruesome. Dozens of corpses scattered across the site, and many more injured. Puzzlingly, among the bodies was the corpse of the attacking monster itself. It had been slain by a mysterious individual whose whereabouts are, as you might have guessed, still unknown to this day. The second attack is even more bizarre, not to mention the most tragic Korea has dealt with so far. A total of 75 people died that day, with over 100 severely wounded. It was a true nightmare, made worse by the fact that the monster escaped. To this day, it remains the only Xenoterran to reveal itself and live to tell the tale. Because of that, it was given a name, Heptahorn, modeled after the 7 horns protruding from its body. Eyewitness testimonies paint a grim picture. Just as countless people were being slaughtered, humans dropping like flies, a giant, long-haired man appeared and fought Heptahorn. But the man soon disappeared, followed by Heptahorn, who rose into the air before vanishing as well. This series of events stunned the public. Experts went crazy trying to crack the code, but none have been successful so far. The best theory they've come up with is that Heptahorn fought and killed the meddling giant, but suffered grievous injuries in the process, forcing it into hiding as it waits for another opportunity to strike. In fear of its return, several government organizations were created in preparation for Heptahorn, or any other Xenoterran, that might rear its head. First, the Xenoterran Alert Control Center, responsible for sending out public alerts in the event of an attack. Second, the Special Xenoterran Defense Forces, SXDF, tasked with bringing the fade to the monsters and engaging in combat, should freaks like Whitecap fail to appear and handle business. In general, Park explains that there's still a lot humanity doesn't know about Xenoterrans, or their superhuman counterparts. Why do they attack humans? Where are they from? Is the long-haired giant really dead? If so, where is his body? And where is Heptahorn hiding while it nurses its wounds? There are still too many mysteries, including Whitecap himself and his possible connection to the elusive duo of Heptahorn and the long-haired giant. As Park begins wrapping up, he suddenly realizes something infuriating. The students have long since dozed off. Some are even snoring loudly in the classroom. This immediately pisses him off. He slams his desk and yells at them to wake up, inwardly wondering why he even bothered teaching this in the first place. If he'd known his effort would be wasted like this, he would have chosen a more interesting topic, like how maidens are making generational wealth on OnlyPans, yet no one wants to make the next generation with them. Damn. Regardless, he orders them to wake up and take this seriously. They might think they can slack off because today's topic isn't part of the regular curriculum, but he makes it clear that learning and schoolwork aren't the most important forms of education. What they should truly be concerned about isn't mastering their A's and B's, but developing a profound concern for the future of mankind. Only then can there be hope. Only then can the defenders of tomorrow rise. He advises them not to take things at face value, but to learn how to see beyond what is shown. He goes on a full philosophical rant, but there's no way your boy is narrating all that. Just know he tells them not to obsess over books alone. Go out there, experience life, pull bitches, actually play the game called life. With that, he dismisses the class, telling them he'll see them next time. A while later, Teacher Park is shown driving down the streets, talking to his wife on the phone about their son. From the conversation, it's hinted that it's their son's memorial, and he's heading to meet his wife to honor the memory of their lost child. Struck with grief, He cries silently as memories of his son flash through his mind. From the hints dropped earlier, it's painfully obvious what likely took the boy's life. A monster attack. Damn. R.I.P. to the young homie.
Switching back to the Atlantic Ocean, we're taken to Captain Popeye and his crew's perilous situation. After stomping on the spinach-loving bastard's head, the Xenoterran doesn't immediately make a move. Instead, it eyes the man, seemingly asking, "What are you gonna do about it, big boy?" Of course, that's in a manly manner, not the sussy, sultry way you just pictured it, you pervert. Anyway, the man reacts in the only logical way. He says, "Fuck this," and rushes for the radio, clearly intending to call for backup. With a head start on the monster, he yanks the radio, presses the emergency button, and immediately starts ranting into the receiver, calling for anyone who can hear him. But before he can pass on his location and the name of his ship, the monster attacks from behind, slamming his head ruthlessly into the wall. The single blow leaves his face in ruin, his breathing coming out in ragged, heavy gasps. The monster, however, stays unfazed and lifts him up, its massive hand palming the poor bastard's head. It draws him closer, casting its eerie, bizarre eyes onto him. Sensing his impending doom, the man cries bitterly, asking to be spared. He doesn't want to die just yet. He still has a birthday party to attend. He still wants to see his little princess again, goddammit. Unfortunately, the world is cruel, and plot armor can't be wasted on the likes of him, so he inevitably meets his demise, choking, unwilling sobs echoing in the background. Accompanying those sobs is the frantic crackling of the radio. Help had finally reached out. Too bad it came a step too late. Elsewhere, on the massive Atlantic Ocean, the sound of laughter and enjoyment rings out. Waifus and baddies play on the deck, their anime cheeks and cakes giving nosebleeds for real. Besides them, there are also some sorry bastards. But who gives a damn about them? Let's focus on the mommies instead. They are the residents of the Opera, a cruise ship that sails the Atlantic, and currently none of them are aware of the monster that just invaded their paradise. Meanwhile, on the bridge, a more serious discussion is underway. The captain, who's been briefed about the recent Mayday signal, asks his staff what's going on and if they have any more information. The staff reply that they do. The ship radioing for help is a trawler, and judging by the coordinates they recorded before the connection was lost, they believe it should be approximately 10 miles from their location. They should be able to reach it within 25 minutes if they floor it. The captain instructs them to go ahead. They should be able to carry out a swift rescue if they hurry. The ship thus turns, making a beeline for the trawler. 25 minutes later, they arrive at the location, but judging by the mess on the ship, things aren't as simple as they seem. The corpses of both Popeye and his man lie sprawled on the ground, yet an identical man stays standing, beckoning for the cruise ship to approach. It's clear that this is the Xenoterran in disguise, using the poor fellow's skin to deceive the ship into drawing closer. What a cunning and insidious creature. Back in Seoyang High School, we're taken to the cafeteria at lunchtime. The students are lined up to receive their meals, and the same goes for this duo of sketchy bastards. The chunky one cries that he's hungry, to which the skinny one with the face of a 50-year-old uncle teases that he's always hungry. When has he ever admitted to being full? Chunky claps back, telling him not to mess with him. Plus, he means it this time. His mother refused to feed him, saying he's gained too much weight. Teen uncle tells him that isn't new news. He's been overweight for ages. It's a miracle his mother hadn't cut his fat ass off earlier. But that aside, is it just him? Or is their class full of ugly bitches? It's as if all the aesthetically challenged ones were rounded up and put in their class. Where's the justice in that? Chunky replies that he's one to talk. With the face of a conniving uncle, he's the last person who should comment on such things. Besides, he's sure the ladies feel the same way about him and his ugly ass. Fuming, sketchy uncle, Changriol Wu, claps at his friend Debong Lee, asking whose side he's on. Shouldn't he be supporting his homie right now? Lee replies that the maidens always come first. But another thing, he should be glad to be in their class because all the other classes are hell right now. Confused, Wu asks why that's the case. Is a thick mommy causing chaos or something? Lee replies that it isn't a thick mommy. That's just the narrator's pervy thoughts showing. Instead, it's the Kundo crew. He explains that the Kundo crew are spread across the upper classes, and theirs, class number 3, barely escaped that catastrophe. The only fiend they have to deal with is the cocky bastard behind them, but he isn't worth worrying about. As if reminded, Wu glares at Duke Gungi, a low-level member of the Kundo crew, ranting about how much he hates him. The fool is weak as hell, yet he parades around the school like he owns it. What an insufferable fellow. Lee tells him to calm down. Guy and his punchable face aren't worth the trouble. He'd better drop it before the wrong person overhears him. Wu says bet, but then someone else draws his attention. A beast of a man lining up behind Guy, Cheol Quan. With a taunt in his tone, Wu says that Quan could probably humble the Kundo crew. It's a wonder why he hasn't done so already. Lee replies that it's more like he doesn't want to, not that he can't. Quan tends to avoid fights unless he's provoked. Case in point, the bully at their junior high school who got bodied when he tried to mess with him. From then on, it was established to just leave the sleeping dragon alone, lest they get clapped. Wu sighs and walks forward, clearly intending to let the dragon be, though inwardly he can't help but hope for Quan to step up, to whoop the Kundo crew and show them what they're made of. A little while later, it's the duo's turn to be served. As expected of Porky Lee, he asks the server to fill him up, and not with that soup bullshit, but meat. All he wants to eat is meat. Pause. The lady replies that he can have all the meat he wants. She considers all of them her children, so giving him a little more meat, pause, to help him grow strong and sturdy isn't much of an issue to her. Moved, Lee asks if he can call her mom. On second thought, how about mommy? He moves to riz her but is kicked aside by Wu, telling him to get it together. Meanwhile, at a nearby table, our boy Kang is stuffing his face. One would find it hard to believe he's the same hero Whitecap who marinates monster cheeks for breakfast. Anyway, his little feast is interrupted when Cheol Quan, the sleeping dragon, pulls out the seat beside him and takes a seat. Ignoring Kang's incredulous gaze, Quan asks why he's eating alone. Does he not have any friends? Feeling ashamed, he confesses that he too has no friends. Mulling it over, Kang briefly thinks about Jury, but after some thought, he realizes that the strange fellow can't even be called a proper friend. He dejectedly confesses that he also lacks friends, making Quan sympathize with him. After a moment of mutual self-pity, Quan notices a feature on Kang that draws his attention, his knuckles, and how sturdy they look. He asks Kang about them and whether he plays any sports. Kang replies that he doesn't play sports, but he does teach himself taekwondo on occasion. The muscles are probably from his practice, or from when he patrols the streets looking for the Huz. Quan exclaims in surprise, replying that he didn't know that was a thing. Can someone truly teach themselves taekwondo? Regardless, he brushes the topic aside and addresses Kang directly. Since he also lacks friends and always eats alone, why don't they eat together from then on? No homo, of course. Kang says bet and moves to return to his food, but is interrupted by a loud thwack and a silhouette sent flying through the hall. The poor bastard crashes heavily, groaning to demonstrate how hurt he is. Behind him loom menacing figures, the same Kundo crew who've been infamous in the school lately. Tai-ik Choi, probably the one who yeeted him, grunts that weaklings like them shouldn't get in their way. He's already having anger issues as it is, and the last thing he needs is another bastard testing his patience. He yells for the rest of the students to make way, lest they be like that bastard and get sent flying. The students react differently to this threat. Some scurry away, while others, like sketchy Uncle Wu, click their tongues in irritation. What's all the fuss about? Can't they see he's trying to eat peacefully, goddammit? Quan and Kang, on the other hand, stay silent, though the obvious frowns on their faces show they aren't with that shit at all. Ignoring the varying reactions, Choe dares those who wish to come at him. He confesses that he's pent up with rage, and maybe a little violence is exactly what he needs to calm down. So for those daring enough, they should just step forward. He promises to let the first one up have it. Pause. Meanwhile, as the kids are playing bully, the scene shifts to the USA. In a private room in the great capital, the Secretary of Defense is freaking the hell out. He slams the table, asking how much longer they have to wait. More lives are being lost as they sit there waiting. The agent reassures him, telling him it won't be long. It's just a matter of time until their guests arrive. Speaking of the devil, the door opens with a creak, and in walks the hero baddie from before, St. Pearl, and her partner, Gellin Withrow. She asks the agent James to give them a briefing. James replies that time is of the essence, so he'll keep it short. He explains that a couple of hours ago, one of their cruise ships sailing in the Atlantic was taken over by a Xenoterran. The ship houses more than 3,000 passengers, kids, men, but most importantly waifus and baddies, who shouldn't be harmed under any circumstances. He stresses that the hijacking has been ongoing for a while now, and it's no exaggeration to call it the greatest catastrophe the country has experienced thus far. Just think of all the helpless waifus, goddammit. Pearl and Withrow, upon hearing the news, agreed that it was indeed a catastrophe. Having so many civilians trapped in the middle of the sea with a Xenoterran was like rats caught in a floating trap, completely hopeless to escape. If aid isn't rendered fast enough, they very well might face the greatest catastrophe the country has known to date. James agrees and goes on to expound on the situation, but is cut off by St. Pearl. She tells him to save that shit for later. If civilians are indeed trapped in a floating can with a monster, then they better get their asses over there pronto. Whatever intel he has to share can be given en route. James says bet and readily complies. He tells the superhumans to lead the way. A helicopter is already on standby. Then, as if finally remembering his superior, he turns to the secretary, asking if he has anything else to add. The secretary says no and gives them his blessing. Whatever they need to do, they have his permission to do so. The trio nod and readily leave the room, the door slamming shut behind them. After they leave, the secretary finally heaves a sigh of relief. He'd been putting up a brave front, but goddamn, it was very uncomfortable to be in the superhuman's presence. It felt like he was suffocating, like a thick mommy was choking him with her thick thighs, which isn't that bad now that he thinks about it. Regardless, he's glad that's over now. Switching scenes, we're taken to an abandoned building in Korea. In the building, Dan Yang is giving Nanki an earful, cursing him out for exposing himself so carelessly. And worse still, exposing her as well. Because of his actions, the whole world is investigating their origins, and there's even talk of a bounty being placed on their heads. Nanki, however, laughs the entire thing off like it doesn't matter. A bounty on their heads? They haven't done anything to warrant that kind of treatment, right? Danyang claps back, telling him to take the situation seriously. It's his fault they got exposed, so can't he at least take the matter seriously? Nanki replies that it doesn't matter anymore. Remaining hidden or getting exposed won't change what they have to do next. Matter of fact, it'll be more convenient to act now that they're exposed. He explains to Danyang that the game has gotten way too interesting to keep watching from the sidelines. The world is about to face a huge whirlwind of chaos, and they're definitely going to be caught in the thick of it, or at the very least be on the side that offers them the best view. He tells Danyang not to sweat it. Getting exposed was part of his plan, and watching the chaos up close will surely be more fun. Meanwhile, back in the USA, Pearl, Withrow, and James finally make it to the chopper. The flying type, not the one you have hidden in your school bag, you psycho. They board the chopper, followed by James, reminding them to fasten their seatbelts. But after remembering that he's dealing with a bunch of superhuman freaks to whom seatbelts would be more of a constraint than an aid, he decisively drops the topic. Instead, he shuts his civilian ass up and minds his business, watching silently as the chopper takes off. A little while after takeoff, he finally gives the duo a proper rundown of the situation. He shares that the chopper they're on, the LC-100, is the fastest helicopter in the US fleet. With its speed, they should be able to reach their destination in about 2 hours. Then, with a somber tone, he explains the entire event from the beginning. At approximately 4 p.m. that afternoon, a naval base on the coast of Virginia received a distress signal. The nature of the call was identified as an attack by a Xenoterran on board a ship. Further investigation revealed that the ship was a cruise ship with approximately 3,000 people on board, 2,500 passengers and 500 crew, including the MILFs and waifus, of course. Since it was a Xenoterran attack, and the government took that shit seriously, they attempted to determine the level of damage on board, while concurrently reaching out to the superhumans for help. However, not only did they fail to determine the damage on board the ship, they also couldn't reach Pearl and Withrow, as they were in Scotland at the time. Thus, with no other choice, the government resorted to the best cards in their arsenal, deploying the SXDF, Special Xenoterran Defense Forces, and mobilizing an elite outfit of Navy SEALs. Together, the two forces chartered 5 submarines, using them to siege the target location. However, the result was a total disaster. The siege began at 8 p.m., and by 8:20, a measly 20 minutes later, the whole task force had been wiped out, communications completely cut off. James couldn't believe it either, but the result was as clear as day. The Xenoterran had wiped out an entire elite squad in under 20 minutes, thereby leading them to their current situation. Both Pearl and Withrow were taken aback by this, but James wasn't done with the bad news. He shared that there was one more matter of pressing concern. The Opera was currently operating on an automatic navigation system. Barring any surprises, it is set to dock at its original destination, Florida. Which means when the ship docks, their Xenoterran problem will shift to a mainland one, and who knows what damage the monster might cause. The government was surely unwilling to see that. Hence, a precaution was set. An F-40 fighter jet was trailing the ship, fully loaded with nuclear warheads cleared for launch. If the situation developed unfavorably and the matter wasn't resolved by the time the ship neared the dock, the jet was cleared to light it up. This news came as a surprise to the superhumans, who couldn't believe the government could do such a thing. Sacrificing 3,000 lives for the possibility of saving a couple more was ridiculous in their eyes. Still, James's serious tone and the obvious trembling in his hands told them he wasn't messing around. The government really meant that shit. James explained that it was the only option they had, even if it was the worst resort. They had no way of knowing how many people were still alive on the ship, if there were any at all, and how much damage the monster would cause once it hit the mainland. Thus, although cruel, this was the best they could do. Seeing him spiraling more and more out of control, Pearl calls out, telling him to stop shaking. Things hadn't gotten to that point yet. So long as she's around, Saint Motherfucking Pearl, the Xenoterran has to ask for her permission before it can cause more harm. James shouldn't worry, because the monster will definitely get clapped. Back in Seoyeon High School's cafeteria, Choik continues his rampage. He yells at the students, asking why they were trying him. Can't they see he's in a foul mood? Fine. Since they want smoke, smoke they shall get. He promises to fade the first 5 bastards who rub him the wrong way. Pause. He will definitely let them have it. Double pause. And that includes this bastard right here. He grabs the student by the hair, yanking on it until he cries out in pain. Choi asks why he got in his way, why he had to make his already horrible mood worse. Would he bear the consequences? The student tries to explain, but Choi tells him to shut up. He doesn't want to hear that shit. The only thing that will be talking is his hands. He moves to wreck the poor fellow, but is stopped by a loud shout calling him out. The shout comes from the waifu, telling him to let the student go. If it's smoke he wants, then she's down. He can bring that heat anytime. Incredulous, Choa flicks her a gaze, asking what the hell she just said. Did she really want to get involved in that shit? The waifu, in turn, doubles down, telling Choa he heard her correctly. She indeed wanted that smoke. If he was so keen on dishing out fades, then he should run her some. She was down for that shit. This declaration stuns everyone, who look at her like she was crazy. What fearlessness. What recklessness. Couldn't she see that Taik Chue was the real deal? Certified cheek clapper? She'd really stirred the hornet's nest this time. As expected, Choi said bet and matched her energy. First, he yeeted the poor boy to the side, throwing him away like he was a pile of trash. Then, with menacing steps, he closed in on Muhi, asking the brave baddie if someone had spiked her food or something. Was she under the baptism of Senior Escobar's secret sauce? Because how else could she explain such foolishness? Regardless, he let her know he didn't care what she was on. Whether it was Escobar's cocaina or Heisenberg's blue crystal, none of that mattered. What truly mattered was that he was a gangster, and his hands were rated E for everyone, meaning he beat girls too, and domestic violence was really his last name. Saying so, he swung at her, unleashing a bit of that gender equality no jutsu. Muhi flinched, but before the slap could send her flying, a figure intervened, firmly grabbing hold of Choe's hand. The figure was Quan, who told Choe to stop the bullshit. If he truly wanted Fade, then he should mess around with the boys, pause, and not trouble the waifus with his nonsense. For example, he was ready for smoke right now. So was Choe down or nah? Witnessing this, the whole cafeteria went crazy, with Choe's boys wondering what was going on. This was supposed to be a routine cheek clapping, so where the hell did that bastard Quan come from? The same was true for Chunky and Sketchy Uncle, who became incredibly invested in the fight, especially Sketchy Uncle, who shoved Chunky's head to the side, telling him to stop blocking his view. How was he supposed to watch the drama with his big head in the way? Meanwhile, the subject of the ruckus, Choe, had just about had enough of the bullshit. He whipped his leg back, landing a nasty kick to Quan's flank, sending him skidding into the distance. Regrettably, the blow wasn't as strong as Choe imagined, and Quan easily tanked that shit, his arms raised in defense. Fuming, Quan asked if that was all he'd got. He sure hit like a bitch for someone so large. Regardless, it was his turn now, and he hoped Choe wouldn't disappoint him. Under the spectators' fervent gazes, he rushed at Choe, unleashing a powerful kick to his head. Choe barely blocked it, but the blow left him reeling, his footing becoming a stumbling mess. He faltered and swayed for a while before barely regaining his balance. Still, Quan wasn't done just yet. He pressed the attack, blessing Choe with a right punch to the face. Then, under everyone's gazes, he paused the assault, choosing to see how Choe would react. To everyone's shock and the Kundo crew's dismissive smirks, Choe tanked that shit, his foot stomping hard on the ground. He snorted coldly, and like a badass third-rate villain, spat out his tooth, telling Quan he wasn't bad at all. For a bitch, that is. Even his little niece could hit harder than him. Still, he'd punched his handsome face, and for that, he had to pay. He hoped Quan wouldn't resort to begging for his life, because there was no way he'd spare him. His cheeks definitely had to get clapped. Pause. Hearing this, Quan instantly tensed up. This was originally just a normal fight. So how did his cheeks get implicated? But that aside, what type of steroids was this Choe bastard shooting? He'd basically struck him with everything he had, yet the bastard was still standing? What in the ox Viagra turned steroids was this? Before he could figure it out, a third voice cut in, telling the duo to cool their titties. That was enough fighting for one day. Besides, it was way too damn early for that bullshit, and the food was getting cold. Glancing at the new arrival, Mu Namgung, a boss of the Kundo crew, Taik Chue told him to mind his business. He'd promised to clap some cheeks, and he was anything if not a man of his word. Cheeks definitely had to be clapped that day. Pause. In response, Mu, nicknamed Baby Blue, told him to let it go. It was better to end that ruckus before the dean got there. The observers, particularly Chunky and Sketchy Uncle, watched on with undisguised tension, especially Sketchy Uncle, who confessed that he was getting a bad feeling from Mu Namgung. It almost felt like the Xenoterran-looking bastard had a whole graveyard in his closet. In response, Chunky told him to shut up before he got them into trouble. He explained that Mu Namgung is the most heavy-duty of the Kundo crew bosses. Although he's only ranked third in the gang's internal rankings, he is without a doubt the most ruthless and feared boss of the crew, more than capable of fucking up their day. Speaking of the fiend, he ushered Choe away, telling him to get going already. While doing so, he addressed Quan, saying he'd heard about him, a supposed big shot with hands for days. Still, that wouldn't save him from what came next. He'd made a big mistake that day, and Mu would make sure he regretted it dearly. He would help him understand just who it was he was dealing with. Tensed, Quan watched him go, refusing to comment on his obvious threat, but the look in his eyes showed that he took it very seriously. Meanwhile, Kang watched everything from the sidelines, seemingly not fazed in the slightest. He even had the leisure to polish his entire plate, burping loudly and scaring the shit out of everyone close by, who wondered if that was a horny goat bleeding or something. Back in the ocean, we're reunited with the trio of Pearl, James, and Withrow. After looking out the window, James informed the two heroes that they'd arrived. The target ship was finally in sight. To this, both Pearl and Withrow commented that it was too quiet. They'd expected things to be bad, but from the looks of it, it seemed things were way worse. Regardless, it was time to act, so Pearl told James to open the door. They would be leaving. Shocked, James asked if they were sure. Shouldn't they wait for the chopper to get lower? That way, their landing would be more secure. Pearl, however, told him to cut the chit-chat. Hadn't he watched Captain America? Well, she was about to Steve Rogers the shit out of this situation. Relenting, James handed out their comms. He informed them that with the earpieces, they'd be able to maintain contact, and he would also use them to track their locations. In case of anything essential, he'd reach out to them and inform them immediately. Nodding, Pearl grabbed hold of the door, preparing to jump off. But before doing so, she instructed James to contact the government and have them call off the airstrike. Now that she was there was no need to send in the missiles. James said bet and replied that he would get it done. Then, with a firm salute, he wished them luck in their upcoming hunt. The duo acknowledged his well wishes and jumped off, Steve Rogersing the shit out of the situation. They closed in on the ship, but unlike the 100-year-old Virgin, they didn't land in the water, but directly on the ship, announcing their arrival with a loud bang. Taking in their surroundings, the two heroes' faces changed. The entire scene was a mess. Corpses sprawled everywhere. Without a doubt, this was indeed the sickening work of a Xenoterran, and a strong one at that. Taking charge, Pearl instructed Withrow to move out. They had a monster to hunt. Withrow said bet and followed along, his face a mixture of rage and regret. Unbeknownst to them, the prey had already clocked their movements and was watching their every action intently. From the looks of it, who was the prey and who was the predator had yet to be determined. Back to James in the chopper. After sending the two heroes off, he immediately settled into his role as support, informing the duo about the layout of the cruise ship. He explained that the Opera was a massive ocean liner with a surprisingly complex structure that varied with each level. Thus, it would be incredibly difficult to locate the Xenoterran unless the fishy bastard found them first. Chiming in, Withrow replied that that wasn't a problem. All they had to do was cause a bit of a ruckus, and the bastard would surely show itself. Pearl agreed, but also proposed splitting up. Since the aim was to draw the monster out, they'd have more success if they covered more ground. Though hesitant, James eventually got on board, mapping out an efficient route for the duo to take. He explained that dividing themselves across the upper and lower decks was the best strategy to advance. One party would start on the upper deck, head into the engine room, and slowly make their way downwards from there, whereas the other would start at the storage room, move in reverse, and equally make their way upwards to the bridge. If they moved like that, they would cover more ground, and, more importantly, increase their chances of running into survivors, if there were any still alive. The only problem, however, was that the plan was risky as fuck. Moving alone meant they would have to fight the Xenoterran solo if they ran into it, as opposed to tag-teaming the shit out of it by moving together. This risk could not be underestimated. Pearl, however, wasn't fazed in the slightest. She told James not to worry about it. Plus, they truly had no other choice. If they hoped to rescue survivors, then speed was their best ally, meaning they had to split up. Withrow supported the idea, saying it was their best bet for now. Whoever ran into the Xenoterran could just consider their luck shitty and try to hold on for as long as they could. Still, it was yet to be determined who'd truly be in danger if they ran into the Xenoterran. Maybe he and Pearl had what it took to clap mega cheeks, and the monster would just be sending itself to the afterlife by running into them. Pearl said bet and turned to leave. Since everything had been discussed, there was no point lingering further. Plus, what Withrow had just said had struck a chord in her. Maybe she really was the ultimate cheek clapper, and running into the Xenoterran was her big break. Regardless, it was time to leave. She still had an appointment with some monster cheeks after all. Jumping off the deck, she Steve Rogers the shit out of the fall before stabbing her hand into the hull. With that as leverage, she slowed her descent, eventually stopping just shy of the ocean surface. Still, that was more than sufficient, as she'd ended up exactly where she wanted to be, the hull outside the storage room. Wasting no time, she kicked off the boat, gathering momentum before swinging back in with a devastating attack, effortlessly tearing her way into the storage room. Once inside, Pearl, the offshoot Captain Marvel with a severe steroid addiction, took in her surroundings, finally confirming that she'd made it to her destination. The storage room, as evidenced by the shit ton of boxes in her way. Contacting James, she reported the same, asking him to confirm her exact location. James replied that she was on the 4th basement level, exactly where they needed her to be. But that aside, what could she see around her? And were there any survivors in her location? Pearl replied that she couldn't see anyone, just a pile of boxes and a bad bitch standing in the room. The baddie was obviously her, which is to say there was no one else around, not even corpses. James said bet before switching to Withrow, asking the homie how his search was going. From his tracking, he could tell Withrow had made it quite deep inside. Pause. So, did he find anything of note? Withrow replied that the only thing he'd found was corpses, and a hell of a lot of them at that. From the moment he entered that cursed ship, the only thing he'd laid his eyes on was destruction and dead bodies. Not exactly the best views for sightseeing. Regardless, he would keep searching, so James should wait for updates, should he have some. As the two conversed, the comms started bugging, glitching and buzzing in their ears, making contact incredibly difficult. This alarmed James, who looked out the window, wondering if the incoming storm had anything to do with it. But after some consideration, he deduced that the likely cause was their location, the Bermuda Triangle. Based on the ship's route, it was scheduled to pass through the triangle, but James hadn't thought they'd be so unlucky as to time their operation at that exact moment. Still, the job had to be done, so he signaled for the duo to continue, even though moving solo without comms was incredibly dangerous. Back to Withrow on the ship. After moving around for a while, he finally ran into his first survivor, though the dude was clearly out of it. He increasingly spouted a bunch of nonsense, talking about a monster and how they'd been deceived. Curious, Withrow moved closer to the man, eager to know what he was talking about. But after listening for a while, the man's words seemed even more nonsensical, leaving him quite puzzled. He kept talking about a devil and how it had fooled all of them. Worse still, his wife had been the devil all along, and she still let him hit. What kind of fucked up shit was that? Confused, Withrow wondered if the man was delirious from fright. Was he witnessing how fear could destroy a man? He wanted to report back to James, but the comms were still bugging, making the relay impossible. Meanwhile, James wasn't having a picnic either. With the comms down, he was essentially useless, because the one thing he could do to help the supers was officially off the table. Sure, he could still track their locations, but without comms to report any findings, what good would knowing their location be? As for Pearl, she also picked up on the oddity with the comms, but her side was relatively calm, so she didn't care too much. She continued searching the storeroom, only stopping when someone called her name from behind. Turning, she was surprised to find that it was a little girl, the first survivor she'd run into thus far. The girl, in turn, became ecstatic upon recognizing her, asking Mrs. Pearl if she'd come to rescue them. Pearl replied that she had, but there was one thing she needed to get right. She wasn't Mrs. Pearl, just Pearl. She was still a prime maiden, after all. Meanwhile, on Withrow's side, things finally took an interesting turn. After searching through the ship and ignoring the man who might or might not have cracked a devil, evidence still pending, he finally arrived before a bloody door. Pushing it open, he found himself in the banquet hall, and it was a mess. The whole place reeked of blood, and an unsettling feeling covered the room. Just as he was about to back out and say fuck that to the typical horror movie stereotypes, he noticed something that caught his attention. Pearl, or what seemed like Pearl, standing in the middle of the room, double-cheeked up like a duck on Sunday dinner. Withrow was taken aback by this and asked how she'd gotten there, but more importantly, where she'd gotten all that ass. In response, Pearl turned to face him, her expression as cold as ice. When she finally opened her mouth to talk, what came out wasn't the sultry voice of the superhuman baddie, but the bestial growls of a monster. That wasn't Pearl at all, but the Xenoterran cosplaying as her, hence the massive difference in their cheeks. Nevertheless, Withrow went on high alert. Too bad it was too late. Before he could react, the monster suddenly lunged at him, chomping down with a sickening crunch. It drew blood, but Withrow reacted fast, jumping back to avoid more damage. When he distanced himself from the monster, the full extent of the injury became apparent, and it was bad. His right arm had been bitten clean off, blood sputtering like a fountain. Still, he wasn't out of the woods just yet. The monster rushed in for seconds, opening its massive maw to swallow him whole. Speaking of swallow, it's confirmed. That poor bastard did crack a devil. Damn. Back to Withrow and the monster. The second the monster lunged at him, Withrow lost the initiative, constantly forced into a retreat by the Xenoterran. He weaved through the hall, dodging and retreating, trying his best to put distance between himself and the fiend. Finally, after much struggle, he shook off the Xenoterran and hid behind a pillar, buying himself some well-deserved reprieve. While hiding, he couldn't help but curse himself for being careless. Sure, the monster was caked up, but it shouldn't have been enough to lower his guard that much. If things had gone wrong, then it would have been his head that was eaten, pause, instead of his arm. Nevertheless, he'd put himself in quite a pickle, and he would need to figure shit out sooner rather than later. Reflecting on the monster he'd just fought, he surmised that, apart from being a catfishing bastard, fooling down bad homies like himself with cheeks, it was a genuine shapeshifter, hence why he'd been fooled by the pearl disguise. But not only that, the beast had surprisingly high attacking power, which is uncommon for stealth-type monsters such as itself. All in all, the monster was an anomaly, which only spelled trouble for him. Arriving at this conclusion, Withrow suddenly felt an intense sense of danger, causing him to duck and barely dodge a sneak attack by the Xenoterran. The monster had crept up on him, delivering a nasty punch to the pillar. In response, Withrow blessed it with a roundhouse kick, landing a direct hit and sending it tumbling through the building. It ricocheted off the walls before crashing down, leaving a massive pit where it fell. However, even that wasn't enough to stop the monster. It tanked Withrow's attack, shook off the dizziness, and crawled out of the pit like it was nothing, to the dismay of the homie Withrow. Speaking of the homie, he finally saw the monster's true appearance, and his initial reaction was, it looked like trash. He'd rather it had kept the St. Pearl disguise, because, at least in that form, it had hella cheeks. Still, it wasn't time for such distractions, so he quickly locked in. Grabbing hold of his shirt, he tore it off his body. With a bit of effort, he ripped it into pieces, using the fabric to fashion a bandage. Then, with murder in his eyes, he faced off against the Xenoterran, telling it to be wise and cough up his arm. If it couldn't, then he'd have no choice but to spread it wide, pause, and go in to retrieve it himself. The monster said bet and charged at him, clearly unfazed by his slightly gay threat. Meanwhile, back in the chopper, James was losing his shit. The horrible weather was already messing up their tracking, and now he had Withrow's signal jumping up and down, making him wonder if it was a connection issue, or if the homie was truly getting his shit rocked. To be safe, he ordered the pilot to land the plane. That way, even if he was still useless, he'd at least be useless closer to the battlefield. As for Pearl, she was being led through the storage room by the child, who took her to the hiding spot of the other survivors. When they got there, Pearl was genuinely taken aback by the number of people who'd managed to escape that catastrophe. She'd believed everyone was dead, but clearly that wasn't the case, and some were still hiding on the lower floors. Too bad this wasn't as great a thing as it should have been, as more survivors meant more people they'd have to save, and who knew where that Xenoterran bastard was hiding. If anything happened to the survivors, and she was helpless to do anything about it, despite being there, then that karma would solely fall on her. Meanwhile, back in the fight against the Xenoterran, things had taken a desperate turn. The duo faced off against each other like rabid dogs, tearing through the building and leveling anything that got in their way. The fight led them to the middle of the hall, where the Xenoterran pressed the attack, lunging at Withrow with a right punch. Withrow blocked, but the move left his right side open, which the monster jabbed at, hoping to take advantage of his missing arm. However, Withrow was one step ahead, using his leg to block the attack. Who needs two arms when your legs are flexible as fuck? But that aside, I understand the deadlock, but why is the monster arching it back like that? Is it just me, or are the cheeks way too tooted up in this panel? Ignoring the narrator's usual nonsense, Withrow reflected on his condition real quick. Maybe it was because he'd lost an arm, but he was struggling in hand-to-hand combat in ways he'd never experienced before. Or maybe it wasn't him, and the monster was the anomaly. Nevertheless, he had to shelve those doubts as the monster bit at him, opening its maw to swallow him whole. Reacting quickly, Withrow kneed in the face, forcing it back and putting distance between them. He observed the collapsed monster, but deep down he knew that wasn't enough to take it down. Sooner or later, it would rise again, and he'd have no option but to continue his desperate bout to the death. That being the case, he had to take it down for good, right then and there, lest the fight became a battle of attrition, one he would definitely lose. With that resolve, he activated his superpower, intensifying his aura and startling the Xenoterran quite a bit. It wanted to react, but Withrow was faster, flicking his gaze to a wine barrel, the target of his ensuing plan. With zero hesitation, he lunged at it, delivering a low kick and sending the stored wine gushing out, straight for the confused Xenoterran. But before the harmless liquid could splash onto it, Withrow activated his superpower, turning the wine into sharp crystal projectiles, which rained down on it, forcing the monster into an uncomfortable situation. It could barely protect itself, let alone interfere with Withrow's subsequent actions. Thus, with no hindrance at all, he grabbed a nearby bottle of wine, smashed it into the wall, and allowed its contents to gush out. Contents that, under the influence of his superpower, crystallized, turning into a sharp lance of death. With the weapon in his hand, Withrow told the Xenoterran to come at him. He was done playing around. With how long of a day he'd just had, he wouldn't mind ending it with some good old murder. The gruesome kind, of course. Lunging forward, he closed in on the Xenoterran, arm cocked back, clearly intending to make the final bout a close-quarters melee. But before that, let's flash back a little bit, back to when Withrow was being scouted as a possible new member of Pearl's team. In an interrogation room, the homie Withrow was being questioned, as James and Ben, both members of Pearl's team, watched from the sidelines. Through their dialogue, we learned that the reason Withrow had been arrested in the first place was that he'd clapped hella gang cheeks. Some members of the Brood's gang had messed with him, and Withrow, not willing to let it slide, slid on them, successfully tenderizing all their cakes. Not only that, he was also suspected of being behind an infamous gang cleansing just the previous month, where members of another gang, the Safario gang, were all beaten to an inch of their lives. When the police got there, the usually hardened gang members were so delirious with fear that they swore off crime, even willing to become law-abiding citizens. Incredulous, Ben shared his respect for Withrow. To think the homie would be so brazen as to go after gangs that even the government tends to stay clear of. Was that the so-called balls of iron he often hears about? Replying, James told him to keep quiet. Pearl had begun her interrogation of Withrow, and he didn't want to miss anything. In the interrogation room, the female version of Captain America, the caked-up Steve Rogers, Pearl asked Withrow what his deal was. He beat up gang members and was immune to bullets. It was obvious that he was a superhuman, but what was he after? Plus, how did his power work? All the villains beaten by him had serious wounds, but for some reason, their wounds tended to stop bleeding instantly, as if their blood had crystallized. This puzzled Pearl, so she asked Withrow to explain, if he was willing to share, that is. Withrow considered it for a second, before activating his power, targeting the cup in Pearl's hand. The coffee she'd been drinking suddenly solidified, crystallizing like it was uncut gems. Withrow explained that that was his superpower, the ability to solidify any liquid. He also didn't know how it worked exactly, so Pearl shouldn't expect a step-by-step tutorial. But yeah, that was pretty much how he'd been swiping cheeks in the streets lately. Continuing, he explained that the ability manifested through his willpower and required significant focus and stamina to work. With both, he didn't have a problem defeating any enemy that came his way. Confused, Pearl asked if it was a freezing ability of some kind. Was that how the ability worked? Withrow replied that it was a bit different from freezing. Although the concept was similar, his solidification worked on levels far exceeding simple freezing, and that the liquid would almost become as hard as diamond, completely different from simple freezing. Testing it out, Pearl marveled that his ability was quite useful. Under the right circumstances and through skillful use, it could become a deadly weapon in a life-and-death crisis. Fast forward to the present, and Pearl's words are proven true. With a crystallized lance in his hand, Withrow jabbed at the Xenoterran, successfully blowing off half its face. The seemingly ordinary frozen liquid struck with such speed and force that it completely overshadowed any conventional firearm, effortlessly obliterating a chunk of the enemy's head. Still, this wasn't enough. The monster recovered, shook off the pain from the attack, and counterattacked, landing a nasty punch to Withrow's side. This sent him flying into the nearby wall, crashing pitifully and coughing up a mouthful of blood. Regaining his senses, Withrow inescapably cursed his shitty luck. He'd hoped to take the monster's head with that attack, but due to losing his arm, his balance was messed up, leading to the current situation where he'd wounded it instead of outright killing it like he'd hoped to do. Unfortunately, what was done, and the monster was already charging at him, so he didn't have the leisure to continue thinking about it further. The Xenoterran crashed into him, forcing Withrow into a frantic retreat as he tried his best to shake off the troublesome beast. While running, he couldn't help but marvel at how tenacious the monster was. Sure, he'd missed his attack and only blew off half its face, but that was still half of its face. How was the monster moving around like it was nothing? Wasn't that some bullshit? Meanwhile, on Pearl's side, the female Steve Rogers was hauling some serious cheeks. She'd just finished checking the lower decks, and both Deck 4 and 5 were clear, with no signs of the enemy nearby. That meant it wasn't on the lower levels, meaning it could only be topside, the very area Withrow was tasked with checking. This unsettled Pearl, so she made a beeline to the top, hoping her foreboding feeling was just her imagination. As she ran, the connection to James was slightly restored, allowing broken pieces of info to slip through. It was mostly static, but after piecing through the noise, Pearl was able to make out a word. Banquet hall. The enemy was in the banquet hall, and her partner Withrow was most likely already engaged in a battle against it. Realizing this, Pearl took off running, clearing the hallways as she made her way to the battlefield. As for James, he continued to monitor the situation from the helicopter, his expression becoming more and more somber. He guessed Withrow was engaged in battle, but something felt off. The fight was dragging on longer than it should have. With Withrow's strength, the fight should have been over by now. So what the hell was going on? Had an accident occurred? Back in the banquet hall, it was clear an accident had indeed not occurred. The homie Withrow was just getting his cheeks clapped. The beating was so severe that his head spun, causing his vision to turn blurry. Unfortunately, even that wasn't enough to get the monster to lay off him. It chased after Withrow, forcing the latter to take off running. While doing so, he suddenly noticed a fire sprinkler on the roof, giving him an idea on how to escape that bullshit. Without hesitation, he pounced on it, landing a vicious kick and breaking the sprinkler into pieces. Luckily for him, his gamble was the correct one, as water poured out, drenching the Xenoterran and creating the perfect opportunity for Withrow to counterattack. He activated his superpower, solidifying the water and trapping the monster in layers of crystal. But when that wasn't enough, he doubled down, channeling more of his power to completely turn the monster into a bizarre statue. While that was going on, we get another flashback to the interrogation room. After hearing the details of Withrow's superpower, James had asked a question, hoping to ascertain the duration of the effect. Although it was indeed formidable and defied much of their current scientific understanding, it would all be useless if the duration wasn't satisfactory. So, what were the limits to both range and time? Could it perhaps be used forever? Or was there a cap to the ability? Withrow replied that of course there was a cap. He'd be invincible if there were none. He explained that the ability stemmed from his willpower, meaning the duration could vary greatly depending on his condition. However, once solidified, it would last for at least an hour before turning back to liquid. That is to say, the current battle was won, and Withrow had come out on top. Gazing up at the frozen behemoth, Withrow cursed its tenacity. It had been a minute since he was pushed that far, but luckily he won, and everything else didn't matter anymore. Still, he opted to be careful, planning to finish the Xenoterran once and for all, before any accidents happened. Regretfully, the idea came a step too late. Just as he moved to kill the creature, a figure flashed, cutting off chunks of his hair alongside his head. Withrow had been decapitated, and the attack was so unexpected that he failed to process what had just happened until his head hit the ground. It was only then that the grim reality struck. The monster had never been alone. Its partner had always been hiding in the background, waiting for the perfect opportunity to sneak attack. And he, unfortunately, was the poor soul who'd fallen for that trap. Though unwilling, he had no choice but to close his eyes in death, carrying his lingering resentment to the afterlife. Damn. At the same time, on James's end, the special agent was still keeping an eye on the situation. Based on Pearl's speed and location, he deduced that it wouldn't be long before she regrouped with Withrow. With the two of them working together, taking care of any unexpected events shouldn't be a problem at all. However, no sooner had this thought surfaced than something strange happened. Withrow's signal suddenly disappeared. Confused, James wondered what might have happened. Was it a connection issue? But after realizing that Pearl's signal was still up and running, he knew that things weren't that simple. In fact, it gave him the feeling that something tragic had just occurred. Mulling it over, he remembered their briefing before the mission. Back when he explained the gear to the squad, he'd told them that the comms would remain operational as long as they were alive and well. So, was it what he thought it was? Was Withrow not alive or well? His hands trembled incessantly as he tried to process what was going on. Meanwhile, on Pearl's end, she'd finally made it to the banquet hall. With graceful agility and straight-up brutish dominance, she kicked open the banquet door, shattering it into countless splinters. Once inside the room, the first to notice her arrival was the Xenoterran, which flicked its gaze to her in surprise. Pearl, however, completely ignored it and focused all her attention on the corpse on the floor. Withrow's. Her eyes turned crimson as she tried to process what she was seeing. Was that Withrow on the floor? Dead? The second this realization struck, Pearl's eyes shot open and a suffocating pressure descended on the room. She thought back to when they'd first met, moments after the earlier interview. She and Withrow were sitting on a park bench, chopping it up and building their report. Through the conversation, she let him know that everyone was glad he'd decided to join the squad, especially James, who might have gone overboard and designed a trashy supersuit for him. In response, Withrow made it clear that he would never wear that shit. He'd rather run around naked than allow that garbage to touch his body. Pearl chuckled before growing more serious. She told Withrow that Xenoterrans were far more dangerous than they'd imagined. When facing them, it was entirely likely that they might not make it back alive. Sure, she didn't want that either. But in the off chance that it did happen, it was her hope that they'd keep their cool and stay on task. If they still had shit to do, then they should do it, and not let the loss affect them. They had to prioritize the mission and protecting the world above all else. Withrow replied in a cold voice, his eyes locked on the kid in the background. He told Pearl she was overcomplicating the issue. If they ever ran into a Xenoterran powerful enough to take her down, then to hell with emotions and duty. He would flee the scene immediately. As a matter of fact, she didn't have to remind him of such things, as he wasn't a sentimental fool. He wouldn't even bat an eye if she died. Although he said this, he'd secretly used his power to freeze the fountain, cheering up the kid who'd lost his balloon and was on the verge of tears. Clearly, he wasn't as heartless as he proclaimed to be, and was actually a decent dude. Pearl realized this as well, and a gentle smile crept onto her lips. Back in the banquet hall, the sudden memory only agitated Pearl further. Her aura flared, rage mere seconds away from exploding. She knew all that talk about restraint and controlling themselves was garbage. The only thing on her mind was revenge, and she wouldn't stop until the Xenobastard was dead. Acting on this, she jetted forward, closing the distance between them in an instant, her hands cocked back in unbridled fury as she landed a savage punch on the Xenoterran's face, burying its head and half its torso into the ground. The punch was so brutal that by the time she was done, the monster's face was a mess, just a jumble of blood and gore. As for Pearl, she didn't give it a second thought. Her eyes stayed locked on Withrow, a sorrowful gleam whirling within them. It took her a while to snap out of it and finally crouch to close Withrow's eyes, which were still open even in death. She might have failed to save him, but there was no way she'd let her partner suffer such injustice. But just as she bent over to reach him, a Xenoterran suddenly blitzed behind her, its arm swinging in a sneak attack. It landed a savage blow on Pearl's arm, clearly intending to sever it. But to its shock, the attack barely left a scratch before stopping completely. It couldn't even breach her defense, let alone claim her arm. Pearl ignored it again and continued to reach for Withrow. With the gentlest of motions, she closed his eyes, granting the deceased some solace in death. Then, with that out of the way, she finally turned her attention to the Xenoterran, her aura flaring incessantly. It raged with so much pressure that the Xenoterran felt a mortal danger from it, compelling it to jump back. However, before it could, Pearl moved faster, grabbing it by the arm. She didn't give it a second to think, just yanked it forward, bounced it off the floor, before smashing it into the wall. Amidst the beast's shrieks of pain and fits of rage, Pearl slowly walked toward it, her aura increasing with every step. She told the Xenoterran she'd been killing its kind for a while, but in all her years on the job, she'd never felt as much hatred for them as she did right now. It was practically eating her alive. Still, that was okay, since she had it to vent her frustrations on. The monster shouldn't even dream about a quick death, as she wouldn't be that merciful. Unbeknownst to her, she wasn't the only one plotting. Behind her, the second Xenoterran was steadily freeing itself, clearly eager to rejoin the fray. The first one, on the other hand, rose to the challenge and growled at her, its momentum not diminished despite the brutal beatdown. Charging power to its legs, it pounced on Pearl, its arm drawn back to land a decisive blow. However, Pearl simply swatted that shit away, opening it up for a counterattack. With no mercy, she delivered a heavy uppercut, rocking the Xenoterran and knocking out a bunch of its teeth. Then, pressing the attack, she landed a left jab, blitzing the monster and positioning it directly before her right hook, which came crashing down like a comet. The punch connected with such ferocity that it yeeted the Xenoterran, carrying it off before smashing it back into the wall. When the dust settled, the only things visible were a mangled monster and Pearl, who furiously walked toward it. She told the Xenoterran she would have loved to torture it all night long, but unfortunately, she didn't have the time to waste on filth like it. So, if it knew what was best for it, it would get up and willingly offer its life. Otherwise, she might just revisit the first option and torture it anyway. Behind her, the first Xenoterran was steadily making progress. It silently freed itself, keeping the act secret from Pearl. Meanwhile, back on the mainland, another battle was underway. Not a physical one, but a political one. In the meeting held to discuss the situation on the Opera, the attending politicians clashed, each expressing their view on the matter. Some believed that the nuclear strike on the ship should be called off, arguing that Pearl and Withrow were more than capable of handling it. The others, however, believed that wasn't necessarily the case since comms were down and no word of a successful subjugation had been received. Who knew? Maybe Pearl and Withrow were already dead, and they were just foolishly deluding themselves in blissful ignorance. Clapping back, the opposing side told the extremists to pipe down. No one liked a negative Nancy in their squad. They then advised the president to send in recon drones, not only to scout the situation on the Opera, but to get a detailed idea of what Pearl and Withrow were up against. Know thy enemy and all that shit. In response, the extremists argued that it was pointless. The situation had already deteriorated that far. What was the point of sending recon drones out? It would just be a waste of time and resources. However, the opposing side refused to back down. They addressed the president directly, telling him that Pearl had asked for the nuclear strike to be called off for a reason. Clearly, she believed they could handle the situation. Therefore, regardless of the comms being down and no subjugation confirmation coming through, they had to believe in their people and let them cook. But just as their logic seemed to be swaying the president, a sudden voice cut through the tension and shot that shit down. It argued that not only was it foolish to call off the nuclear strike, but heeding such ignorant advice was the true reason the meeting was in chaos. Besides, hadn't the president already gone through the trouble of authenticating the entire nuclear launch sequence? How could he do all that and still fail to light shit up? That would be ridiculous. Doubling down, the speaker, who turned out to be the sketchy senator and presidential candidate Gerald Marcus, told the president that he had to greenlight the attack no matter what. In response, the opposition told him to stop talking nonsense. Pearl and Withrow, their superhuman assets, were still on the ship. How could they just blow them up? Marcus responded with an equally firm tone, asking for proof that they were still on the ship. Hadn't they just lost an entire platoon of Navy SEALs and SXDF soldiers? What was the guarantee that they were even still alive? Or were they operating on blind faith and past track records? If so, then he'd have them know that nothing was ever guaranteed in life. If, by some twist of fate, they failed and were actually wiped out, were they ready to take responsibility for the consequences? His words struck like a thunderclap, causing the entire room to fall deathly silent. It was only after a while that the opposition clapped back, asking about the thousands of innocent civilians on board. Were they to be nuked too? Marcus responded with an even colder tone, arguing that they didn't have the time to worry about them. If that ship was allowed to dock in Florida, then not only the 20 million citizens in that state, but the entire country might be in danger. Under such circumstances, trivial things like emotions should be taken off the table, and only actions to minimize risk should be considered. They didn't have the time nor the luxury of worrying about such insignificant things. Fuming, the opposition wanted to clap back, but a sudden shout from the president forced him and everyone else in the room to pipe down. With everyone's attention on him, the president declared that he would call off the attack on the opera. That was a direct order, and he would not tolerate any further objections from any of them. His declaration split the room. Some were ecstatic and showered him with praise, while others, especially Marcus, were pissed, their faces scowling in rage. However, regardless of their reactions, the president had already made his decision, and his mind quickly wandered to something else. His encounter with Pearl some time ago. During a rainstorm, he had approached the superhuman, eager to express his gratitude for her service. Continuously risking her life for the people wasn't a trivial matter, and he had wanted to let her know they appreciated it, and her. Pearl, however, replied that she wasn't doing it for their acknowledgement. She was risking her life and saving lives because she was, in every sense of the word, a hero. Back in the banquet hall, Pearl's words still rang true. She faced off against a monster, holding her ground as a true hero. However, even with justice on her side, she still fell victim to the enemy's scheme. Sticky webs suddenly shot at her, trapping and binding her to the floor. Only then did she realize that that was the enemy's trump card, and she had carelessly walked right into it. Furious and halfway into launching a counterattack, she heard a cracking sound that made her pause. The first Xenoterran had broken free, and had wasted no time lunging at her, its maw chomping down on her shoulder with a sickening crunch. Trapped and caught off guard by the sudden sneak attack, Pearl glared at the Xenoterran and immediately realized something. The real reason Withrow had fallen to something so mediocre. It was nothing but petty traps and schemes. Enraged, she broke free from the binds and grabbed its head, ruthlessly flinging it across the room, straight into its already beaten partner. Then, with even more rage, she snapped free from the remaining binds and charged toward the foes. She told them that Withrow was a foul-mouthed bastard, so he would probably not make it to heaven. But that was fine, because when they ran into him in hell, they'd better get on their knees and beg for forgiveness. Saying so, she cocked her hand back and, with every ounce of power she had, unleashed a devastating punch, tearing through both Xenoterrans, the ship's hull, and eventually the space beyond, brightly lighting up the night sky. Even James, who was waiting in the helicopter, felt the commotion and was greatly shocked. He scrambled to secure his footing before telling the pilot, Hammer, to let him out. Something big had just happened, and like a Karen, he had to go check that shit out. Meanwhile, Pearl was still in a trance. Despite the apocalyptic carnage she'd just caused, she didn't dwell on it. Rather, her face showed a look of listlessness and loss. Mustering all her strength, she silently walked through the hole she'd torn open in the hull, soon coming face to face with an anxious James. The two didn't speak for a while, but after the quiet tension settled in, Pearl eventually broke the silence and told him what had happened. Withrow had died, having fallen at the hands of a Xenoterran during the mission, and she, Pearl, was the only superhuman to make it out alive. Initially skeptical, James eventually realized that Pearl wasn't joking, and his eyes shot open. Tears welled up as he collapsed to the ground, sorrowfully mourning the loss of a friend and hero. Pearl, on the other hand, hid her grief, even though it was painfully obvious she too was suffering. Back on the mainland, the news about the opera reached the high-profile meeting at almost the same time. The agent in charge of comms, upon receiving the report, barged into the meeting and informed the dignitaries of what he'd learned. He told them that St. Pearl, after successfully subjugating the Xenoterrans aboard the ship, had regained control of the vessel and was now escorting it back to port. Even though there were some casualties among the passengers, the majority had managed to escape, providing a silver lining to the whole ordeal. Naturally, this news delighted the dignitaries, who didn't shy away from expressing their joy. Their loud cheers thundered through the room, showing just how excited they were. Everyone except Marcus, who for some reason wasn't thrilled at all. However, just as the jubilant cheers reached their peak, the agent added something that dampened the mood. He told them about Withrow and the losses suffered during the mission. The news struck like a thunderclap, erasing the cheers and replacing them with an air of shock, disbelief, and sadness, particularly from the president. Days later, the news about the opera finally broke around the world. Kang, who was watching the broadcast while slurping noodles, didn't pay it much attention and continued to greedily devour his food. He was so engrossed that he eventually drew Yuri's attention, and more importantly, his concern. Hadn't they agreed to wait and eat together? Then what were those slurping sounds he was hearing? Enraged, he called out to Kang, asking if he was really eating without him. Kang, in turn, realized his mistake and checked the pot, but by then it was already empty. He'd cleared out the whole thing. Fuming, Yuri barged out of the bathroom, ready to give him a proper scolding. However, upon seeing the serious look on Kang's face, he was taken aback. It was just a pot of noodles. There was no need to get that serious. Or was this a feint to garner sympathy? If so, he wouldn't let him off. He was about to cuss Kang out, but was suddenly drawn to the news displayed on the screen. The death of Withrow. The anchor revealed that Pearl and Withrow had been responsible for handling over 50% of Xenoterran cases worldwide, and with his passing, a significant vacuum had been created, one that could very well affect the entire world. Listening, both Kang and Yuri were dumbfounded, especially Yuri, who couldn't believe a superhuman could be killed. Just how formidable was the enemy for that to happen? But putting that aside, he told Kang to stop with the gloom and go fix him another pot of food. He'd devoured the last one. Did he expect him not to eat just because he was full? Kang grumbled, but eventually made his way to the kitchen. Inwardly, though, he wondered how Yuri could still eat under the circumstances. Meanwhile, on Nanki's end, they too were discussing the news. Danyang expressed her shock, saying it was unbelievable that a superhuman had died. In response, Nanki told her that no one was invincible. Even superhumans could be killed. However, he did find it strange that the one to die was Withrow, especially since he always operated with Pearl by his side. This made him believe the two had split up, eventually leading to this outcome. Confused, Danyang asked what he was talking about. Was she missing something? Nanki explained that Pearl was strong as hell. That's why he doubted she had been around when the killing happened. Because if she had been, she would have undoubtedly stopped it. He knew just how formidable she was, having been caught spying on her a while back. In that moment, if Pearl hadn't deliberately let him go, he doubted he would have left that place unscathed. Matter of fact, he doubted he would have lived long enough to meet Danyang. Danyang was taken aback by this, realizing just how terrifying Pearl was. But then again, Nanki was always lying, so who knew if his words could be trusted at all? To this, Nanki simply laughed, saying he'd never lied a day in his life. But of course, no one would believe that shit. Back in the USA, James was frantic with worry. He dialed Ben's number over and over again, yelling for the bald bastard to pick up. When he finally did, James shared news that sent a chill down his spine. Withrow's corpse was gone. Someone had broken in and made off with his body. Damn. Predictably, when he heard the news, Ben shot up with a start, asking James what the hell he was talking about. What did he mean someone stole Withrow's body? James replied that it was just as he'd said. Withrow's body was gone, vanished without a trace. The whole situation was so bizarre that they had to cancel his funeral, obviously buying time as they tried to figure out what was going on. For now, however, he reminded Ben to keep the news secret, partly because it was classified, but more so because he didn't know how he could explain it all to Withrow's family and friends. Then, switching topics, he told Ben he needed his help investigating the opera. Something was definitely fishy about it, and he needed Ben's help to get to the bottom of it. Ben said bet and readily agreed to help. If it was to uncover Withrow's whereabouts, then he was ready to do anything. Still, the both of them couldn't help but grit their teeth in frustration, wondering just who could be so despicable as to lay their hands on the deceased. Completely unforgivable. Meanwhile, back in Korea, the homie Juri was fuming. He already had enough on his plate because of the glutton Kang, and now he had to deal with one more nuisance, his sister. Earlier on in the day, the irresponsible baddie had just up and left, saying she was needed for work in the USA and wouldn't be back for a while. She completely ignored the fact that she was the guardian and shouldn't leave a kid on his own. Still, she did say she would wire him money for expenses every month and to call her if anything happened. so he guessed it was fine. Nevertheless, it was still a shitty thing to do, especially since he was out of money already. Who would have thought his savings couldn't even last a day under Kang's insatiable appetite? Long story short, he was broke now and needed to figure something out. Otherwise, he would starve to death. But even as he cursed his sister, he couldn't help but pray that she was all right. She'd left in such a hurry that he suspected something was wrong. Too bad he was still too young and couldn't join her. Besides, he had problems of his own. He was dead broke and needed money ASAP. As he mulled over his situation, low-key wondering if he'd have to sell ass on the low, he suddenly noticed a flyer that drew his attention. On it was an interesting promotion, an arm wrestling tournament hosted by the Toijun Gym. But what was more important was that the prize money was a whopping 80 million Korean won, or $80,000, a heaven-sent blessing for someone as financially inconvenienced as he was. He immediately fished out his phone, calling the only person he knew could bring this home, Kang. When the homie picked up, Juri told him to forget about all the plans they had for the weekend. Something had just come up, and he'd need Kang's help to solve it. Kang said bet, but still grumbled a bit about the canceled plans. They'd planned to go eat some fried chicken after all. Back in the States, the trio of Pearl, Ben, and James had finally linked up to discuss the bizarre happenings surrounding the opera. But before that, they did a quick situation report to better understand the details of the matter. It was revealed that the total number of missing, dead, and injured on board the opera had reached a staggering 150, breaking records and making it the greatest loss humanity had ever faced at the hands of Xenoterrans in a single day. The loss was staggering, but fortunately, the bastards' movements were mostly kept to the upper deck. Otherwise, that number would have been way higher. The SEAL teams and SXDF were mostly to thank for this. Although they'd gotten clapped, obliterated so quickly they probably didn't even know how they'd died, they did manage to keep the fight on the deck, preventing the Xenoterrans from exploring the lower decks, which in turn minimized casualties. In addition, the civilians on board were wise enough to stay away from the action, thereby avoiding the awkward situation of death by being nosy. All in all, the soldiers died good deaths. They performed a great and meritorious service to their country, even if they were, as I've said before, clapped. Moving on, the trio discussed the next agenda of their meeting: the Xenoterrans. Unlike all their previous encounters, the Xenoterrans appeared as a duo, and not a single unit as they usually did. This, in turn, caused an oversight that led to the current tragic situation. If only they'd taken that into account, things wouldn't have ended up like that. But alas, it was too late for regrets now. Chiming in, Pearl explained that of the two Xenoterrans, the first one she ran into was a spider-type one. It could shoot webs from its belly and had 8 blade-like tentacles. And judging from the nature of Withrow's wounds, he most likely fell by the hands of this bastard. What was peculiar, however, was that although the Xeno was powerful, it wasn't so strong as to pose a fatal threat to Withrow. Pearl believed the likely scenario was that Withrow had gone all out against the other Xenoterran, and, when he was exhausted, got ambushed by the spider-type one. Keep in mind that she wasn't there, nor does she have a sexy poppy of a narrator telling her what happened, so this degree of insight is actually pretty impressive. As for the other Xenoterran, Pearl explained that it was a chameleon-type one with the ability to copy appearances. When it attacked her, it was in the process of transforming into Withrow, which made her believe Withrow had most likely fallen for the same trap. Prior to the engagement, he'd most likely suffered a loss that significantly hindered his ability, thereby leading to the unfortunate outcome. Again, her insight is very impressive. Cutting in, James replied that although tragic, the recent events had helped them confirm a speculation they'd had about the Xenoterrans, and that was that, for some reason, they were monsters with the traits of various creatures across the Earth. Why that was the case, he didn't know, but the recent events had definitely left him with more questions than answers. For example, why, despite no president, did 2 Xenoterrans appear at the same time? But more importantly, what happened to Withrow's body? He explained that every other monster carcass and civilian casualties were accounted for, all except Withrow's, and until then, they still had no idea how to explain it. However, they did have some leads. The theft had occurred before the ship made port and before the government's rescue efforts began, which meant either the body poofed into thin air or someone on the ship had taken advantage of the chaos to flee with the corpse. Arriving at that conclusion, James turned to Ben, asking if he'd completed the task he'd entrusted to him. Ben replied that he had. He then explained that the opera had security cameras covering the whole ship, including the cabins. Whatever happened must have been captured by the cameras, and he was currently in the process of requesting said footage. No matter what, in a week's time they should have the footage, and consequently be able to track down the bastard who dared to steal their friend's corpse. Meanwhile, back in Korea, the arm wrestling tournament had interestingly drawn the attention of the school delinquents, the Kundo crew. After learning that there were no restrictions to age or weight classes, the bullies decided to give it a shot. Although initially dismissive of the whole thing, deeming it a small-time circus for amateurs, Tyke took one look at the prize money and immediately changed his mind. $80,000. Forget wrestling, even if they asked him to belly dance, he would have gladly made those hips shake. Matter of fact, why were they just standing there? They should take out their phones and call the whole crew. For this event, the Kundo crew would go all out. Fast forward to the day of the event, and things are popping off. All the contestants are seen sweating it out, using not just their wits, but their sacred jerk vessels to earn their place amongst the best. And as expected, this pot of testosterone and male supremacy is hosted by an MC of worthy proportions, a local celebrity who fell from grace after being caught in a cheek scandal. And although I don't know what he was accused of, judging by that face and hairstyle, he definitely did that shit. Anyway, the cheek scandal MC explains that the tournament was currently in its preliminary rounds, which is to say they were in the process of knocking out the extras and selecting the top 16 contestants who would be moving on to the main event and, by extension, be worthy of our attention, because why in the hell would we care about a bunch of extras? In addition, the next round would be in a knockout form of sorts, in that the top 16 would eliminate each other until the final 3 are decided. And once that's done, the tournament rewards would be awarded. Third place would walk away with 10 million won, second place 20 million, and first place 50 million, alongside the coveted legend trophy. All in all, it was bound to be a fun ride, so the MC told everyone watching to sit back and enjoy the show. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous spot in the arena, we're reunited with our broke homies, Kang and Jury. After being forced by poverty to join the show, the duo of financially challenged bros pulled up in full force, ready to clutch the win and bring that money home. However, apart from just showing up for the tournament, the duo also had more plans on their schedule, namely, meeting their idol, Ketchup Man. Through a flashback, we learned that Matt Dion, aka Ketchup, was on a tour for his latest movie, and the duo of superfans desperately wanted to see him. This, for them, was just as important as winning the tournament, and, in fact, according to Kang, was even more important. If he had his way, he wouldn't give a damn about the tournament, and would directly go see Ketchup Man. Luckily, Jury was the brains of the operation, so he managed to rein Kang in, first because they were truly broke and needed that reward money, and second, why choose when they can have it all? He explained that the tournament would kick off at 9, factoring in the preliminaries, knockouts, and the extras getting booted. The whole thing should end at around 3 in the afternoon. That should leave them with enough time to catch a bus to the airport and meet Ketchup Man. In addition, they wouldn't have to worry about getting his autograph because he already had a plan for that. Reaching behind him, he pulled out a Ketchup Man costume, which would be their tournament uniform, but more importantly, their trump card for getting Ketchup's autograph. Jury believes that when Ketchup Man sees them in that, clearly standing out amongst the other fans, he would give them his autograph. The plan is kind of flawed. I mean, wouldn't a meet and greet have all the fans wearing the same costume? How would that make them stand out? But hey, Jury believes in it, so I guess we'll see. Back in the arena, Kang's number was finally called. Number 82. With Jury's encouragement, he quickly ran up to the referee, ready to jump on stage. But before he could, Jury called out to him, reminding him to stick to the plan. He shouldn't let his nerves get the better of him. Through another flashback, we learned that the so-called plan was actually tactical restraint on Kang's part. Since he was a superhuman and perfectly capable of clapping all the men in the arena, his biggest priority was to not make it so obvious. He should instead put up a fake front and act like he was struggling. Reflecting on this, Kang was just about to put on his best performance, Oscar-worthy acting type shit, when his plan faced its first hurdle, an opponent talking shit. The Yakuza-looking bastard threw a lot of shade, telling Kang he couldn't match his level, almost as if the organizers wanted him to bully a kid or something. Still, there was no way he'd give up on the money, so he told Kang to watch himself. If he ended up being careless and got hurt in the process, he shouldn't blame him. Kang ignored his shit talk and prepared for the match. Contrary to the shit-talking Yakuza, the only thing on his mind was how much he should hold back to avoid exposing himself. He couldn't have the idiot losing too badly after all. Fast forward to the official start of the match. The second the gong was struck, the Yakuza pulled a cheap trick, aiming to leverage the element of surprise to eliminate Kang in a single shot. Regrettably, this turned out to be a huge mistake. The second he processed what was going on, Kang's instincts kicked in, and he ended up using more power than necessary. His superhuman strength surged, pushing back his opponent and slamming his hand mercilessly on the table, kicking up a dust storm and drawing unwanted attention. Luckily, Juri was quick to react. He immediately pulled Kang out of there, weaving a bunch of bullshit about how windy it was that day. As for the Yakuza with a broken arm, that was obviously an old injury. What did it have to do with them? Sweating bullets, he pulled Kang to the side, asking what the hell he thought he was doing. The plan was to remain low-key. How was smashing so hard he caused an earthquake? Pause. Staying low-key? Kang replied that it was an accident. He'd held back so much he almost lost the match. Luckily, he managed to clutch it. Next up was Taishik Mo, the runner-up from last year's tournament, and also called the Gentle Tiger. Unlike the cocky Yakuza, Mo had a gentler vibe to him, telling Kang that he was just unlucky to be matched up against him. Still, he shouldn't take his inevitable defeat to heart. He should continue training, and maybe one day, he'd be just as good as him. A boom later, and Mo was on his way to the hospital. He'd been blitzed so badly the author hit him with the off-screen no jutsu. Next was a cool-looking dreadhead. He said a bunch of things, but at the end of the day, it didn't matter because he still got clapped, hit with the off-screen jutsu and carried off to the hospital. The MC noticed the increased activity of the ambulances, and although he was curious about why so many people were getting hurt, he ultimately forgot about it and announced the next stage of the tournament: the knockouts. To kick things off, he announced the 16 contestants who'd made it to that hellish round. First up was wrestler 17, Nikolai Chasov, a Chad from Bulgaria, who held the 4th rank in the world's arm wrestling rankings. Second, and also his opponent, was Moongu Lee, a practitioner of Subakdo and head instructor of the esteemed Seopmudojang Martial Arts Hall. By the sidelines, his fellow disciples cheered for him, telling him to destroy Nikolai and bring the prize money home. Interestingly, their reason for entering the contest was the same as Juri's. They were dead broke. They needed money to renovate their dojo, and the prize from the contest would help with that. Third was our boy Kang, who'd gained a bit of fame after sending all his opponents to the hospital. Dare to face off against him? Sure, but how about taking a quick trip to the hospital afterwards? The nurse mommies over there would definitely be eager to see you. As for his opponent? Monk Yong, also called the Smiling Buddha, a practitioner from the Gyurem Temple. Of course, his homies were also cheering him on from the sidelines, especially the first one, who I don't know whether he believes more in Buddha or rock and roll. Make up your mind, OG. Next was number 51, Nam Gung Mu, also called Baby Blue. And although no one believed the big bastard was a high school student, necessitating several verifications, he was ultimately allowed to proceed with the contest. And unluckily, his opponent was his very own crewmate, Taik Choi, number 103. Obviously, Cho was less than pleased about this, because who in their right mind would want to face off against that monster Namgung? But alas, the opponent selection was random, so he could only blame his shitty luck. At least he had his friends cheering for him. Next up was number 14, a legendary street fighter, but by the time he was called upon, the homie was long gone, probably plotting how he would pop up later and aura farm. His opponent, however, was present, and he was none other than the infamous boss of the Kundo crew, the one and only Kundo Park himself. There were still a couple more people in the top 16, but neither the author nor the poppy narrator could be bothered to introduce them one by one. In fact, the author literally called them trashy extras and dumped them to the side. All in all, the lineup was set, and the only thing left was to see who wanted it bad enough to take the prize home. Would it be the seasoned veterans, the young blood in the hood, or maybe one of the unknown extras? Who knows? Either way, the main event was finally here, so sit back and let the homies cook. Elsewhere, on an airplane, we're introduced to Kang's hero, Matt Dion, aka Ketchup Man. As stated earlier, the homie was on his way to Korea for a meet and greet. However, the trip couldn't have started more disastrously. Not only had he caught a nasty cold, but the Ketchup Man costume he was obligated to wear, probably some contract-type shit, was uncomfortable as hell. The tights dug so far up his ass you'd think Diddy was up there personally. Pause. Nevertheless, it was part of his contract, so his manager, Rose, told him to bear with it. Dion said bet, but clearly he was unhappy about it. In fact, if it wasn't for the fans, he wouldn't have bothered with that shit at all. Addressing Rose, he started rambling about a bunch of plot-irrelevant details, but he did it all in his superhero voice, which weirded the young homie out quite a bit. In response, Rose told him to cut that shit out. Dion had been using his superhero speech a lot lately, and it had begun to greatly frustrate him. He told him to use his regular voice and save the cosplay nonsense for the fans. Or better yet, if he could pull some bitches with the superhero speech, that would be even better. Dion coughed uncomfortably before apologizing for the inconvenience. He told his manager he was going to bed, so the latter should wake him up when they arrived. As for pulling baddies with his superhero speech, the man barely had maidens of his own, so what made Rose think he had enough to share? Thus, the two settled into an uncomfortable silence, knowing damn well they were getting zero pull on their trip to Korea. Back on the tournament grounds, the first round of eliminations had begun, and leading the charge were Kundo Crew's very own, Taek Chua and Moo Namgoon, also called Baby Blue. As the two squared off against each other, Choa urged Moo to back off. He told him he had every intention of sweeping through everyone except for first place, which he was willingly surrendering to their leader, Kundo, so Moo should be reasonable and forfeit. Besides, they were in the same crew and would end up splitting the money anyway, so there was no need to fight to the bitter end. Namgoon agreed, but he had his own ideas on the matter. Since the prize would indeed belong to them anyway, shouldn't Shu be the one to forfeit while he became the eventual runner-up? He was the stronger one after all. Taking off his glasses, he told Cho not to mess with him. He should forfeit just because Choi said so? Since when did he become his boss? His smile stiffened, letting their crew members know that shit was about to go down. One of them, who should definitely fire his barber, or better yet, burn that whole barbershop to the ground, explained that Namgoon taking off his glasses meant he was ready to fight to the death. Whenever those glasses came off, it signaled he was willing to bet it all, kinda like a Forbidden Seal release in anime. So unless absolutely necessary, it was unwise to provoke him to that point. Confused, the rest of the members asked what the hell he was talking about. What did taking off a pair of glasses have to do with fighting to the death? The crazy-haired guy replied that it was a touchy subject for Moo. The truth was, Namgoon Moo had eyes that looked far too innocent for someone like him. So whenever he took off his glasses, he always felt insecure about it. To compensate, he became especially cruel to his enemies. After all, he couldn't have people out here thinking he was some bitch. Watching Moo take off his glasses, Cho immediately understood his resolve. Fine. Since Moo wanted to take it there, he wouldn't mind taking him there. The signal sounded, and both parties instantly began sweating it out. Meanwhile, on another platform, we're reunited with the monk Yong Yong and his opponent, our boy Kang. Believing he had everything figured out, and that he alone was the honored one type shit, Monk Yong told Kang he'd seen through his true strength. Kang seemed to hold monstrous power far beyond everyone's imagination, but it didn't matter to him, because he too possessed unimaginable power. He told Kang to go all out because he wanted to get a taste of said power, and who knows, maybe he might just feel generous and allow him to lose less pathetically. Kang didn't reply, and just stared at him silently, but inwardly it was obvious what he was thinking. What the hell was wrong with this bald donkey? That's a Murim Dis. If you know, you know. On another platform, the match between Gu Li and Chasov ended just as quickly as it started. The instant the match began, Gu Li pinned him down, won the tassel, and left Chasov panting. Pause. In fact, It wasn't until he came to his senses that Chasov realized Gu Li wasn't human. The dude was a monster. By the sidelines, the members of his dojo cheered him on, though from their reaction, it was clear they expected him to win. But that aside, what type of trash celebration is this? Back to Cho and Baby Blue. The two had been going at it for a while, but finally, the match seemed to be nearing its end. Gathering his last bit of energy, Cho pushed through the deceptively innocent look in Mu's eyes, and with everything he had, slammed his hand down on the table, winning the match. He then shot Mu a victorious grin, telling the latter to write that win down. From then on, Mu should know that he, Choi, had beat his ass. Respectfully, of course. Meanwhile, on Kang's side, things had taken an interesting twist. Despite talking all that smack, Monk Yong fucked around and quickly found out. He tried everything he could to move Kang's arm, but the latter wouldn't budge at all. It was almost like trying to push a mountain. Finally, when his stamina ran out and his breathing became ragged, Kang swiftly put an end to the charade by tapping him out. Pause. Of course, he didn't forget to put on an act for the masses, pretending like he'd really sweated it out, though the acting was pure garbage. Speaking of garbage, the members of the Kundo crew once again showed just how scammy they were. After waiting for his opponent and believing he'd forfeited, Kundo was appalled to learn that the dude hadn't forfeited at all. Rather, the members of his own crew had kidnapped him, beat him up, and forced him to withdraw from the match. Enraged, Kundo grit his teeth and marched over to Choi and Mu, who had just completed their match. Without so much as an explanation, he kicked the hell out of Mu, leaving the bastard reeling. Then, with the same momentum, he slapped the shit out of Choi. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, Kundo rebuked them, asking what the hell they thought they were doing. Did they think beating up a bunch of losers who got their asses handed to them on the daily was the same as doing what they'd just done? This was a fair competition, so how dare they behave so vilely? Worse still, they'd tarnished his honor. Fuming and unable to bear looking at those fools anymore, Kundo walked off the stage. The host tried to stop him, telling him that if he walked off the stage, he'd be disqualified. But just like your crush when you tried to confess your feelings, Kundo ignored that shit and kept walking. Puzzled and unable to make sense of the situation, the host had no choice but to continue with the competition. After eliminating Kundo and several extras who got hit with the off-screen no jutsu, the tournament finally progressed to the semifinals, specifically the match between Kang and Taek Choi. Whoever won the match would qualify to compete against Gu Li for the final cup and prize. Realizing this, the audience couldn't help but get restless, especially the Kundo crew, who immediately began entertaining thoughts of cheating. They asked Dukgun, a member of their crew, but also Kang's classmate, who the hell Kang really was. Was he some silent yet overpowered grandmaster or something? Because how else could he have made it to the semifinals so stealthily? Dukgun replied that he didn't know, but the sight of Kang definitely pissed him off. As for whether he was silent but overpowered, who even came up with such shit? Did they think this was a manhwa? Yes, actually it is, but I digress. On the platform, the already enraged Choa told Kang to forfeit. His mood was already at rock bottom, and he'd just gotten bitch-slapped in front of everybody. The last thing he needed was to waste time with him. So if Kang knew what was good for him and didn't want to get bodied when they got back to school, then he should obediently back off. However, contrary to Cho's warning, when the referee gave the signal to begin, Kang didn't fold at all. He kept his gaze fixed on Cho, memories of the bully's antics flickering through his mind. And unfortunately for the bastard, Kang got so absorbed in those memories that he unknowingly used more strength than he intended to, ultimately breaking Cho's hand. Cho screamed like crazy, but by then it was already too late. The match was lost and his hand was broken. As for Kang, he was declared the winner of the fight and the contender for the championship. No one, and I mean no one, gave a damn about Choa even though he was just a few steps away, crying on the ground like a bitch. All the attention was on Gu Li and the homie Kang as they faced off for the title, and of course, the sweet, sweet prize money, $80,000. At the same time, at Incheon International Airport, an unexpected development was underway. Right before Matt Dion, the fake superhero, was about to arrive, a very real disaster struck the airport. An attack by a Xenoterran, which is hilarious if you think about it, because if the fake hero got bodied by a real monster, the irony would be magnificent. Back at the tournament grounds, were reunited with the homie jury. Turns out he'd excused himself to use the loo, and by the time he got back, the tournament was already in the finals. Which is kinda sussy because why would he be in the loo for that long? Was he? You know what? Never mind. Nevertheless, he made it back just in time to cheer for his homeboy, and ironically, he wasn't the only one spreading the love. Ghouli's people were also showing up for him, cheering him on and sending all the love they could muster. Of course, the love was mostly geared toward the prize money and not the homie himself. But hey, ignorance is bliss, and so long as he doesn't find out, who cares if his master and fellow disciples are gold-digging thoughts? Speaking of Ghoulie, the enthusiastic Chad addressed Kang with his signature beaming smile. He told the latter that his name was Moon Ghoulie, a practitioner of Subakdo, the head instructor of Seopmu Dojang, and as far as he knew, the only man to successfully change a thought. Yes, J. Cole was wrong. They do want to be saved. Anyway, he told Kang to give it his all. Regardless of win or loss, he hoped they'd have a great time. Kang said bet and locked hands with him, preparing for the match. However, the second the two got into the zone, they both knew this match would be different. Their opponent was strong, and unlike the last times, they might actually have to show a bit more of what they were capable of. In other words, they had to lock in. By the sidelines, the spectators noticed this as well. The tension in the air was so intense that the whole crowd fidgeted with excitement. Meanwhile, the thought-saver Ghoulie and the homie Kang were already at it, sweating it out for the championship. Both parties gave it their supposed all, and for a second, the match settled into a tense draw. This got the crowd even more excited, all except the scummy Kundo crew, who for some reason were still planning on jacking Kang for the prize should he win the match. Talk about courting death, but with a hairstyle that stupid, I'm not entirely surprised by their foolishness. On the other hand, the members of Seopmu Dojang were rather chill. They honestly cheered for their martial brother, not entertaining thoughts of robbery at all. Back on the stage, the match had reached a fever pitch. Both Kang and Ghoulie had given it their acceptable all, though things were leaning toward Kang being him. In fact, the more the match went on, the more Ghoulie felt like something wasn't right. He also wielded superhuman power, but the longer he faced off against Kang, the more he felt like his life was on the line, kinda like an ant facing off against an elephant. Who knew the difference between superhumans would be this great? Finally, after what felt like forever, Kang slowly edged his advantage, tipping Lee's hand over and winning the match. Jury was delighted, probably thinking about how he'd been saved from the bosom of poverty. Alas, the same couldn't be said about the folks from Seopmu Dojang. They'd lost, and they were openly salty about it. Back on the stage, the winner of the tournament was officially announced, the homie Kang. After glazing him a bit, the MC shifted the topic to the prize money, asking Kang if he'd given much thought to how he'd spend it. Kang replied that he hadn't, but knowing Jury, the little bastard probably already had a million plans. Ignoring the second half of Kang's answer, because who gives a damn about Jury's plans, the host activated his secret technique, Talk no Jutsu. He told Kang about the unfortunate folks suffering constant Xenoterran attacks and how he could help make their lives better by donating to charity. And coincidentally, they had the people from UNICEF right over there, so if he felt inclined to help, and wasn't a stingy bastard who probably pulled zero hose, he should consider throwing them $1 or $2. Kang thought about it, and maybe because he genuinely wanted to help, or maybe because he was salty about the diss, he decided to donate. As for the amount, the host once again activated his slick tongue no mi, and coupled with a ton of glazing that Kang was surprisingly weak against, he convinced Kang to donate everything to charity, much to Jury's horror. The redhead almost fainted from the shock. Meanwhile, on Ghoulie's side, the MILF saver was bawling his eyes out, feeling absolutely horrible about losing the match. His master, however, told him to stop with the waterworks. As a true martial artist, he should never despair due to minor setbacks. So what if he lost the prize money? Even if it was $1 billion, it should never shake his Dao heart. Besides, he'd secured second place and won $20,000. That amount was more than enough for them. He should be proud. Unfortunately, although he said all of that, and it indeed sounded quite nice, the old geezer didn't mean any of that shit at all. In fact, he felt so much heartache that his tears unconsciously fell. He shouldn't care about the money. Like hell anyone would believe that shit. Elsewhere, we're reunited with Kang and Juri. After being conned out of their prize money, the duo had no choice but to focus on the next task, meeting Ketchup Man. Luckily, they could still make it on time, so the day wasn't a complete bust. But just as they were about to leave the stadium, planning to board the next bus to the airport, they ran into some unexpected trouble. The Kundo crew. Obviously still salty about his loss, Choi told Kang he'd meet him at school, and since he liked donating things so much, he'd donate a couple of punches to his stupid face. Hood translation, he'd catch him outside. How about that? However, contrary to the terrified reaction Cho expected, Juri lit his shit up. He dissed the bastard so much that Kang had to drag him away. High school delinquents trying to bully them? What a joke. Making their way out of the stadium, the duo stumbled across Gu Li, and unlike the bastards from the Kundo crew, their interaction was quite harmonious. Gu Li acknowledged Kang's martial talent and invited him to join their dojo. Kang replied that he would swing by sometime, showing an unexpected interest in martial arts, though it's unclear whether he's truly interested in martial arts or just tempted by the pork belly the disciples are rumored to eat all the time. Regardless, Gu Li bid them farewell and left the stadium. After he'd left, the old geezer stayed behind, glazing over the trophy. He marveled at how great it looked and asked Juri if he could take a closer look at it. Juri agreed and was about to hand it over, only to realize that the geezer had already snatched it from him at some point, and he'd been completely unaware. He was still struggling with this fact when Kang pushed him behind him, warning him to be wary of the geezer. Something didn't feel right. True to Kang's intuition, the old man unleashed his aura, revealing that he too was a superhuman, and judging by his words, he seemed to be aware of Kang's hidden identity as well, that he was Whitecap. Luckily, he wasn't hostile, so he immediately withdrew his aura and introduced himself to Kang. He was Bang Wen-oh, the founder and grandmaster of Seopmu Dojang, and the current successor of their ultimate martial art, Subakdo. Addressing the confused Kang, Bang Wen-oh acknowledged that he must have a lot of questions, but for obvious reasons that was not the place to talk. Thus, he invited Kang to seek him out at Mount Yongpo. If he wished to have his questions answered, then he should find him there. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving the puzzled boys behind. Fast forward to a while later, when the duo finally made it to the airport. Although they were excited about meeting Ketchup Man, the conversation inevitably shifted back to Bang Wen-oh. Juri, on his part, wondered what his deal was and how he'd discovered Kang's secret identity, while Kang, on the other hand, was pissed by how their day was going. Not only had he missed out on the tournament prize, the trophy had also been snatched by Bang Wen-oh, making him wonder why he bothered participating in the tournament anyway. What a complete waste of time. He was in the middle of ranting when a warning alarm blared, warning everyone of a Xenoterran attack. All civilians were advised to evacuate to the shelters immediately, lest they lose their lives in the ensuing chaos. At the same time on the runway, the Xenoterran was indeed on the move. After letting out a loud growl to announce its presence, the fiend immediately shifted its attention to the air, to the airplane that was about to land, the same airplane that, coincidentally, Ketchup Man was on. Then it charged forward, ready for the fade. Meanwhile, on Kang and Juri's side, the duo were dumbfounded by the rapid developments. They knew they had to do something, but Kang had forgotten his costume back at the house, so the superhero Whitecap couldn't make an appearance just yet. Still, Juri wasn't called a genius for no reason. He'd foreseen something like this happening and had stashed away backup gear and a mask in advance. He handed them over to Kang, who, without a second thought, grabbed them and bolted, not bothering to pay Juri any more attention. As he ran through the airport, doing his best to close in on the Xenoterran's last confirmed location, Kang realized he'd overlooked a crucial detail. Sure, Juri had spare gear and a mask, but he'd forgotten to bring along a spare for the one thing Whitecap couldn't operate without, his signature Whitecap. Without it, the vigilante Whitecap couldn't possibly make an appearance. Luckily, the solution practically presented itself to Kang on a silver platter. Before him was a group of fleeing civilians, one of whom coincidentally had on a white cap. Well, kinda. Nevertheless, Kang wasn't bothered by the imperfection in the hat. He simply lunged forward, grabbed it, and made a quick getaway, much to the horror of the man whose secret baldness had just been exposed to the world. Damn, Leaping through the sections, Kang weaved his way to a bathroom, where he shut the door behind him. He was there to change into his superhero costume, and a little caution to prevent anyone from walking in and discovering his secret identity was all but necessary. However, before that, he couldn't help but hesitate, because changing into his costume meant getting rid of his clothes, and he didn't want to do that. Not only because they were a gift from Jury that he cherished a lot, but also because the shirt was the signature costume of Ketchup Man, his hero and idol. He really didn't want to toss it away, but the situation demanded it, so he had no choice but to take off the shirt and throw it in the trash. Once done, he turned his attention to the hat, but unlike his shirt, he had no qualms about modifying it. He swiftly ripped off the logo, turning it into an acceptable replacement for his signature white cap. Then, with both cap and mask now on deck, the homie locked in, ready for the fate. Meanwhile, back on the runway, the airplane was beginning its landing procedures. The passengers were advised to stay in their seats and avoid moving around like a troublesome Karen because ain't nobody got time for that shit. Unfortunately for everyone on board, even if they didn't have to deal with a restless wench, their day was all but destined to be ruined. The moment the plane began its official descent, the pilots noticed something that made their expressions change drastically, their eyes widening with horror. On the runway was a Xenoterran, and the bastard was charging straight at them. Terrified, the pilot said, "Fuck that," and pulled on the wheel, desperate to ascend as fast as possible and escape from the monster. However, the Xenoterran had no intention of letting them go so easily. It sprinted down the runway, and, with a mighty leap, shot toward the airplane, its hand cocked back for a decisive attack. Fortunately, the Maiden of Luck wasn't done with them just yet. The moment the Xenoterran was about to claw the plane in half, it realized it was off by a meter or two, causing its attack to land on the wing rather than the body of the aircraft. Still, that was more than enough to crash the plane and rattle everyone inside, so it landed gracefully, waiting for the wing to tear off and for the inevitable to happen. Meanwhile, back on board, both the pilots and the passengers were losing their shit, especially the pilots, who knew exactly how cooked they were. With a damaged wing, they had no option but to attempt an emergency landing, lest any further delay caused them to be yanked out of the air. However, as the homie Murphy once said, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. No sooner had the wheels touched down than they completely fell off, forcing the airplane into an uncontrolled skid. Luckily, the pilots were skilled enough to direct its momentum, easing it to a stop and preventing an explosion, although barely. Still, they weren't out of the woods just yet. When the Xenoterran realized its prey wasn't down and out, it immediately moved to rectify that mistake. It flicked its head around, and, upon noticing a forklift, got a brilliant idea. Since it couldn't destroy the airplane in a sneak attack, couldn't it just bash the bastard into smithereens? It refused to believe that even a vehicle weighing several tons wouldn't be enough to get the job done. Thus, it grabbed the forklift and, much to the surprise of the survivors watching from inside the airplane, lifted it with ease. Before they could react, it settled into a throwing stance and yeeted that bastard straight at them. Horrified, the survivors had no choice but to watch as the forklift shot toward them, an attack certain to set off a chain reaction that would undoubtedly explode the plane. Nevertheless, they couldn't do anything about it, so they simply watched and waited for death. But just as they were resigning themselves to fate, a figure, Kang, came rushing in and made a beeline for the forklift. With nimble movements, he closed in on the vehicle and, with a well-placed kick, sent the machine flying up into the air, much to the Xenoterran's surprise. Even then, the homie wasn't done. Upon landing, he settled into a fighting stance, shot the monster a challenging glare, and told it to come at him. Since it came looking for a fade, he would grant it the honor of getting that ass clapped. No homo, of course. The monster replied with a loud shriek, as if daring Kang to bring it on. Kang said bet and grabbed the forklift, effortlessly lifting it off the ground. He gave it a quick squeeze before yeeting it at the Xenoterran, daring it to tank it if it could. The Xenoterran, however, took a quick glance at the approaching forklift and said, "Fuck that." It nimbly backpedaled, putting as much distance between itself and the forklift as possible, and when that wasn't enough, it leaped into the sky, clearly avoiding a direct collision with the vehicle. Stay on the ground and tank it? Like hell it would do something that stupid. However, to the Xenoterran's surprise, Kang was on that ass like glue. The second the monster escaped into the sky, he blinked before it, pressing the attack with a savage sidekick. The attack connected with grace, dazing the creature and leaving it helpless to defend itself. Predictably, Kang exploited this opening to press the attack, chopping at the creature's skull with a downward bash. Stunned and completely overwhelmed by the relentless assault, the Xenoterran was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing into the ground and kicking up a dust storm. Still, Kang wasn't satisfied. He followed the monster down to the ground, entered a fighting stance, and prepared to press the attack. This was because he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Despite clapping Hela cheeks, tenderizing them like he was cooking tenderloins, he hadn't received the feedback he'd expected. Hitting the Xenoterran felt like he was hitting clay, and not the flesh-on-flesh pounding he'd grown to love. Pause. Just as he was about to rush in and investigate, Juri's voice sounded through the comms, asking for a status update. This surprised Kang, who didn't know communication was possible. Hadn't they forgotten all their gear back at home? Especially Juri, who couldn't possibly carry his PC to the airport. Juri replied that he'd hacked into a PC at the airport and was using it as his temporary workstation. However, the setup was a bit lackluster, so the actual help he could give Kang was limited. For example, they didn't have the usual camera setup, so he couldn't analyze the monster in real time and send back data. Even so, he was in the process of hacking into the main tower, and once he had control of the surveillance cameras, he should be able to help a bit more. Contrary to what Juri expected, Kang told him to pull back. He warned him to exit the battlefield and leave everything to him. He explained that he was getting a very bad feeling about the situation, and if his intuition was correct, then he couldn't risk Juri being out in the field with him. He intended to explain more, but was cut short by the monster, which moved in with a sneak attack, clocked him, and cut off their connection. Nevertheless, Kang weaved through the situation with ease. He tanked the blow, and after tilting his head back to dissipate the pressure, grabbed hold of the Xenoterran and slammed it into the ground, off the concrete, and finally into a nearby wall. However, this was just the beginning of Kang's counterattack. He swiftly charged forward, clearly intending to advance the melee. Unfortunately, just as he was about to pounce on it, the creature suddenly hit him with a curveball. It sprayed ink on Kang, blocking his vision and leaving him open for a counterattack that the creature delivered with unmatched ferocity. It dazed him with a right hook, set him up for a left punch, and executed the assault with savage precision. Still, even that wasn't enough to take down Kang. He tanked that shit, regained his bearings, and clutched onto the monster's hand, obviously plotting a vicious counterattack. Alarmed, the creature shuddered in terror and backpedaled, not daring to face whatever it was Kang was plotting head-on. It jumped several meters back before stopping. Only then did it feel safe enough to growl in response, seemingly asking what the hell that was and why it felt like it was facing certain death. Of course, Kang didn't provide an answer. He kept glaring at the Xenoterran and only snapped out of it when Juri called, reporting that he'd hacked into the surveillance network and now had eyes on the entire airport. In response, Kang told him to stop and fall back, repeating what he'd said before. There was something seriously off about the situation, and he didn't want Juri anywhere near it when shit inevitably hit the fan. Juri, however, was stubbornly persistent. He told Kang he wasn't a superhuman, and thus couldn't provide much support. But as a member of the team, he still wanted to do everything he could to help. Kang mulled it over, but eventually decided to let him be. He still felt uneasy, but with him there, he was certain he could at least rescue Juri should anything truly go down. Besides, the monster was attacking again, so he couldn't afford to argue about it anyway. Shifting his focus back to the enemy, Kang was surprised by its next move. Instead of spraying ink like before, the Xenoterran straight up shot eggs into the sky, surprising Kang, who couldn't figure out what the hell it was planning. Was this a kink or something? Nevertheless, he locked in on the situation and tracked every single egg as they spread out across the airport. Some landed in other terminals, while others, whether through coincidence or deliberate placement, ended up exactly where the survivors were hiding. In the airplane, and more tragically, the lobby, the exact place Juri was chilling. Predictably, when he got the unexpected visitor, Juri's face changed drastically. He gazed at it in horror, wondering what he should do now. Should he make a run for it or nah? And even if he did, could he possibly outrun the thing? Meanwhile, back in the USA, the trio of Pearl, James, and Ben were following the events unfolding at the airport through a live feed. The news media had gained access to the surveillance cameras and were broadcasting the footage live across the globe. As they watched, the trio couldn't help but be surprised by the Xenoterran's move. By spitting out eggs like that, it had essentially split Whitecap's attention, and it would be a wonder if he could handle everything on his own. Speaking of which, Ben proposed recruiting Whitecap. Since he was acting alone, and they needed a replacement for Withrow anyway, why not try recruiting him into the team? Pearl considered it briefly, but eventually shelved the idea. Not only because Withrow's passing was still fresh, but because new developments were happening at the airport, and she couldn't afford to miss a single thing. And true to that, the various eggs spread across the airport hatched simultaneously, their hatchlings bursting forth with somber gravity. Their presence instantly terrified the onlookers, especially Yuri, who had to hide to save his life. However, as they say, when it rains, it pours. Just as he was beginning to entertain the idea of escaping that shit alive, his phone suddenly buzzed, drawing the monster's attention. This essentially revealed his location, forcing Yuri to grab his phone and run. Stay and fight that thing? Like hell he'd do something so foolish. Meanwhile, back on the runway, things were getting heated. After failing to kill Kang in its base form, the monster unhesitatingly entered its second form, the buffed-up red form. Still, Kang wasn't worried. Whether it was the second form or the fifth form, if he decided on clapping cheeks, then best believe cheeks would be clapped. He moved to confront the monster, but was stopped in his tracks by a scream from Yuri. The young homie had found himself in quite a pickle, and his frustration had unintentionally leaked through the earpiece. Worried, Kang immediately changed his plans. He made a beeline for the lobby, intending to rescue Yuri before handling the monster. However, just because he could switch targets didn't mean the monster would let him go so easily. It sent out its hatchling, hoping to intercept Kang and prevent him from leaving. Big mistake. Kang didn't even spare it a second glance. With a full-powered punch, he burst its head open, killing it on the spot and continuing his charge toward the lobby. Still, that brief moment of contact was more than enough for the fiend to make its move. The second Kang was up in the air, just seconds away from barging into the lobby. The Xenoterran suddenly appeared beside him, completing its pincer attack and slamming him straight into the ground. It then followed up with a stomp attack, leveraging gravity to land a decisive finisher on Kang. Meanwhile, Yuri wasn't having it easy either. Sure, he wasn't getting his cheeks baked, but he'd been pursued relentlessly by the monster, forcing him to use up all his smoke bombs just to barely slip away. But with the bombs all used up, that cheek clapping was just around the corner. He racked his brain for a solution, hoping to think of anything that could get him out of the situation when the sight before him made him freeze. A lady, a Sakura, who had undoubtedly ignored the evacuation instructions and was now trapped in the lobby. Yuri wanted to curse her out, to ask why she hadn't followed instructions and had instead decided to become a liability. Then the hatchling's growl thundered through the room. Predictably, the Sakura screamed in terror, exposing her location and putting them in even more danger. Yuri was furious, but he was helpless as the Xenoterran tracked the sound and discovered the woman. For a second, he entertained thoughts of abandoning her, but after much deliberation, he grabbed a fire extinguisher and whacked the monster with it, deciding to intervene anyway. So what if it got him killed? He'd rather go out as a hero than survive longer as a spineless coward. Alas, no good deed goes unpunished. The monster switched its target to him, grabbed him by the leg, and squeezed firmly, causing Yuri to scream in pain. He'd barely registered the consequences of his actions when he was flung across the room, cutting through it like a rag doll before slamming hard into a wall, dazed and unable to process what the hell had just happened. Had he just been yeeted? The idea barely took root when he heard the rhythmic sound of the monster's approaching footsteps, causing him to lock in and focus on the situation. Still, in that moment of despair, his thoughts unceasingly flicked back to Kang. Was this what he'd been going through while dealing with all those monsters alone? Forced to fight with no one but himself to rely on? It must have been incredibly lonely. Too bad he couldn't do anything about it, because he was about to die. However, just as Yuri had resigned himself to fate, a figure suddenly charged in, clocked the monster, and bought him a new lease on life. The figure was Agent B, who had arrived just in time to provide backup. dare to die with regrets and grievances in his heart? Nah. First, Jury would have to ask his hands if they agreed. He instructed his men to lock in because from then on, their one and only mission was to support Whitecap. Oh, apart from clapping cheeks, of course. Meanwhile, as Agent B, or rather, the narrator, was wilding with his remarks, Jury was busy processing the drastic turn of events. 1 second, he was ready to die. The next, he was being saved by a cosplaying cyborg from who knows where. Nevertheless, he'd just been given a new lease on life, so who was he to complain? He flicked his gaze toward the hatchling, which was already getting back up, and wondered whether B could really take it down. Speaking of B, he was locking in as well. With his attention fixed on the hatchling, he unzipped the red glove covering his arm and casually tossed that fashion disaster aside. Then, striking a pose like he was about to hit a JoJo stance or some shit, he revealed his new arm. Gripping it by the fingers, he aimed it directly at the monster. However, before things get active, let's take a quick lore break to uncover the mysteries behind B's new gear. Through a flashback, we learn that the cybernetic arm was the latest piece of technology developed by SXDF. More specifically, it housed a cathode rail designed to be the ultimate killing machine. However, as expected of something that deadly, it came with a pretty significant downside. The thing was a total energy hoe. Under normal circumstances, the amount of power required to fire it even once was so absurd that B might as well carry an entire nuclear power plant on his back just to make it function. Obviously, that would have been ridiculous, so a workaround was needed. After months of tinkering and countless failed attempts, the researchers finally found a solution thanks to the invaluable help of a new scientist who had recently joined the American division, the NotNPC capsule. And if you haven't guessed already, that genius researcher was none other than Jury's sister. As it turns out, she was even more remarkable than we'd thought. On her very first day, she invented the NotNPC capsule, effortlessly solving a problem that had stumped the rest of the research team for months. Not only that, but much of the technology integrated into B's new arm had also been developed by her, further proving just how monstrously talented she was. Regardless, this is supposed to be a lore dump about B's arm, so let's stop the mommy glazing for now and get back on track. Although incredibly powerful, the cybernetic arm was still experimental, meaning caution was necessary during use. As for how it worked, the process was surprisingly simple. Pull and pray. Pull on the fingers to cast off the unnecessary attachments, lock the weapon into position, and then pray the damn thing didn't explode in your face. It was still experimental after all. Still, it looked cool as hell, which naturally drew the attention of both Jury and the hatchling, albeit for very different reasons. Ignoring their heated stares, B called upon his trusted sidekick, C, which, incredibly enough, turned out to be a combat dog completely loaded with NotNPC capsules. The canine sprinted toward B, and, after executing a masterful leap and twist through the air, enabled him to retrieve a capsule, which he promptly slotted into his cybernetic arm. The moment he did, B nearly burst from the surge of energy. The feeling of power flooding through his veins was so intense that he almost lost himself in it, let alone soaked his pants. Fortunately, he snapped out of it just in time to deal with the immediate problem before him, the hatchling lunging in for a sneak attack. Without hesitation, he aimed the arm cannon and fired. The blast mercilessly launched the hatchling backward. Meanwhile, things over at the runway weren't faring any better. Not only were there now 2 hatchlings clawing at the airplane, but the little bastards were relentless, almost like they were chasing after some cheeks or something. Predictably, the survivors weren't feeling that shit at all. They shouted and cursed at the universe, demanding to know why it couldn't just give them a break. They'd already survived a plane crash. What more did it want from them? Amid the chaos, a voice suddenly rose above the panic. Rose, he told everyone to calm the fuck down. The women panicking was understandable, but what excuse did the grown, able-bodied men have? They had arms, didn't they? So why couldn't they stand up and fight for their survival, even if they were obviously going to get clapped? One survivor immediately yelled back for him to shut the hell up. Fight? Against those things? Did Rose forget that the monsters could literally tear them apart like paper? How exactly were they supposed to fight something like that? Or was he just volunteering them to die? Another survivor cut in, this time siding with Rose. Doing nothing wasn't any better, he argued. They'd die eventually either way. Since that was the case, why not go down swinging? Unfortunately, the words had barely left his mouth when the cabin door was kicked inward. A cloud of dust exploded through the room, scaring the absolute shit out of everyone. Without a doubt, the hatchling had finally made its way inside, and the sight of it alone was enough to send the survivors into a full-blown frenzy. Back in the lobby, Agent B had been putting in work. Another reload, another aim, another shot, another hatchling sent flying backward. However, it was becoming increasingly clear that a single shot wasn't enough to kill them outright. So B changed tactics. Closing the distance, he got up close and personal before planting another blast directly into the creature's head. This time, the hatchling dropped and failed to get back up. Watching his latest victim crumple to the floor, B mentally summarized his findings. First, as previously noted, one shot wasn't enough. To finish them off, you needed to hit the same spot twice. Double tap that shit. Second, while the cathode rail was undeniably powerful, it wasn't nearly strong enough to contend with the obviously superior mature Xenos. At best, it could bully hatchlings. Still, hatchlings were exactly what he was dealing with right now, so why overthink things? He'd clap them first and worry about the rest later. Unfortunately, the universe immediately decided to test that logic. Another hatchling suddenly crashed into the area, and then another. Turns out the commotion had attracted company. Normally, that wouldn't have been a problem. After all, B's arm was rated E for everyone, and domestic violence was his middle name. The issue was that he was running low on ammo. Matter of fact, he only had one capsule left. That left him in a rather awkward position because, without intervention, there was a very real chance all of them would die there. Damn. Meanwhile, back on the runway, events had taken an unexpected turn. Just when the survivors had completely given up hope and accepted that death was inevitable, a miracle occurred. A superhuman who had been hiding among them the entire time suddenly stepped forward and fought back. With a single punch, he launched the hatchling straight through the airplane and sent it flying off into the distance. As for the identity of this mysterious hero, well, let's just say the fake ketchup man wasn't so fake after all. The homie Matt Dion had been a real hero the entire time. And not just any hero, but one capable of clapping the shit out of Xenoterrans. Case in point, this brutalized bastard right here. Meanwhile, while Dion was busy feeling himself after the cheek-clapping session, a deafening shriek from a woman snapped him back to reality. She pointed toward a second hatchling, telling Dion to lock the hell in. Couldn't he see the other bastard? It was way too early to lose focus. Dion said bet and zoomed toward the hatchling. He moved with such speed that by the time the creature realized what was happening, he was already towering over it. Then, with straight-up disrespect, he pinched the shit out of its face, squeezing it like it was a ball of dough. Much to the disbelief of the survivors watching, particularly the loudmouth who'd called him out earlier. Seeing Dion manhandle the hatchling, the guy couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, instantly regretting why he'd opened his big mouth. He just hoped Dion would be magnanimous enough not to clap his ass. Pause. Meanwhile, while the passengers were still reeling from the shock, the most flabbergasted of them all was undoubtedly Dion's manager and friend, Rose. He'd known Dion for years, and the sight before him, of Dion tanking a hatchling's blows like they were nothing, left him completely stunned. He asked Dion for an explanation, and Dion, seemingly understanding the worry in his friend's heart, told him not to overthink it. His true identity had been kept secret from everyone, and unfortunately, that included him as well. It was never an intentional deception on his part. Still, now that his secret was out, it seemed his beloved acting career was over. He thanked Rose for sticking by him all this time, stressing once again that he'd never intended to deceive him. Matter of fact, despite keeping the truth from him, he could confidently say their time together was as real as it got, and he truly considered him a friend. Too bad all that was over now. With his secret exposed, it was time to part ways. Staying together would only put Rose in danger, so Dion told his manager he was fired. From that moment on, he should consider all ties to the character Ketchup Man severed. With that, Dion leaped out of the airplane, carrying the hatchling with him. Venting the frustration bottled up inside, he slammed the creature into the ground with such force that its head burst wide open. As he watched the monster twitch and bleed out, Dion tried singing his theme song. Unfortunately, it just wasn't hitting the same. Without the usual joy in his heart, the performance came out bland and lifeless. Luckily, he had just the thing to fix that, specifically the clueless hatchling charging straight at him. He lacked the spice to give the song a soul. Fine, he'd just have to clap hatchling cheeks until he was drowning in spice. Flexing his biceps, Dion threw a devastating hook that literally burst the hatchling's head open, and just as he'd expected, that finally put a smile on his face. Unfortunately, the smile didn't last long. A short distance away stood the real Xenoterran, and until that troublesome fiend was dealt with, any victory over the hatchlings would be meaningless. So Dion decisively trudged forward, intending to give our boy Kang a helping hand. What Dion didn't know, however, was that news of him being a superhuman was sending shockwaves across the internet. Thanks to the live media broadcast, the entire world now knew his secret, and people were absolutely losing their minds, particularly the trio of James, Ben, and Pearl. Like most people around the world, they were very familiar with Matt Dion, or more accurately, his character, Ketchup Man. In all that time, they'd never once suspected that Dion himself was actually a superhuman, so you can imagine their shock. Ben commented on the brilliance of Dion's disguise, saying it was genius to hide in plain sight. After all, who in their right mind would suspect that an actor playing a superhero was actually a real superhero? The deception was so simple that it became ingenious. James, on the other hand, turned to Pearl, curious to hear her thoughts. She'd met Dion before. Had she ever suspected he was a superhuman? Pearl replied that she hadn't. Matter of fact, the Dion she'd met had been a bona fide fanboy who couldn't stop mumbling gibberish the moment he met a real superhero. But now that she thought about it, that must have been an act too. Damn it. The guy had hidden it so well that even she'd been fooled. What a deceitful bastard. Meanwhile, while the rest of the world was busy processing Dion's reveal, the homie B was fighting for his damn life. With one final shot from his cathode gun, he dropped another hatchling. Judging by his miserable condition and the fact that he was completely out of ammo, he desperately hoped it was the last one. Unfortunately, as the homie Murphy once said, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. B had barely finished his naive wish when he noticed something very troublesome. The hatchling wasn't dead. In fact, even as B knelt there on the ground, completely spent, the creature was steadily recovering, clearly planning to turn the tables. Predictably, B wasn't down with that shit. He called out to his sidekick, C, telling the loyal dog to give him a hand, literally. Grabbing C's leg, B pulled, revealing that it was actually a hidden blade. While it wasn't strong enough to deal with a real Xenoterran, it was more than enough to finish off a hatchling, especially one that was already half dead like the bastard in front of him. With that, B charged forward and drove the blade straight into the hatchling's eye. However, instead of a victorious grin, B's expression changed drastically. Because, as it turned out, a monster was still a monster, even if it was half dead. The instant the hatchling sensed fatal danger, it said, "Fuck that," and lashed out with everything it had, determined to drag B down with it. Its claw plunged straight into his chest, clearly intending to sponsor his one-way trip to the afterlife. Hadn't B heard? Heaven was supposedly lovely this time of year. In response, B gritted his teeth and powered through the damage. He hacked at the hatchling, roaring for it to die already. His blade became a blur, stabbing and twisting through the hatchling's wounds until it finally went limp. When that happened, B couldn't hold on any longer either and collapsed to the ground, eliciting a concerned bark from his bestie and partner, C. Oh, and Jury was there as well, though I'd almost forgotten about him at this point. Meanwhile, back on the runway, things had taken an interesting turn. After laying Whitecap out, that is to say, knocking him the fuck out, the octopus bastard turned its attention to Ketchup Man, shrieking at him. Dion, in turn, glared back and told it to shut its stinky mouth. He was there to clap cheeks, and the Xeno didn't need to scream for that to happen. Still, though he sounded quite confident, the laid-out Whitecap just a few feet away did leave him apprehensive, wondering if that would be him if he let his guard down. Nevertheless, just as he'd said, cheeks needed to be clapped, so he locked in and told the Xeno to come at him. But just as the two titans were about to get at it for real, something happened that yanked both of their attention. Whitecap was getting back up. Despite the terrible L he'd just experienced, the homie was shrugging off the damage and rising to his feet like it was nothing. This left both Dion and the Xeno incredulous, especially the Xeno because it knew better than anyone just how much damage it had inflicted on Kang. So for him to recover that fast, just what kind of monster was he? Unfortunately for it, that was the least of its problems because the second Whitecap rose to his feet. An overwhelming pressure accompanied him, pressing down on everyone and causing the entire ground to quake. Even Dion wasn't spared from the carnage, and his jaw clenched as he fought hard not to succumb to the pressure and be laid flat on the ground, like a cooked shrimp. The same was true for everything in the vicinity. Whitecap's aura was so immense that the very air trembled, and the ground quaked as if a cataclysm was descending. While that was going on, we switched briefly to another setting, a safe house where two other spectators were watching the show, Nanki and Danyang. Incredulous, the maiden Danyang asked Nanki what the hell was going on. Why was the air trembling like that? Was it some kind of pressure-applying technique or something? Nanki replied that it wasn't that at all. Matter of fact, the best way to describe it was that it was nothing. Whitecap wasn't using any pressure-applying technique or anything of the sort. He was just him. What Danyang was witnessing was Whitecap unveiling just a fraction of the overwhelming spiritual pressure he had bottled up inside his body. Though crude, it was still more than enough to suppress everything and everyone around him, including the very space-time in his immediate vicinity. But despite how incredibly overpowered it looked, Nanki couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. He explained to Danyang that Whitecap seemed off, unnatural even. Normally, every time he fought, Whitecap often seemed to him like a spectator, a bystander watching the fight play out instead of actively participating in it. But now that feeling was completely gone. The Whitecap he was seeing right now, the very same one who was suffocating everyone with his pressure alone, seemed fully invested in the fight, almost as if he were doing it subconsciously. As for what the consequences of that would be, even he didn't know. Danyang glanced at him, but ultimately kept her thoughts to herself, though it was clear she was beginning to question Nanki's motives in all this. As for Nanki himself, he grinned broadly, eager to see how things would play out. Matt Dion being exposed as Ketchup Man was already a pleasant surprise, and he was eager to see what other surprises the day had in store for him. Back on the runway, the Xeno had just about had enough of its passiveness. It charged at Kang, its hand rearing back for a nasty finisher before its fist shot forward like a rocket. However, before its blow could land, it was met with a counter that left it absolutely devastated. Several punches tore through its body at speeds that even it couldn't perceive. Matter of fact, it was only when it felt Kang clutch its neck and choke the life out of it that it snapped back to its senses, but by then, it was already too late. Dion, who'd watched everything unfold from the sidelines, was equally taken aback. He marveled at how incredibly fast Whitecap was, attacking at speeds that only someone like him could barely perceive. But even then, it was still just a blur. All he saw was a fist connecting with the humerus, face, ribs, twice to the sternum, the femur, before ending at the patella. Complicated jargon aside, what he meant was that Whitecap beat the shit out of the octopus Xeno. In fact, the thrashing was so severe that the insurmountable difference between the two of them became crystal clear. Still, now wasn't the time for his thoughts to wander, so he quickly locked back in. But just like Nanki, he too felt that something wasn't right about Whitecap. He felt different. Speaking of the homie, he was suddenly met with an unexpected counterattack by the Xeno. It unfolded its tentacles, trapping Kang within them, then immediately began constricting him, trying to snap him in half. But Kang wasn't having any of that. He blitzed the Xeno from the inside, pelting it with enough punches to burst its tentacles apart, freeing himself. Once out, his gaze inevitably settled back on the now severely injured Xenoterran. Without any hesitation, he trudged toward it, clearly intending to finish it off once and for all. However, before he could do so, a third party joined the fray, catching both him and Dion completely off guard. The newcomer, who to both their surprise turned out to be an unprecedented talking Xenoterran, stated that it couldn't let him kill the octopus Xeno so easily because it still had a use for it. And no, this wasn't a request, so if the duo thought it was, they might as well step forward and catch his fate. A tense silence followed as the duo tried to process the situation. This was especially true for Dion, who couldn't believe what he was seeing. A talking Xenoterran? Since when did that become a thing? But beyond that, he wondered where it had come from in the first place, as he hadn't sensed its presence at all. He glared at it, hoping to glean some intel, but the only feedback he received was a brief glance from the monster before it ignored him completely and began its monologue. It asked why they seemed so surprised that it could speak. Was it because it was a so-called Xenoterran? Was that why they were so taken aback? Gesturing toward the octopus Xeno, it told them not to look down on them, especially when they still feared them. Then, to everyone's surprise, the octopus Xeno that had been defeated by Kang suddenly started levitating following the new Xeno's gesture. With another prompt from it, the octopus shot toward the newcomer as if it were being pulled by an invisible force. Stopping the beaten Xeno before itself, the new Xeno told Kang, Dion, and humanity in general not to be so arrogant. They shouldn't think that just because they said so, things would unfold exactly as they wished. Some things were beyond their comprehension, and it would do them well to remember that. In other words, Xenoterrans were far more complex than humanity, in its arrogance, believed them to be. Meanwhile, while the new Xeno was giving humanity a rude awakening, we switch back to Danyang, who was predictably losing her shit. Watching the Xeno use something that could only be described as an ability, she couldn't help but look toward Nanki for an explanation, asking how that was possible. Not to mention it was even talking and wearing clothes like a human. Just what was going on? However, to Danyang's surprise, the look on Nanki's face told her that he didn't know what was going on either. In fact, the sudden twists had him frowning so much that it was obvious he hadn't expected any of this, nor did he like it. Still, he quickly composed himself, wore his signature carefree smirk, and told her not to worry. Though the new arrivals had caught him slightly off guard, it was still a treat to witness something so marvelous. A monster that could talk, wear clothes, and use abilities? He wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Still, now that he thought about it, it wasn't so crazy after all. He'd long suspected that there were far more powerful supernatural existences in their world, and it wasn't that far-fetched for one of them to be a Xenoterran. This only proved his point. What he didn't understand, however, was why now, of all times. After staying hidden for so long, why did they choose now to reveal themselves? What gave them that confidence? He mulled it over, but with no answer in sight, he simply told Danyang to get ready. She might have to teleport them over there in a few, if only to get some answers before the new Xenos died. Back on the runway, the new Xeno, which I'll temporarily call Whitehair, canceled its telekinesis ability and dropped the octopus Xeno before it. Squatting to its level, it asked Octo if it remembered it, or if it even spoke at all. The octopus Xeno stayed silent, making Dion, who was watching from the sidelines, wonder what it was trying to do. Why attempt communication as if it were the first time doing so? Shouldn't they have already been communicating, considering it could literally talk? Just what was he missing? But that aside, what was up with the size of that thing? It was literally the biggest Xenoterran he'd seen thus far, easily 3 times the size of a regular human. How could something that large move so seamlessly? It fried his brain just thinking about it. Unfortunately for Dion, Whitehair was too preoccupied with its new friend to pay him any mind or answer his questions. It kept its gaze trained on Octo, firing off one question after another. But just like the last time, the octopus Xeno proved completely incapable of simple speech or conscious thought. It merely growled at Whitehair, even showing a bit of hostility. At this, Whitehair scratched its head in frustration. It grabbed Octo by the mouth, asking why it had to make things so complicated. Morel, who I'm assuming was another Xenoterran, had warned it not to kill another Xeno, but this dumb octopus bastard was really giving it no choice. It shoved its hand into the creature's mouth, and while rummaging around for something, said that it had to do what it had to do. Since the octopus Xeno was too dumb to be useful in their battle to come, it would simply extract its crimson heart and use it on something that would be far more beneficial to their cause. Thus, it yanked the heart out and tossed it to Vanisher, the Xeno it had come with, telling it to keep it safe. Vanisher said bet and swallowed it. Pause, gulping it down like it was the tastiest treat imaginable. Then, ignoring everything else, it turned back to Whitehair, which was monologuing again for some reason. It commented on how dumb the discarded Xenos were, wondering if they were even the same species. Still, that was something for Morel to worry about, so it would just stick to its task and clean things up, obviously referring to silencing Dion and Kang. Speaking of Kang, he finally stopped being passive and charged forward, bringing the fight to Whitehair. This startled Dion, who charged after him, blocking his path to remind him to use some common sense. Why was he being so reckless? Attacking a Xeno they knew nothing about, especially one that anyone with a brain could tell was bad news. Was he tired of living or something? However, to Dion's shock, the only response to his sensible words was a punch aimed straight at his face, forcing him to lock in and block at the very last possible second. This development surprised not only Whitehair, but also Dion, who couldn't understand what was going on. Why was Kang attacking him instead of the enemy? But after noticing the dazed look on Kang's face, everything became clear. Whitecap wasn't conscious. He'd been reacting purely on instinct ever since he got knocked the fuck out. It was no wonder he'd attacked Dion, because to him, anything that moved or got in his way was an enemy, and he'd attack without hesitation. Realizing this, Dion powered through Whitecap's overwhelming pressure and retaliated, telling him not to fuck with him. Did he think he'd just stand there and get folded? Nah, to hell with that. He was a superhuman too, and he'd show him exactly what that meant. His aura started growing, overwhelming Whitecap's, which had been dominating the entire game. Pushing even further, he told the dazed Whitecap that it was time to wake up. If he couldn't do it on his own, then Dion would just have to do it for him, though he couldn't promise he'd be gentle about it. With fists charged with incredible magical power, he punched the shit out of Whitecap, rocking him and sending him crashing into everything in the vicinity. Through windows, through the roof, and into whatever else happened to be nearby, only stopping after he'd personally introduced himself to every solid object in the area. Meanwhile, while that was going on, Dion turned his attention to Whitehair. He told it that he hadn't exerted himself like that in a while, so it would be a real shame if he stopped there. So what did Whitehair think? Did it want part of this fade, or nah? Whitehair replied that of course it did. Since Dion had gone through the trouble of powering up, it would be rude not to indulge him. Thus, it prepped for battle, waiting for Dion to make his move. Dion said bet and charged forward, closing the distance between them like an enraged bull. However, to Whitehair, Dion's straightforward charge was too much of a weakness to ignore. Instead of facing him head-on, it simply predicted his path and attacked proactively, setting up a trap for Dion to fall into. Caught off guard, Dion had no choice but to cancel his charge and focus on defense, though the concrete closing in around him promised to be a world of hurt. Having landed the first blow, Whitehair, whose real name was revealed to be Pawn, was about to press its advantage when it was contacted by Morel, instructing it to head back. Its mission had been accomplished, and there was no need to linger any longer. However, just because Pawn had thoughts of retreating didn't mean Dion was going to let it. He suddenly burst out of the trap, resuming his charge with savage ferocity. But just like before, Pawn didn't seem fazed in the slightest. It simply activated another technique, and, with the glow of a magic circle beneath its feet, blitzed Dion with an attack so fast that he barely registered being hit. Fortunately for Dion, Pan had no intention of pressing the attack. Instead, it simply called out to Vanisher, telling it that they were leaving. Vanisher acknowledged the command and shot into the air, preparing what I believe was their getaway. Its squid-like body suddenly expanded, morphing into a space-time portal connected to the ocean. As for Pawn, it had some farewell words for Dion. It called him impressive for dodging its attack because it had genuinely intended to kill him with that blow. Nevertheless, this would be the last time it missed and the last time it underestimated him. The next time they met, it would make sure to take his life. After saying so, it turned and left, jumping into the portal to escape. The portal connected 2 points in space-time, the airport and an unidentified location deep within the sea. Pawn emerged from the other side and plunged into the depths, returning to the ocean, and presumably their true base. While that was going on, we get a brief flashback to 2012, the year the Xenoterran drama first began. Deep beneath the sea, aboard a submersible, were introduced to a team of researchers and explorers. After diving countless times without any worthwhile discoveries, the team finally decided to bite the bullet and descend even further, down into the mesopelagic zone, where they had never ventured before. At first, it seemed like more of the same, an endless stretch of ocean with nothing to find. However, that quickly changed when the radar operator shouted that he'd found something. He'd detected faint reflective waves coming from the depths, proving that they might have finally discovered something after all. Delighted, the captain cut his banter short and instructed the navigator to slow down, telling him to ease their approach until they reached the target coordinates. Once they arrived, and after noticing faint, shadowy silhouettes in the distance, he ordered the front lights to be switched to maximum power. The crew complied, and after doing so, they were stunned by what lay before them, a graveyard of ships and planes. Still, that wasn't the end of their discovery. The radar operator suddenly reported that the reflective waves he'd detected were actually coming from below them, from the seabed directly ahead. Tempted and blinded by the prospect of an earth-shattering discovery, the captain immediately gave the order. They were to begin drilling. Whatever was producing those signals, they were going to see it with their own eyes. Though hesitant, the crew complied, activating their equipment to begin the excavation. Meanwhile, the captain pressed the record button, ready to document what he believed would become one of history's greatest archaeological discoveries. What they didn't know, or perhaps refused to acknowledge, was that they were currently in the Bermuda Triangle, and what they were about to dig up wasn't some ordinary treasure, but the one thing even the gods had warned should never be opened: Pandora's box. Unfortunately, the details of what happened next are unclear because the story shifts back to the present, specifically a couple of hours after the Xenoterrans left. Through a news broadcast, we're given more information about the airport attack, including the extent of the damage the Xenos caused. It turns out that, because the target was a crowded airport, the destruction was indeed record-breaking. However, it wasn't nearly as catastrophic as it could have been, thanks to the timely intervention of Whitecap, Ketchup Man, and the SXDF forces. Because of them, the death toll didn't surpass that of the previous attack, though the same couldn't be said for the infrastructure. The Xenos absolutely fucked that shit up. Still, that wasn't the only story making the rounds. The broadcast also covered Matt Dion, confirming that he'd been a superhuman all along. Unfortunately, there wasn't much new information beyond that, because Dion had straight up disappeared after the incident. Meanwhile, the talent agency he was signed to, New Scramble Entertainment, insisted that they neither knew where he was, nor had any idea he was a superhuman to begin with. Even so, the broadcast revealed that fans were surprisingly excited by the revelation and couldn't wait for him to resurface. Meanwhile, as the report continued, we switch over to a private hospital where the homie B was receiving medical treatment. After stirring from his coma and taking in his surroundings, he caught the attention of his doctor, the weird science dude whose name I've somehow already forgotten. Walking over, Science Dude instructed B to stay down and avoid moving because his injuries were far worse than he'd imagined. B, however, ignored that shit and immediately asked about his partner instead. Where the hell was C? The doctor replied that C was close by, pointing to the loyal homie sleeping on the floor. He explained that C had been frantic with worry and had refused to leave B's side despite suffering grave injuries of its own. It was only after B passed out and C was given a sedative that the exhausted little guy finally collapsed, allowing the doctor to treat it. Hearing that, B became a little emotional, but quickly composed himself and asked how he'd ended up there. Hadn't he passed out at the airport? The doctor confirmed that he had and admitted it was honestly a miracle B was still alive. He explained that B had come so close to death's door, he'd practically kissed it. Not only had he lost a shit ton of blood, but his right lung had been severely damaged. Several of his organs had been punctured, and as if that wasn't enough, he'd most likely died a couple of times before being revived by whoever administered first aid at the scene. The doctor revealed that if it hadn't been for that mysterious person's quick thinking, securing his airway, tightly wrapping his wounds, and literally bringing him back from the dead, B would have most definitely died. No question about it. Listening to the doctor's explanation, B inevitably thought about Jury. Who would have guessed that the kid he'd saved would end up saving him in return? He asked where Jury was and the doctor replied that he was probably at a civilian hospital. Jury had also been in critical condition and had passed out after treating B. So when the rescue teams arrived, he was transported to a nearby hospital as well. All things considered, they were both incredibly lucky to still be alive. Speaking of Jury, we switch over to where he was receiving treatment. After spending most of the day in a coma, he finally regained consciousness, though waking up was anything but pleasant. His mind was flooded with disturbing visions, some from his past and others from the horrors he'd experienced that very day. Luckily, Kang became his guiding star, allowing Jury to shake off the trauma and return to reality. When he finally opened his eyes, Kang was there to welcome him. Unfortunately, the idiot had absolutely no sense of gentleness. He kept waving his hands in Jury's face while repeatedly aggravating his injured arm. Annoyed, Jury told him to back the fuck up. Changing the subject, he asked where he was. Kang replied that he was pretty fucked up, so obviously he was in the hospital. Ignoring the smartass remark, Jury instead asked how Kang had gotten there. Kang explained that it was a long story. While fighting the Xenoterran, he'd managed to break free so he could come save Jury, only to fall right into the enemy's ambush. The bastard stomped on his head, and everything after that became one giant blur. He had no clue what happened next. The only thing he remembered was waking up on the airport rooftop. That was also when he saw Jury being loaded into an ambulance, probably just seconds after getting his shit rocked by the hatchling, so he'd decided to tag along to the hospital. Pissed, Jury replied that the last bit of information had been completely unnecessary. So what if he'd gotten his shit baked? Did Kang really have to announce it to the entire world? He was about to give Kang an earful when Kang told him to hold off because he had even juicier intel about Ketchup Man. But before he could spill the tea, the news broadcast beat him to it, revealing that Matt Dion, the star of the hit TV show The Invincible Ketchup Man, had actually been a superhuman all along. The revelation shocked Jury, but he barely had time to react before the broadcast shifted to an even more serious topic: the two new Xenoterrans that had appeared during the battle, Pawn and Vanisher. The report introduced them as the most unique Xenos to appear since the infamous Heptahorn, especially the gigantic Pawn, which screamed danger no matter how you looked at it. On top of that, both of them appeared to possess special abilities, something that stunned the experts and filled them with dread over humanity's future. Alarmed, Jury asked what the hell was happening. He'd only been unconscious for a few hours, so how had everything changed so dramatically? And what was the deal with those weird Xenos? Kang replied that he didn't know either. By the time they showed up, he'd already been knocked out. However, Ketchup Man was the one who drove them back, so he probably had the answers. Speaking of the homie, we cut over to the USA, where he was busy dealing with the bureaucratic bullshit of rival government agencies. The FBI wanted him all to themselves, while the other agencies weren't having that, and argued that they should be the ones with exclusive access instead. Fortunately, there was one person who couldn't have cared less about all the political tug-of-war. Ignoring the bureaucratic nonsense entirely, Pearl marched straight into Dion's holding room. Caught off guard, Dion watched Pearl approach with mild embarrassment. After all, he'd once pretended to be nothing more than a powerless superfan in front of her. Pearl, however, couldn't have cared less about any of that. She got straight to the point, telling Dion that she had a couple of questions for him. And no, they weren't about why he'd kept his true identity hidden, because she didn't give a damn about that at all. Dion said bet, stressing that was fine with him because he wasn't planning on telling her anyway. She might be a baddie, but damn if he was going to confess everything. At that, Pearl pulled out a chair, commenting that Dion was edgier than she'd expected. Was his idolized, approachable image on TV nothing but a sham? Dion replied that he didn't give a damn about any of that. Matter of fact, they should probably cut the bullshit and get straight to the point. Pearl nodded, saying that was exactly what she wanted as well, because she couldn't care less about the banter either. She reminded Dion that, as she'd said before, she only had a couple of questions. The first one being, what did he plan to do next? With his secret revealed, what were his next moves? Was he cooking up something or… nah. Dion didn't answer immediately and simply stared at her in silence. The atmosphere quickly became tense, unnerving the various agents watching from outside. Eventually, one of them couldn't take it anymore and voiced his displeasure, asking why Pearl was in there in the first place. Sure, she was a superhuman, but did that mean she could just barge in like that? James replied that precisely because she was a superhuman, she could barge in. What? Did the agent plan to stop her? If so, he and what army? He stressed that Pearl being a superhuman was actually a good thing because only a superhuman could truly understand another superhuman, meaning getting intel from Dion would be significantly easier. Not to mention Pearl was a baddie too, so even if it was just on account of her being a looker, she should produce better results than their sorry asses. Predictably, the old geezers didn't like that at all, and some even cursed him in their hearts. However, James was still part of Pearl's team, so none of them dared to say anything out loud. Back in the holding room, Dion finally decided to speak up. He admitted that he was a bit lost. Just yesterday, he'd been living a pretty decent life. He was a famous actor, a proud and loyal tax-paying American citizen, and things had been looking up for him. In fact, he felt no guilt about hiding his powers or ignoring the fight against the Xenoterrans. But who could have known things would change so drastically overnight? Pearl replied dismissively, saying she understood his position. She made no attempt to dig into his words, which to those listening from outside must have sounded quite disheartening. To her, the only thing that mattered was her earlier question, not whether the Dion sitting before her was the complete opposite of his TV persona, Ketchup Man, the righteous superhero. And judging by Dion's responses so far, she already had her answer. Getting up, she headed for the door, ending the conversation because, in her opinion, continuing to talk would just be a waste of time. But just as she was about to leave the room, Dion called out Withrow's name, making her pause. He asked about him, seeking confirmation on whether he'd truly died. Pearl didn't answer, but the overwhelming aura radiating from her made it clear she was wound tight right now. She warned Dion to watch his next words carefully, because, depending on what he said, she might actually act out of pocket. Judging by how heavily her aura was pressing down on everyone, she really meant that shit. Dion, however, ignored the threat and continued as though the pressure didn't exist. He talked about Pawn and revealed that they had communicated that day, confirming it was sentient. The group was surprised, but it wasn't like they hadn't already suspected it. During the broadcast, its lips had definitely been moving, so if they weren't communicating, then only God knew what they had been doing. Still, everyone calmed their nerves and focused on what Dion had to say next. He revealed that he'd fought Xenos before, but Pawn was on a whole other level, a bona fide freak, if he had to say so himself. Never had he imagined a monster like that existed, especially one with such terrifying powers and abilities. Without a doubt, if they hadn't retreated that day, he would have been in serious danger. Even more so because White Cap had been acting unusually, making it highly unlikely his assistant would have shown up. Speaking of Pawn, Dion revealed that it had left behind an important message. All superhumans would soon die. And no, it wasn't the usual cartoon villain threat. It sounded more like a guarantee. It was almost chilling how certain it had been, as if even as soon as tomorrow, superhumans would start dying. But that only made him realize one thing. For reasons unknown, Xenos had been appearing all around the world lately, and with confirmation that sentient beings existed among their ranks, it wasn't far-fetched to assume they were operating as a cohesive unit. If that were true, then their threat to eliminate every superhuman shouldn't be dismissed as empty words. They truly meant that shit. What happened to Withrow wouldn't be an isolated incident. It would be the beginning of a hunt against every superhuman on Earth. And obviously, if they succeeded, the outcome would be predictable. Without superhumans to protect humanity, Earth would be doomed. At that point, Pearl cut him off. She expressed her disappointment, pointing out that Dion already knew all of that, yet he still refused to fight. Dion replied that she was mistaken about one thing. He never said he wouldn't fight. He simply said he would do it his own way. He had no intention of joining a team and would rather operate alone. Hearing this, Ben, who had been eavesdropping, suddenly cut in, saying he had the perfect solution. As a freelance superhero, Dion would surely need a manager to keep things organized and handle any troublesome matters that might arise. And conveniently enough, he knew just the right person for the job. Dion tried to refuse, but Ben told him to hold off on his answer, at least until he saw who he was talking about. To Dion's surprise, the new supermanager turned out to be none other than Rose, who had come looking for him after they'd been separated at Incheon Airport. Talk about a loyal friend. Meanwhile, somewhere in Russia, forces were already stirring behind the scenes. While tracking a fleeing Xenoterran, Basilov and his partner eventually ended up at a chapel. However, judging by the obvious scowl on Basilov's face, he wasn't pleased about the situation in the slightest. In fact, he couldn't wait to beat the shit out of the Xeno for dragging them all the way out there into the snow. He trudged forward, telling his partner to just wait and see. He'd make sure to rip that little bastard's ass apart. No homo, of course. Back in the States, we're reunited with Rose and Dion. An imperceptible tension still lingered between them after the ketchup man expose, but as friends, the duo were trying their best to get through it. Rose, for example, focused on the more pressing matters, reporting to Dion that he was handling the legal fallout with their agency. It might take a minute, but he'd certainly get it done. Dion nodded in acknowledgement, but his mind was on something else, specifically their time together before all that mess. Things had been so easy back then, and they'd even promised to remain best friends forever. Now, however, it was anyone's guess whether that would still hold true. Still, Dion silently promised himself that he'd give it his all. Addressing Rose, Dion told him that certain things had to change. They couldn't keep moving the way they used to. Rose agreed, replying that he understood. Dion was a real superhero now, after all. But speaking of which, what exactly did that entail? Did it mean they'd have to work with Pearl and her team? Dion admitted that he wasn't sure. He'd said he wanted to go solo and do his own thing, but that had mostly been him being selfish and not wanting to get tied down. However, if he were being honest, he doubted any of them had much choice in how things progressed from then on. The Xenos had made it very obvious that they were going on the offensive, so whether they liked it or not, they'd have to work together. All of them. Otherwise, the only possible outcome would be a complete wipe. Meanwhile, as Dion and Rose discussed the grim fate of humanity, we switch back to Russia, where Basilov and his partner had finally made their way to the cathedral. However, even before going inside, the duo could already tell something was wrong. The Xeno footprints led straight to the door, hinting that it had gone inside. However, the door itself was still completely intact, which made no sense. Normally, Xenos were very straightforward about such things and would simply smash their way in. So what the hell was going on? Basilov didn't waste his already limited brain cells thinking about it and simply pushed the door open. Whether the Xeno had suddenly developed manners or they were dealing with a particularly weird variant, there was only one way to find out. Go inside and ask directly. The duo entered the cathedral, and that was also when we finally learned the name of Basilov's partner, Kirilo. Speaking up, Kirilo reported that he could feel the Xeno's gaze on them. The bastard must have been spying on them from somewhere nearby. Basilov replied that he could feel it too, but that only pissed him off even more. Instead of playing these stupid games, why couldn't the creature just come out and fight? It would surely save everyone a lot of time. Kirilo replied that it wouldn't be that simple. From his observations, the Xeno didn't seem interested in facing them head-on at all. In fact, it had deliberately scattered its presence throughout the cathedral, meaning it was dead set on staying hidden. Basilov cursed before telling Kirilo to follow. If the Xeno didn't want to show itself, they'd just have to drag it out. However, he insisted that Kirilo stay by his side and not wander off. He couldn't have them getting picked off one at a time after all. They'd barely moved 5 steps when Basilov suddenly gave the signal to halt, surprising Kirilo quite a bit. That confusion didn't last long, however, because standing before them was an unnerving sight. Rows of people sat throughout the cathedral, the same cathedral that was drenched in blood and undoubtedly hiding a Xeno. Not only that, when the people turned to face them, they looked completely demonic, as if they'd long since stopped being human. Predictably, this surprised Basilov and Kirilo quite a bit, but the duo barely had time to dwell on it because the fiendish humans were already on the move. They charged at them. To Basilov and Kirilo, however, the advance seemed almost laughable because the fiends were simply too slow. Sure, they were 3, maybe 4 times faster than an average human, but compared to Xenos and even superhumans like them, their speed was complete garbage. Nevertheless, Kirilo chose to play it safe and retreated. Basilov, on the other hand, stood his ground. He waited for the fiend to close in, and, under Kirillo's questioning gaze, absolutely yoked the shit out of it. He grabbed the creature by the neck, low-key pissed that it had the audacity to attack him, and even worse, go straight for his nape, a clearly fatal attack. Still, he'd barely processed the significance of that when another fiend attacked from the side, rushing in to support its brethren. Basilov didn't hesitate. He immediately swung, going as far as to use the first fiend as a battering ram. He smashed both enemies into the wall, completely ignoring Kirillo's cries that he was attacking civilians. Basilov told him to open his eyes and look. What part of these creatures made him think they were still human? Whether he admitted it or not, they had long since died and shed their humanity. He shouldn't deceive himself with that nonsense. Kirillo said bet and apologized for his oversight, admitting that he'd let his emotions get the better of him. Still, now wasn't the time to discuss such things. More enemies were already charging toward them, so it was best to deal with them first. Back in the hospital, the homie Jury was beyond pissed. He was suffering beneath Kang's outrageous weight, and that only made him angrier because he'd clearly told Kang to go home and rest. Still, he couldn't bitch about it because he knew Kang meant well. More importantly, something on the news had clearly caught his attention. It was a broadcast about the recent chain of deaths and disappearances in northeastern Russia and how the SXDF were scrambling to get things under control. This terrified Jury, who couldn't help but think that the world was going to shit. It almost felt like things were slowly crumbling away, with an unstoppable wave steadily brewing in the background. Back in Russia, Basilov and Kirillo had finally finished off the last fiend, though the experience hadn't been pleasant at all. But on the bright side, their rampage had accomplished one of their goals, drawing the mastermind Xeno out of hiding. The creature now hung from the cathedral ceiling, completely exposed and giving them a clear look at its true form. A freaking bat. Basilov, however, didn't give a damn whether it was a bat or a cow. The only thing he cared about was whether they were fighting or not. He shouted at the Xeno to stop that Batman shit and get its ass over there. The Xeno said bet and dropped to the floor, soon rising to glare at them. What was it he'd said about wanting to fade? Well, the Xeno definitely wanted a piece of that. It faced off against the duo completely unbothered by their numerical advantage. Kirillo, for his part, began the duel with a taunt, saying the Xeno looked way smaller than he'd expected. It wasn't even as big as Basilov. Or was it perhaps a grower and not a Showa? Nevertheless, things had become active, so he quickly locked in. He noticed that the Xeno resembled a bat, which, when combined with the bite marks on the fiends from earlier and their subsequent transformations, was proof that getting bitten by it would probably turn them into ghouls. Basilov reached the same conclusion. When he called out to Kirillo, he warned him to be careful of the Xeno's bite. Otherwise, they might just end up with a whole Vampire Diaries situation on their asses. Stepping forward, Basilov told Kirillo to stay back, arguing that his fighting style was more suited to dealing with an enemy like this. Of course, if he started getting cooked, Kirillo was to forget that 1v1 bullshit and help him out. With that, Basilov charged forward, closing the distance between himself and the Xeno with a series of fast, steady jumps. The Xeno responded by leaping into the air, rising as if it intended to meet the attack head-on. However, at the last second, it abruptly changed its approach and blocked with both feet, using the impact to propel itself away from Basilov. Gliding through the air, it shot the duo an unbothered look, seemingly asking, "Was that all you got?" Obviously, this enraged the hot-tempered Basilov, but the calm-headed Kirillo held him back, preventing him from doing anything stupid. From Kirillo's perspective, things weren't as simple as they seemed. This wasn't the typical Xeno that lost its mind in battle. The bastard standing before them was far too calm for that. On top of that, it had known to use its feet to negate the force of Basilov's punch. A creature capable of doing that couldn't be underestimated. As if to prove him right, the Xeno began morphing. Its wings retracted, giving way to arms. Not only that, its neck and jaw became more prominent, clearly hinting at its obvious attack method: the vampire's bite. Seeing this, the expressions on Basilov and Kirillo's faces changed drastically. They weren't aware that a Xeno could morph like that, nor did they know that such a simple change in form could result in such an overwhelming aura. Nevertheless, this was clearly a declaration of its intent to fight, so they stopped agonizing over it and locked in as well. However, not even they could have imagined that the Xeno's first move wouldn't be an attack. It talked. It spoke about Ophir, a Xeno who was highly favored by Pan. According to it, Ophir had been just one step away from achieving rank. So imagine their surprise when they learned that Ophir had been killed on a random mission in the human domain. It revealed that Pan had been predictably upset. But more than that, he was also amazed by the prowess of the humans who had managed to take down one of his most capable subordinates. And that was precisely why this Xeno was there. It wanted to see for itself just what kind of humans were capable of killing Ophir. After saying that, it sucked in a deep breath before unleashing an ear-splitting shriek. The noise was so violent that Basilov and Kirillo had no choice but to cover their ears, lest their eardrums rupture. Even then, the Xeno wasn't done. It swiftly disappeared from where it stood, reappearing directly in front of Basilov and blitzing him in the gut. The blow made Basilov cough up a mouthful of blood, but he wasn't the type to go down so easily. He tanked that shit, extending his arm to grab the Xeno's head before countering with a punch of his own. However, it was as if the Xeno didn't feel that shit at all. It barely moved, apart from the subtle shift of its eyes as it glared at Basilov. Then, to Basilov's surprise, it counterattacked. The Xeno punched him so hard that his head snapped backward. Pressing the attack, it grabbed Basilov by the head before driving a knee into his face, rocking him so badly that I swear he passed out for a second. Still, the Xeno remained relentless. It advanced with another hook, this time punching Basilov so hard that he was sent crashing into a wall. Trudging forward, the Xeno told Basilov that he was pathetically weak. So weak, in fact, that it was beginning to doubt whether he had truly been the one to take out Ophir. Nevertheless, since it was already there, it might as well go ahead and take out another of humanity's heroes. It told Basilov not to be upset about his impending demise, as it was inevitable anyway. Whether it was this Xeno or another one, all the superhumans were destined to die. It was simply a matter of time. Then it opened its mouth and lunged, completely oblivious to the fact that Kirillo had been throwing hella gang signs in the background, clearly preparing a massive attack. Before the Xeno could react, an energy beam shot toward it, catching the creature completely off guard and slashing into its neck. The outcome disappointed Kirillo, who had been hoping to kill it with a single attack. Still, now that that wasn't possible, he told the Xeno to come at him. Forget Basilov, he would be playing with it from then on. The Xeno said bet, but this time it didn't attack immediately. Instead, it first tended to its wounds, which consequently led to an awkward stare down with Kirillo. Finally, when it was ready, it turned to Kirillo and asked how he'd managed to blitz it just now. It hadn't felt anything until the attack was already upon it, and by then, it was too late. Still, if Kirillo thought this bizarre power was enough to take it down, then he'd be gravely mistaken. It said this while regenerating the wound on its shoulder, making the look on Kirillo's face change drastically. Sure, he'd known taking down this bastard wouldn't be easy, but come on. Did it really have to have regeneration powers? How annoying. Nevertheless, Kirillo quickly locked in, knowing damn well this wasn't a fight he could avoid. Pulling off his robe, he told the Xeno that he hated a lot of things, but bats were definitely at the top of that list. And since it was clearly a bat and, conveniently, a Xeno, it could probably guess just how much he disliked it. Just so there was no confusion, that meant he was about to fuck it up. The Xeno said bet and charged forward, clearly intent on seeing just how Kirillo planned to accomplish his threat. Kirillo, on the other hand, fell back while fingering the air to attack. At first, nothing seemed to happen. Then Kirillo made a gesture with his hand, and something incredible happened. The Xeno, which had been relentlessly pursuing him, suddenly felt an ominous premonition, followed by a gigantic sword stabbing toward it. Though caught off guard, it reacted quickly, rolling to the side and barely avoiding being sliced in two. Still, the attack nicked it in the head, so of course it was pissed. Unfortunately for it, Kirillo didn't give a damn about its feelings. The second the first attack missed, he was already throwing more gang signs and preparing his next attack. Just like before, a wave of his hand sent another attack flying, this time cleaving toward the Xeno from a vertical angle. Regrettably for the poor bastard, it couldn't avoid this one and ended up eating the attack directly. The blow hit so hard that the author had to send us into a flashback just to give the poor creature a chance to regroup. Speaking of the flashback, it was set back when Basilov had been fighting a Xeno. In the middle of combat, an attack suddenly finished off his prey, leaving the big fella both surprised and enraged. He called out to the figure hiding in the trees, asking what gave him the confidence to intervene in his fight. Did he want to get thrashed or something? The figure, who was clearly Kirillo, stepped out and replied that he meant no harm. He was just passing by and decided to lend him a hand. As for who he was Kirillo, a wandering artist, and of course a superhuman just like Basilov. Back in the present, the Xeno had regrouped enough to resume the fight. It faced Kirillo once again, though its obvious missing arm spoke volumes about how badly wounded it was. Still, it held its ground and told Kirillo that he was stronger than it had initially thought, definitely a cut above the other superhumans it had fought. Kirillo replied with a glare, low-key pissed that the attack hadn't taken it out. Not only that, but he also realized that the previous wound was completely healed, while the new one was already regenerating. So yeah, this fight was bound to be long and grueling. Nevertheless, Kirillo remained locked in, completely focused on his enemy. Speaking of the enemy, it suddenly blurred and disappeared, only to reappear directly in front of Kirillo and kick him in the face. However, Kirillo was fast as hell. He dodged the attack before somersaulting backward to create some distance. Then, with the Xeno pressing the attack, he threw up more gang signs, choosing to counter its offense with some superb defense. A towering shield suddenly materialized between them, blocking the Xeno's punch like it was nothing. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said for Kirillo, who began bleeding from the eye. The damage remained relatively minor for now, but it was still a big deal. And we understand why through another flashback. In the flashback, Basilov asked Kirillo how his ability worked, because from his perspective, it seemed broken as hell. Was there really no downside to his godlike ability? Kirillo replied, by fingering the air before pausing and explaining that he was actually painting. He added that his ability allowed him to draw and manifest, or project, anything he envisioned in his mind into reality. Taken aback, Basilov asked if that was what he'd used to kill the Xeno earlier. Kirillo replied that he was right. To be precise, he had drawn, manifested, and then thrown an axe at the Xeno, cleaving it in half. As for why Basilov hadn't seen anything, it was because his attacks were incredibly fast. His projections were already insanely quick on their own, but with conscious effort and concentration, he could make them even faster. That was why Basilov hadn't seen the attack coming. Incredulous, Basilov replied that Kirillo's ability was too good to be true. Surely something that broken couldn't have zero side effects, right? Kirillo answered that, of course, it had one. The longer he used his power, the more he lost his vision. Fortunately, he hadn't yet faced a situation or battle where he had to fight to the point of complete blindness. Back in the present, the battle raged on. Pressing the attack, Kirillo did more fingering before completing the sequence with a hand gesture, successfully firing off another attack at the Xeno. This caught the enemy off guard, but before it could mount any resistance, it was yeeted by the spike ball, which blitzed the shit out of it. In fact, the blow was so devastating that the homie literally cried before being sent crashing through the hall and into the wall. When the dust settled, the mangled state of the Xeno became evident, and boy, did it look like shit. Seeing this, Kirillo canceled his last projections, believing the fight was nearly over. He'd intended to kill it outright with that final attack, but the cockroach bastard was just too damn tenacious and had avoided a fatal hit at the last moment. Still, that could easily be rectified. Kirillo performed more gang signs, intending to finish it off once and for all. His vision was also getting increasingly blurry, so he had to end this quickly. Unfortunately for Kirillo, because of his worsening eyesight, the dust had to fully settle before he realized that the Xeno was long gone. At some point, it had sneaked up behind him, catching him off guard with a sneak attack from his blind spot. Predictably, Kirillo was helpless against it, and had no choice but to watch in horror as his body was cleaved in two. Both halves crashed to the ground, splattering the floor with blood and gore. As for the killer, it towered over Kirillo's corpse with a satisfied smirk tugging at the corner of its lips. It even stomped on his head, lamenting how worthy an opponent Kirillo had been. troublesome as he was, he had still fallen to it in the end. However, no sooner had it said that than Kirillo's corpse, sprawled across the ground, began disintegrating, fading away like it was nothing more than a projection. This was followed by a shift in viewpoint, revealing that the real Kirillo had been on the first floor all along, bow in hand, and ready to end this shit once and for all. With zero hesitation, he drew the bow and fired. A giant arrow blitzed the shit out of the Xeno, pinning it to the ground. The attack had definitely dealt massive damage, but Kirillo hadn't escaped unscathed either. His vision was almost completely gone. Still, he sucked it up and closed in to finish the job. The near blindness weighed heavily on him, though. This wouldn't be his last battle after all. However, he'd barely finished that troubling thought when something even more troublesome happened. Despite being gravely wounded, the Xeno grabbed the arrow and yanked it straight out of its body. It then shot Kirillo a vengeful glare, promising to rip his heart out. Surprised and low-key resigning himself to an even more bitter battle, Kirillo was just about to accept his fate when he noticed an encouraging detail. Footsteps. Someone was trudging toward them. The sound reminded him of something from his past, specifically a conversation he'd once had with Basilov. Back then, the giant homie had asked why Kirillo liked following him around. He couldn't possibly be scheming for some cheeks, right? Kirillo replied that it was simply a gut feeling. So long as he followed Basilov's lead, he was certain Basilov would lead him in the right direction. After all, Basilov was significantly stronger than him. And as if on cue, the silhouette of Basilov appeared behind the Xeno. His face was menacing, and from the look in his eyes, he was clearly out for blood.